All right. We should be live on the YouTube streams. Both YouTube streams should be live. We should be live on TikTok here in just a minute. I think I've discovered the way to keep TikTok and OBS from glitching out with each other when I start the streams. And it seems like I need to start my OBS streams when TikTok Studio is not open. And then once the streams are open, then opening up TikTok and starting a TikTok stream works. So I want to start the TikTok stream. Should be live here in just a second. Bada bing, bada boom. We should be live on TikTok now. So as far as I can tell, we're live in all the places, friends. I've got the guest box open on TikTok. I've got the guest box open on YouTube. So we should have people populating the guest box shortly here. Let me make sure the comments are being displayed before I forget. Yeah, comments are loading up. Welcome in, friends, on TikTok. Welcome in, Dr. Joe and Parker. Bad Religion. Reed, God held it up for me. Good to see you, friends. And lots of Dougites in the YouTube chat already. Big W to all the Dougites here. May the courts be with you, friends. I actually just picked up some more Doug lore that I'll be bringing out closer to Halloween. It should be a lot of fun. But a big W, friends. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Mistress says, we come for Doug. Obviously. Well, happy Friday, friends. I hope you're having a great Friday. Sorry we started a little bit late tonight. I had a situation with a buddy of mine who had some car trouble, and I think we got it under control, so I think we'll be all right. See if we can get Dalton loaded up here. Welcome in, Dalton.
Hey, buddy.
Great to see
Oh,
you,
it's
buddy.
funny. I'm also having car trouble at the time. I got my car in the shop right now.
Oh, no.
I'm basically just stranded at home right now.
I mean, if you're stranded at home, what better thing to do than to be on TikTok cooking, buddy?
True.
I think that's the thing to do. Yeah. Well, the guest boxes should be populating. Let me grab a couple super chats, and then we'll probably have a guest in the box momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. You can join. Also, it'll be a clickable link in the description of the video down below. If you're watching on TikTok, well, you already know how to guest request on TikTok. Just hit that guest request button at the bottom of the screen down here on the toolbar somewhere. Mr. Cliff, hey, thank you for the $2 moo, and moo to you, friend. Big W. And Mike, great to see you, Mike. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Doug is real, God is not. God smokes incense. Doug smokes electric lettuce. Indeed. Get stoned for Doug's, friends. Get stoned for Doug. And Sharon, obviously. Stay sinfully wet for Sharon. And Larry, great to see you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted DZ Debates memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Great to see you tonight. Thanks for being here. Melanitis, thank you for the 25 PLN. Says, what do you think about non-Christians wearing a cross? If you have a cool cross, is it okay to wear it? Rock hard for Doug. Get some barbecue going. We're certainly going to try. I always did find it curious that, like, the one thing that became like the Christian symbol was in fact Jesus in probably the most horrific way possible, right? You would think that maybe like an icon of him resurrecting would have been like the thing to do, like him resurrecting into the clouds. Who knows? They definitely went with the cross. I think it's, I mean, I can only assume it's historically because they want you to believe that he had to die. His death wasn't for nothing. It was not only was it not for nothing, it was predestined. That's what he had to do it. Like, this was God's grand idea, is to kill his son. Which Which, yeah, if
I
I
can
was
only
evil,
I,
mhm.
I can only imagine whether or not the early Christians would have been like, what would they think about it? Would they be like baffled and kind of grossed out by it, or would they be like, would they? It's just hard to know.
Right? Yeah, it's certainly hard to know. Let me grab one more super chat. We'll get our guest in here. We got a guest in the TikTok queue. Milf Wrangler says, been watching the AXP videos where you and Forrest are the hosts. You two seem to have really good chemistry. Very good watches. Hey, I appreciate that. And actually agree. I think Forrest and I hit it off pretty much right away when we started hosting together. He's definitely he's a personality that I'm used to and I understand, right? So like I'm surrounded by people of particular types of personalities, both my friends and my family, and I know Forrest's personality. That's why the minute I met him, I was like, yeah, I know how to interact with this guy. This guy's like other people I know. So like he feels like family to me. I like Forrest a lot. We're gonna bring in Champion. We're gonna try to bring in Champion. They're having a little slow time loading. How you doing, Champ?
Hey Justin, how's it going, man?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I actually am ops, but I'm like very aware of who you are and I love your content.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind?
Oh yeah. I wanted to debate God with you.
Sure, let's do it. Which God do you believe in?
I don't believe in religion per se, but I do believe in a creator. I take more of a universalist approach. I think that if God is a maximally great being, that God is maximally good. Therefore, God maximizes the good for all beings.
Sure. So would you say
It's
that you adopt the maximal viewpoint rather than the omni viewpoint?
No, I would say that God actually does have omni properties, but within the realms of logic, so like omnipotence, he can't make a square circle, for instance.
Sure. Right, right. So
Hmm.
he is
Yeah,
a tri-omni deity, but obviously he still follows the laws of logic. I can get behind that.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think is like the greatest evidence or argument for this particular deity existing?
Yeah, I would start with the cosmological constants and
Okay.
how it's 10 to the 200th power.
What about it?
Yeah, it seems to me. Do you mind if I give an analogy really quick?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So if there's a dial with 1 followed by 120 zeros, and there's a notch on the dial that allows our universe to exist how it currently does, it seems to me that it would be more probable that an agent moved the dial there than it happened by randomness.
Sure, yeah, but that's only a meaningful thing because we know what a dial is, and dials have intended purposes, but universe
Hmm.
doesn't seem to have a purpose, right? So, for example, if you've been to a magic show, there's lots of card tricks, and the fun thing about card tricks is that there's so many cards in a deck that they can be in so many orders that when they do the trick, it's so impressive, right? But let's imagine that I just threw the deck of cards on the floor. Well, the
Hmm.
odds of them falling in that random order is astronomically high. But that doesn't mean that something special just happened. It just the cards fell in that particular order, right? Now, if I intended them, if I said, "Listen, here's the order they're going to fall in," and then I threw them to the ground and they all fell in that order,
Hmm.
then either A, I've done a miracle, or B, I'm doing a really cool magic trick, right? So like when I look
Hmm.
at the universe, whether it's the universal constants or anything else, to me these are just meaningless big numbers. Like they're not impressive unless you can demonstrate that the universe intended them to be that way and we don't know if they could have been any other way.
Well, I would say that we do have like simulations, right, of the cosmological constants, and if we change the values, we do know what would occur, right? So if I were to ask like a very specific question, what's more probable that our universe exists the way that it does, right? Well, I would ask that specific question.
Right, but Bertram, thank you for the fireworks. But if the deck of cards was sentient, the deck of cards would have said, why did we fall in this order? It must be magic or it must be a miracle, right?" Like just because we're able to look out and say, "Hey, look, it could have been some other way,
Hmm.
but it happened to be this way." I don't know if that's a meaningful thing.
Yeah, sure. I have another argument I can run by you.
Sure.
It's a modified version of the Kalam argument. So
Mhm.
it's whatever begins to undergo change has a cause.
So this is similar to like the contingency argument, but more for the Big Bang.
Yeah. So and then premise two would be the universe began to undergo change,
Sure. Hmm. Well,
and then
when
therefore.
you when
Mhm.
you say begin, what do you mean with how are you using the word begin? Are you insinuating that it
Mhm.
didn't have change before the begin?
Well, if there's no if if there's no change, I don't see how we could currently experience changes.
Well, I mean that's my position. I think it's an infinite chain of changes, right?
Are right? Are these causes or changes contingent upon each other?
I mean, does one cause lead to an effect? Yeah, I think every cause has an effect.
Right, right. So, if I'm not mistaken, you lead to modal collapse if this is the case, because if all the causes and effects are contingent on one another, that means that it's either determined, which means that it breaks contingency, or that this could not exist, which means that it isn't necessary.
Right, but I don't think this leads to a modal collapse. So, for example, I didn't suggest that everything is contingent on everything else. Not that it couldn't be. What I'm saying is that there's an infinite chain of causes, all the way into the future and all the way into the past. Like there's no first cause.
It is interesting, right? If there's an infinite past, it seems like I don't see how we could get to the present if that's the case,
Why couldn't we?
because there would be an infinite sequences to traverse.
So what? No, well, there wouldn't be infinite sequences to traverse, right? Because what you're trying to do now is put a finite point somewhere, which is on a moving point, right? You're suggesting, well, we can't get from the start of infinity to now because there's an infinite number of points between now and the start of infinity, but there's no start of infinity. Like you've created a category error.
Can you? I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating the last part, Justin?
Yeah, yeah. So the way this argument works out is you're saying, listen, because infinity doesn't have a definitive spot on the timeline, that means there's an infinite number of time between infinity or the beginning of infinity to now, right? But the minute this
Mm.
argument gets put out there, it's invoking a category error. You're suggesting that there's a beginning to infinity, and we have to measure the beginning from infinity to now. But if you have a spot on the timeline, let's call it the beginning of infinity, it by definition it now becomes a finite point. Like any spot of time on the timeline becomes a finite point, and there's not infinite time between two finite points.
Okay, I see. Yep. I mean, I think perhaps what I should do is try to research more about uh, maybe the problems with infinite contingent things. Just when I'm thinking to myself, right, it seems problematic to me, but perhaps it isn't, and I'm just not, fully aware of it.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think Aquinas was the one who kind of popularized this whole notion that you can't have an infinite past. But I mean, outside of Aquinas, I think there's lots of philosophers that would just disagree. And again, like even like from what I've read of Plato, I'm still reading Plato. Plato seemed to have this idea that there's an infinite past, right? So like I think there's room on either side of this discussion philosophically.
I see. I see. Well, yeah. Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll come back again. But yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah, it was good to hear from you, man. Take care.
You, you too, buddy.
He's a nice guy.
Oh yeah, that was nice and civil.
Yeah. Well, let me grab Oh
I
yeah.
was being driven. I was being driven up the wall today, listening to a discussion you were having with a fellow named Jordan about free will and God's foreknowledge. Today that was my biggest pet peeve today.
I understand like if you when you're first discussing the topic, it can feel a little confusing, but like I feel like Jordan was being needlessly obtuse. I don't know.
He was getting a bit confused about the idea of God having knowledge of probable realities versus knowledge of the actual real world.
Right.
Yeah.
Friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Zakul, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says, cheers, Justin. Dark times we are in. I agree. Want to clarify, I'm agnostic and middle leaning, and I'm afraid the recent events is going to end up as a martyrdom and push people further right than ever and make conversation obsolete. I actually agree. This is one of my great fears is this is going to kick off like a wave of retaliation and violence in both directions, and it's going to make it difficult for debate and conversation to be had in the normal world. Hopefully it doesn't. We'll see. But like it seems like the right is going to use this as like an endless talking point to crack down on stuff that doesn't need to crack down on. See, Willie says, hey, Justin, what do you think is past the CMBR? Anything, or is it that truly the limit of the universe? Thanks, Bob. So the cosmic microwave background radiation, personally, I think is just a remnant of the last Big Bang. I think we have an infinite cycle of bangs and crunches. I'm aware that like this is like something that not all physicists believe in, and there are different models, but there really is no consensus as to what was before the Big Bang. So like there's really like I don't know why people get on my case suggesting that this is stupid, since like there are actual mathematics and models that have used real world data to confirm that this is a plausible event or a string of events.
I've always felt that way because, I mean, if matter cannot be created nor destroyed, it just kind of follows that then it was never created and it will never be destroyed. It just seems as simple as that.
Yeah, and somebody said once, well, if you can't get something from nothing and we have something, obviously there was never nothing. Like it just follows logically, right? Or you have to invoke magic. I think one of the two is more reasonable. Thinking that there was never nothing is way more reasonable than thinking there's a sky fairy.
Which, for all the Christians out there, this does not contradict your beliefs. You can actually hold to the same belief that me and Justin have, because the Bible does not teach creation ex nihilo.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is like there's a path forward. You don't get creation ex nihilo until the Greek period. And like the first time it really shows up, as far as I can recall, is in Second Maccabees. In Second Maccabees, there's
that's in contention. Because the Greek is more like Dan McClellan has a great video on this, where the Greek seems to be implying not that God is creating from nothing, but he's creating from other things which are immaterial sort of things. So even then, it's not true creation ex nihilo.
I don't think Dan was referring to the text I'm referring to. So there's a text in Second Maccabees where one of the martyrs, before they are martyred, gives a speech. And in that speech, they're basically dogging on the god of the Egyptians or the Greeks, suggesting that our God is greater because our God created everything from nothing, whereas your gods didn't create from nothing. Your gods are more like workmen.
Send me that text if you can find it, so I can look at the Greek myself.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I think it's in Second Maccabees, somewhere between like 7 and 9. In that range. In fact, while I get the next guest, I'll look for it real quick. I've got it here. But yeah, Meg, thank you for the super chat. Meg says, reading the Atheist Guide to the Old Testament. Oh yeah, from Josh. What is up with Genesis 34, circumcision and the destruction? Okay, so I mean, there's a lot happening in Genesis 34. I'm trying to remember exactly what your reference is in referring to with the circumcision in Genesis 34. Yeah, that's the grape of Dinah. That's what I thought. So you may have the wrong. Oh, I see what you're asking. You're asking why. Okay. So the reason why the Shechemites needed to get circumcised was because it was a trick. They were playing a trick. So they wanted to get back at the Shechemites for what happened to Dinah. And so what they did is they convinced them that they came in peace, but as a sign of peace, in order for your clan to join with our clan, you guys have to be circumcised first. And then they circumcised all the males, and then while they were still sore and recovering from circumcision, they attacked and killed them all. That was Simeon and Reuben. And so that's why they had them get circumcised. It was a trick. It wasn't something God was looking for. And Lakes is just absolutely absurd to think that the creator of the supergiant monstrosity black hole known as Phoenix would care about a shrimp diet. I know. It's a really weird thing to think that there's a creator out there that created all things, yet like he gets really mad if you wear mixed fabrics. Like it just really tears him up inside. You know what I mean? It's just a nonsensical thing to believe in. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. All right, let me grab our next guest. We're gonna grab. No way I'm going to pronounce this correctly. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZ guest, and you'll be able to get into the conversation. Welcome in, Hot.
Hi, could you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so my question basically is, so I do believe in a God, but it's kind of a very specific God because my God is memory, right? Because
Your
when you
God is what?
lose memory, is memory.
Your God is memory?
Yeah,
Oh, so
because
you don't have a
once,
God.
you, I mean, it's a God, you know?
It's not. It's a function of the brain. Like your memory is not a deity that created the universe, is it?
Yeah, I did not create the universe, but without it,
Can
you
you
could not
can you
even
talk
believe in
into
a
your
God.
microphone? Because we're having a lot of trouble hearing you. Also, Dalton, I put the verse on the screen. It's Second
Yeah,
Maccabees 7:28.
yeah. Dan does have
I don't know
a
if
video
it's
on
better.
this verse, and he
I'll watch
does
it then.
actually. Yeah. He has a pretty good point about how it actually doesn't teach creation ex nihilo. It's really interesting, but
Oh,
yeah.
interesting. I'll definitely check that out then. Thank you. Um,
So
ha it
my
sounds to
second
me like you
question,
don't really believe in a God. When I say God, I'm referring to some sort of like entity that exists outside of creation that created all created things.
right? So when you say there is no God, I think you are wrong because it has to come from something,
Well, I'm
you
asking you
know.
about your God.
Even if I ask you what was, yeah, so I don't know exactly what was before the Big Bang. So the thing that was before the Big Bang is basically my God.
Okay. Again, nobody in the audience can actually hear you right now. Can you like are you on a phone or a computer? What are you using right now?
I'm using my phone.
Can you get closer to it?
Yeah, um, wait, I would try to plug my AirPods maybe to be better.
It's just really quiet for some reason. Okay, so
Um, I think it's
it's,
better now.
it's better now, yeah.
Okay. So what I was saying, it's basically I do think that God is wherever was before the Big Bang. You know, there's some scientific evidence that say that there was like gas before the Big Bang. So why not say that God is, that thing that is responsible for the Big Bang?
Is God a
Because
gas?
yeah, I mean, wherever was before the Big Bang is
Right,
God.
but you can say that, but what's the evidence of that? Like I could just say that there's a magic teapot that caused a big bang.
Yeah, so wherever, I mean, I don't have evidence, and even, there is no scientific evidence of what was exactly before the Big Bang. But, you could not dismiss as an atheist, you could not say there is no God, because
I
therefore
didn't say
you
there's no God.
know. So what's your position actually?
Your God doesn't exist.
But you are saying that there is a God.
No, my God exists.
What's your God?
Doug.
That's funny, but if we take it a little bit seriously,
This is very serious. Put a Doug in the comments if you worship Doug. If you got access to the emojis, throw them up, friends. We got a lot of Doug worshipers here.
right. So what do you think about what was before the Big Bang then? That could be a god.
I think it's an infinite cycle of bangs and crunches with absolutely no need for a god.
Yeah, but even if it was like an infinite cycle of Big Bangs, that thing would be a god
No.
because it's responsible for all of it.
No, that's what I'm asking for, is make the demonstration that it's responsible for anything.
Yeah, but because it was before the Big Bang.
But so what? Prove it.
I mean, we will prove it at some point.
Well, yeah, but you haven't.
Yeah, but we have proved the Big Bang, right?
Well, we've proven that there's an expansion of the universe.
Yeah, but
what you
have
think the
proved
Big Bang is, I think people there's some people have different opinions. Like you probably think the Big Bang is something different than what I think it is.
No, but we all agree that the Big Bang was this big explosion, right?
No.
No, not necessarily. No.
So what's gonna be your definition of a Big Bang?
Well, I think the Big Bang was an expansion of space, time, and matter. Particularly, my view is I think it came from a black hole bounce, which is a credible mathematical model that we know actually does happen. That black holes can actually become unstable, collapse, and spew out large amounts of matter. Basically, if this was the case, then we would expect that at the center of our expansion, there would be a pretty massive black hole. I don't know if that is the case, but there's lots of reasons why we could have be in a current expansion period. I don't think the word explosion is the right word for it. Like an explosion, I think entails like some sort of a chemical reaction.
Chemical process.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
sure that's the case.
So in this case, what you are basically saying that that expansion, it was irresponsible of the Big Bang. I mean that black hole expansion, right?
I don't think the expansion was responsible for the Big Bang. I think the expansion is the Big Bang.
So what was responsible of the Big Bang?
Again, I just told you. I think one plausible theory is a black hole bounce. Roger Penrose has another theory, actually. Roger Penrose has a pretty well thought out mathematical model for an infinite universe that doesn't require black hole bounce. There's lots of ways to get there, actually.
Okay, but then it will require that the black hole bounce would be the cause of all of it. So in some sense, it's what we could call God in your point of view.
No, wrong again. So my definition of God is like an entity that exists outside of our universe that created the universe. If you're using the word God just to mean whatever is like the most fundamental thing, then that's not what God means.
Why couldn't it be a part of the universe?
I mean, you could
you are
believe that, but then
outside.
your argument doesn't work, right? So if you believe in a God that's part of the universe, like the Greek gods, they're like in the Greek pantheon, they believe that a lot of people, not everyone, believe that the universe was eternal and that the Greek gods were part of the eternal universe. So they weren't necessarily the cause of all the things in the universe. That being said, you could hold to that view, but I don't know. I still don't know how you would demonstrate that your God is real, because your argument so far has been that, well, what we have needed to be caused by a God, right? So if now you're saying, well, there's a God, but he didn't, or it didn't cause anything, well, I guess we just need to find a different argument then. Like you need to find a different
but you couldn't
method.
You couldn't provide me an argument or a method, as you are saying.
Well, you have to provide your argument. Like if you believe that there's a God that is eternal along with an eternal universe, then it's up to you to present the argument, not me.
No, what I'm saying, you basically said a minute ago that for you, God is something that exists outside of the universe. But why you are giving that assumption without having evidence or a solid argument for that? Why you did
What I'm
take
saying
that
is that's
definition?
just the definition of God that we use as human beings. The God is defined as the thing that like created all things. Now, if you've
Yeah,
got another
right, but
definition
it's
of God where he didn't create all things, that's fine. We can still talk about that God. All I'm saying is that the argument you came in with is no longer a valid argument if you believe in a God that didn't create all things.
But even if it's, I mean, we could interpret that what was before the Big Bang is something that's outside of the universe
Why? Why would we do that?
because we don't know what was actually there. So there is multiple
Yeah, but do we
suggestions.
have any evidence that a God was there?
Yeah, we don't have evidence,
Right.
but we could assume,
So this is like the
we
weakest
could just,
form of the God of the gaps. You're just saying, well, it could be God. Well, it could be a magic teapot too. Like just saying, well, I don't know how something works, therefore it could be God. That's not an actual argument for why God is the cause of it. Like if I
what
was
I'm
telling you
saying is,
that the cause of the
no,
Big Bang was actually the magic teapot, it would be on me to provide an argument as to why the magic teapot is the most reasonable explanation of the events.
right, but what I'm saying is, basically I'm saying there is a God, and it's not an imaginary God. It's just wherever it is responsible of the creation of the Big Bang, wherever there
Right.
was before the Big
And
Bang.
that's what I'm
We
asking you to
cannot, we
prove.
don't
Give
know.
me an argument
No,
for why that's true.
no, either of us know exactly what's the definition of God. So
Okay, so you can't do it. Okay. Listen, I think you stumbled in the wrong place. This is not like shower thoughts. This is an actual debate where you have to present an argument for your position. I'm more than happy to present arguments for my position, but it sounds like all you want to do is say, well, we don't know, therefore God, and that's not an argument. Chip, thank you for the
And
$10 super chat.
Justin, I was saying we do know how. I mean, we do know that Stewie Griffin went back in time, and that's how the universe was started. I mean, we have documented evidence from Family Guy.
Obviously, and that's why like most orbits are elliptical is because they follow the rule of Stewie's head. I mean, obviously. Chip, thank you for the $10 super chat. Chip says, just got a NRSVUE and plan to try some cooking with Doug, street epistemology style, on a local Greenway. I think you mean Greenway. Any tips on using the cheat sheet to highlight mark the Bible for getting two things fast? So what I do is I went on Amazon and I bought color tabs, and some of them are getting green screened out, but I put color tabs on my Bible for particular things. You can do red for genocide. You can pick whatever color you want to make. You can do a pink for a poor treatment of women. Whatever makes sense in your head to color code. But that's how I do it. That way you can kind of eventually you just get used to where everything is. Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. Big W friend says, glad I caught you live. I'm usually asleep. I saw your interview with Dr. Tabor. Is he a Christian or an atheist? Well, he's not a Christian as far as we would understand the term Christian. He is a believer in God, but he's a firm believer that the historical Jesus is not the same Jesus as what we find in the New Testament, which is I agree with him as well. As for his understanding of Christology, I don't know his understanding of Christology, but I know for a fact he's claimed to have a belief in the Abrahamic God, but it seems like he's got a very nuanced opinion that doesn't follow the standard mold of Christianity. But he says, if a Christian, why didn't you challenge him? Oh, because it's not a debate. I don't know why. Every time I post a video that's not a debate, I don't know why I have to go back and tell people that it's not a debate. Listen, friends, not every conversation I have with somebody requires me to debate them. I don't know why you put that expectation on me. Sometimes I'm allowed to sit down with a scholar and just ask them about their opinion and see what they have to say. It's not my responsibility to debate every person that shows up on my stream. It says, just curious, I love your videos and will continue to support you. Well, thank you, Tom. I do appreciate that. And remember, friends, if you want to have friends and family, you don't have to debate everybody. there are some people you can just be friends with. Like, you know,
So sometimes you can just eat at Thanksgiving, you know?
that's right. Don't be the uncle that everyone hates at Thanksgiving dinner because you want everything to be a debate. Sometimes you can just be friends with people that disagree with you. It's okay. Trump failed. Thank you for the super chat. Says, my grandfather is no longer with us as of today. I'm really sorry to hear that. He was the toughest man I ever knew. Doug would have been in awe. Gonna tip a few back. Roger for Doug. Well, Trump failed. I'll tip some cracking back for your dad later today, your grandfather later today, as the night falls. I'm sorry to hear that, and if you need anything, reach out to the community friend. Helping make a deconstruct says, always love Friday night cookouts with Doug and Sharon on the deck on a beautiful evening. We need Doug and Sharon's 3D printed files for members. I apologize, I'm a little bit behind, but I am working with someone to get Doug and Sharon's plushies made. It's just, life is life, you know what I mean? And you get backed up. KO says, how can you tell pants belong on a filbro? They have special pleating. Fucking A, that's good. That is good. That is good. All right, I'm going to read one more super chat after that. Randy, thank you so much for gifting out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Josiah, thank you for the $10 super chat. Josiah says, read this in an Australian accent. Oh, let me start.
Oh boy.
I don't know if I can do an Australian accent. I can do my best crocodile hunter. That's not it. That's not even Southern. Like you promised, just oi. Write it in Australian, and I could read it. Oi, let's not forget the dinos, mate. That wasn't it either. They died so we may live. Cheers to the big fellas. Hail to the dinos, and Doug for making it happen. Listen, I apologize. I've never even attempted to do an Australian accent. You caught me off guard, Josiah. You got to give me something easier than that. Let me know ahead of time. Yeah, good day. We'll get the Barbie rolling. Is that Australian? I don't think they probably say that.
The Bobby. I watch a lot of Robert Irwin. Yeah, it's you're.
The only line I know is, "That's not a knife. Here's a knife." That's the only.
No, for
Australian.
some reason the one word that I can actually say with Australian is Coca-Cola.
I know fake Australian, which is like Foster's, Australian for beer, which is not. They don't drink Foster's in Australia, friends. That's trash. That's bad marketing. All right, welcome in, Hex.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm a friendly. I'm 32 for TikTok purposes. So I've been watching you for a while, man. But I just had a question because I've heard this somewhat addressed before, but I've been watching other lives. Like I've been kind of like following like Thinker, and I watched The Line, and on there I address you as my name's Candy on there.
Okay.
That's like my name. But I was wondering, because I've heard you say something, and I want to make sure I'm correct with my assumption, but I'm curious if there is if I'm like misinterpreting what you said. It's about how people who cite the Bible, they will reference the Bible to condemn homosexuality. And I don't remember exactly like what you said in the past, and I'm curious, based on your biblical scholarship, like what it says, because I constantly hear in the atheist community that no, that's a mistranslation, that's a misinterpretation, that it's actually like it's saying a man laying with little boys, or like, little like young men. And I distinctly remember you kind of maybe saying something that said like it's actually not, we're not 100% sure. I don't remember, so I just want to hear your words from you and kind of understand that more.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what we can glean from the Old Testament is a couple things. One, we don't really see any instances where it would be painted in a positive light. For example, Judges 19. Like everyone points towards Genesis 19 with the Sodom narrative and the men surrounding the city, are surrounding the house from the city, wanting to have sex with the angels. And of course, everyone wants to interpret that away and say, well, the thing that they did wrong was they were inhospitable and they were going to break the divine human boundary. And that was the big sin. And even Ezekiel mentions hospitality as being the problem. But when you go to Judges 19, you find something very similar. And in Judges 19, yes, are they breaking hospitality code? Absolutely. But the reality is they painted the men in the same way. So, for example, if it was just about hospitality, the men could have came to the house. First of all, I don't think it's a real story, but the men could have came to the house and said, bring out your concubine. We want to, have our way with her, right? The editor made a choice, and that choice was to paint this town of people as not just violating hospitality rules, but also they want to sleep with the man. Like they want to grape this man, right? You have to factor that into the story. You can't just wish that away. It's like an undertone in these stories indicating like, listen, these people were so depraved. Look at how depraved they were. Look at what they were about to do. And one of the elements of being depraved was these men wanted to have unnatural relations with other men. And then when you get to Leviticus, I mean, I think it marries Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20 when it says that a man shall not lie with a male as he would with a female. Now, I get that the grammar in those passages are notoriously difficult, and it can be interpreted in different ways. Like you could interpret it as something different than sexual union. But that being said, you could literally interpret it the way I'm doing it. You can just interpret it as a prohibition against men bedding other men. And then you get the Romans chapter 1, and what did he say in Romans chapter 1? Talks about how the men were engaging in these sinful passions with other men. And I think he actually tips it off at the end, not the end, but closer to the middle. And he says, for this reason, God gave them over to dishonorable passions, so sexual passions. Whoops, I just hit the button. There we go. Their females exchanged natural intercourse for unnatural, and in the same way also the males gave up natural intercourse with females and were consumed with their passionate desires for one another. I mean, I don't know what else you can take this as Paul basically suggesting that the men and the women should stick with men and women. Men shouldn't be with men and women shouldn't be with women. It's unnatural. It's dishonorable passion, right? And so I understand that if you're a Christian and you want to not believe that God of the Bible is horrible, you're going to go into this book and you're going to interpret it as softly as possible to not be anti-LGBTQ. I get it. You're going to do that, right? But if you're an atheist, there's no good reason to do that. You should just look at this book and say, hey, look, like it appears, as far as most scholars can agree, to be condemning this behavior. Maybe the Bible is just useless to us in the modern age and we should get rid of it.
I think it's also important to note that while generally when we think about two men and two women together, we're thinking about loving, consensual relationships. In the ancient world, when the Bible, especially like the Old Testament, when it is speaking negatively about men with men relations, it's usually about power dynamics. There's this idea in the ancient world that the man must always be on top and the woman must always be on bottom. And if a man is topping another man, or even if a woman is topping a man, this is somehow contrary to the natural order. It's seen as demeaning for men. And if you really want like a really deep dive on this topic, there's a book called The Bible Says So by Dan McClellan. He has a whole chapter dedicated to this one topic.
Okay.
And
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I was just saying, and to be clear, there's a lot of dialogue on this topic. So there's a lot of material out there that you can find that's going to push in both directions. I think it's worth reading as much as you can to make up an opinion for yourself.
Yeah, fair enough. I've been sitting with this and like just wondering, because for me, like I'm an atheist and I'm like echoing
Sorry.
on my end. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
You're okay.
I was trying to formulate my thought. I just, in other words, what I'm getting kind of from what you're saying is that, in a way, Christians are like, to be a quote unquote like consistent with their biblical narrative is to be anti-gay, anti-LGBTQ. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
In
So
the,
like I agree. Yeah, I think that to be consistent with the biblical narrative, like you can go the route of condemning homosexuality, or you can go the route of like what I would like say is like infinite nuance, where you try to nuance it away. And that's fine. Like there's certainly a path forward for that. A lot of scholars have done it. And the first scholar I ever read on this topic was Dale Martin, and like I didn't think it was the best case in the world, but I respect Dale Martin. It's important to recognize that there are scholars on both sides of this issue, and where I came down, I could be wrong. It's possible that I'm completely wrong, and that the people who think that there's no actual prohibition or there's no negative connotations against it in the Bible, that they're right and I'm wrong. I've never been convinced of it yet.
okay, that's really helpful. Yeah, I've just kind of been wondering. I've been listening to The Line for like a year, you for like half a year, and like all these people, and I feel like the question hasn't been like solid, except that when I hear in different circles, it's like, um, I was taken aback because the common conversation is the one that comes up where it becomes that talking piece about it being like the translation of the Hebrew is actually like meaning boys. So it's like that's where I was just getting
Oh,
confused, because then
well,
when I
Yeah.
that's
If
not true.
the if the tra- yeah
okay,
if the
okay,
author
okay,
of the if the author of the Torah wanted to say boy, I mean, Na'ar would have been a perfectly fine word for it, but they never use it.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah. I do know the argument you're referring to, though. That's not something that's really held in scholarship. That's something that came later from like TikTok. The translation in Leviticus and in Leviticus 20 and 18, neither one of them say boy, and that's just obvious in the text.
okay. Um, that's helpful. Thank you. I know, because I honestly, I'm getting a PhD in psychology, so I don't have time to do all. That's why I have you guys on in the background for
Very
my
cool.
for educating, and I do go search for my own stuff, but like, um, it's helpful to listen to like, the different lives to get educated, because you guys know the stuff I don't, and I trust you. And I think I think that's it. I did tell you one time in a message like a while ago. I was like, if you ever need someone for a psychological perspective, just bring me up. I don't mind.
Yeah, I
Um,
appreciate that. Sometimes we need it.
but yeah, because I'm also a licensed therapist, so
Oh, big W.
it's a it's a lot of fun, and recovering from religion and secular therapy project, all that good stuff. But other than that, I think that's it. I really appreciate you taking me up and answering that question.
Yeah, sure thing. Good to hear from you. Hopefully you have a great night.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Friday night.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers,
Thanks.
friend.
Bye.
You know, Justin, there are some Jewish sources that were so against the idea of a woman topping a man that they would claim that the men, if they allowed this, that they would suffer from delaria, or like diarrhea, which is wild.
It really is an issue. It really is an issue. Uh, Miss Michelle, thank you for the face paint. I really appreciate that over on TikTok. And Hex, thank you for the kitty cat. I appreciate that, my friend. Let me grab our next guest. We've got people populating in the TikTok queue, but for some reason, like the YouTube queue is entirely empty, which usually by now we've got like 7 or 8 people in there. I don't know what's going on with YouTube tonight. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to get into the discussion, the link is on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. It's tiny.cc/DZ guest. You'll be placed in the queue just like everybody else, and you'll be able to get in here. You don't have to download TikTok to get into the conversation. And Can Best, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars. Big W. Says Friday night cookout. Much love from Canada. FYI, bad Aussie accent. It's the worst. I was not prepared for Aussie accent. I I don't know why I was. Oh, it is what it is. Listen, I don't do accents. I'm not an actor, by the way, just in case you guys are aware. I think there are some people in our circle that can act though. All right, let me get Pruna in here. We'll do Pruna and then Robin and Herv. How you doing, Pruna?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm fine. And you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Pruna, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm at least 18, and yes, I believe in that.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
In the Christian God.
Okay, cool. So you're Christian. So, in your opinion, what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, in my opinion, the most convincing argument would be that taking the Christian God out of the picture, you cannot have a grounding for knowledge.
Why does knowledge need grounded?
Because you are saying that knowledge doesn't need to be grounded?
I'm asking you why. Why do you think it needs grounded?
Because for example, we have logic, yes,
I do
and
agree.
logic,
I think we've got some logic.
okay, and you would agree that this logic is what, is objective or subjective?
Neither. I mean, guess maybe subjective. I think it's an invented language to describe the universe.
So without our existence, logic wouldn't exist?
I don't think logic really exists in the way that you think it exists. I think logic is a language.
Okay, yeah, so that would make logic maximum subjective. Sorry.
I don't know what maximally intersubjective means, but what it means is that logic isn't a transcendental existence. It's not something that exists in the real world. It's just something that we've made up to describe the world, the same way we made up numbers to describe quantities.
Yeah, so what I mean by intersubjective is it means that a group of people says something is so this is like this because a group of people says it.
And we've tested
I
it,
I
yeah.
hope I'm I hope I'm I hope I'm explaining well.
Real quick, Justin,
I'm not English.
I'm gonna go eat some dinner, and I'll be back later.
All right, cheers, buddy. Eat something for me.
Yeah, so what I mean is even making sentences, for example, you would need an objective logic.
Why?
Because if logic is because if logic is only subjective, this means that everybody can make its own logic, and then it would be true.
No.
Yes, this is exactly
No.
what it would mean if it would be subjective.
Nope.
Why not?
Why would it be? So first of all, logic
Because
isn't
it is
something
subjective.
that exists. Like it's a language that we invented to describe the way the universe works. Now, it's true that many people looked out and observed that yes, this is how the universe works. We agree. And because it doesn't fail, it seems to always hold true until quantum physics proves me wrong, which they might be doing right now. It just stands to reason that these laws actually describe the real universe that we're living in. That's it.
Yeah, so you would say that it is maximum a logic, sorry, a language?
No, I don't know why you keep adding maximum to it. Maximum has nothing to do with this discussion.
No, I'm Romanian, so when I say maximum, it means that it cannot pass this level.
What
I
level?
mean,
It's a
the
language.
highest.
Logic
Yeah,
is a
so
language.
okay, so does it have an ontological level?
No.
So for example, before our existence, could the sun exist and not exist in the same time?
No, the sun existing and not existing at the same time wouldn't be happening at the same time, but that has nothing to do with whether or not the laws of logic would exist. The laws of logic
Okay,
are a language to describe that phenomenon. The phenomenon that something does exist and then also can't not exist at the same time, we call that phenomenon one of the laws of logic.
Yeah, we called it, so this means that we observed it. We didn't invent it, right?
No. We observed the behavior of the universe and we gave it a description.
Yes, so this behavior has a logic behind it, yes?
No, it does not.
So the sun not existing and existing, so the
There-
sun can't exist or exist at the same time, right?
There's no law of logic causing that to be true.
It's
There's no law of
literally
logic
is the
that's
law of
dictating that the
non-contradiction.
universe has to behave this way.
It literally is the law
It's
of non-contradiction.
literally not. There's no law of
So
logic
what
that the
does-
universe
what
is
does the-
obeying.
What does the law of non-contradiction says?
The law of non-contradiction just means P is P and not P.
At the same time, under the same, I think it's called respect.
Respect what?
No, I mean, something cannot, for example, be true and false at the same time and under the same respect.
Yeah, which means P is P, but not P.
Yeah, exactly. So,
So it
logicians
can't.
also found.
So it can't be a
Sorry,
thing and the negation of that thing at the same time.
Yeah. So logicians also found out that there is an ontological level.
No, they
to
didn't.
This, yes, it is. You can.
No,
search
they
it if you
didn't.
want. I can literally quote you logicians who say that.
You can
it
quote
has
me
an
any logician
ontological
you
level.
want to. It's meaningless. There's zero way to demonstrate that the laws of logic have an ontological nature to them, that they exist independent of human beings.
So again, try to answer this maybe with a yes or no if you want. If not, maybe you can elaborate on it. So before our existence, could the sun exist and not exist in the same time?
I already answered it. Did you hear my explanation the first time?
Can you please repeat again so we can go further on that one?
Yes, prior to human beings existing, the phenomenon that we describe using the law of non-contradiction, that phenomenon still happened. The law of non-contradiction describes the way physical objects exist in our universe, meaning it can't exist and not exist at the same time. But it's not following the law of non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction isn't forcing it to be that way. It's a description of the way it's behaving on its own.
Well, if it is a description, this means that everybody can descript it however they want, because this would make logic subjective.
It would be wrong. Logic is not subjective, because if I asked you right now, am I holding a bottle in my hand? What would you say?
Well, if logic is subjective, I could say that you are holding a pen, and I will be right.
Am I holding a bottle?
Objectively, yes.
You don't know if it's objectively. You're assuming it's objective. You're using your own subjective mind to get to that conclusion. So everybody who has subjective thinking faculties agrees that the laws of logic work, and that's why we call them laws. We've tested them. We haven't really found occasions where they don't work. That's why they're laws and not just general principles.
Yes, so we observed them, gave them a definition. Yes,
we did not observe them.
Literally,
no, we did not.
We observed the fact that something cannot exist and not exist in the same time.
Give me a cup of logic.
Did I say that is material?
Well, how did you observe it then?
You observe by the behavior of the universe.
Yes, exactly. Yes, the law is describing the behavior of things in the universe. The things in
Yes,
the
at
universe
the
are not
semantical
behaving
level.
because of the ontological law of non-contradiction. That's silly.
Yes, it is, because what you are saying is the level of gnoseological semantics. It means that you describe it, yes, at the semantic level, and you observe it at the ontological level. So
No,
it has an ontology.
no,
You can say no.
abstract concepts don't have ontology. Abstract concepts come from our brain.
They have
Buddy, I don't
ontology
know.
in the
I don't know
in the sense in
if you're confused here, but just repeating your conclusion
no no
doesn't
no
make
yeah.
it true. Give me the argument. Give me the support for why the laws of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the excluded middle, why they have ontology. Give me that argument.
Well, they have ontology in the sense that the fabric of reality, it has a logical I don't know how you can call this in English. So the ontological let me think how we can call it in English. So the ontological level says that the reality has a logical fabric behind it.
Prove it.
Well, I just told you that before our
Again,
existence, the
just
sun couldn't
repeating your
exist.
conclusion doesn't make it true.
It's not a
Look,
conclusion. The
like
fact
you
that the sun
literally have to
couldn't
like
exist
infect
and not
yourself
exist in
with
the same time.
brainworms to believe in religion. It's crazy the hoops you'll jump through in order to
No,
justify your nonsensical belief in sky fairies. Let me ask you a
no, it is.
question. Why did you pick Christianity? Because not a single argument you've given not only can you not demonstrate a God, you sure as hell will never get from that argument to Christianity.
Of course, I can get it from Christianity.
Prove it. Do it.
Okay. Are the laws of logic universal?
As far as we can tell, they appear to be universal. I've got some questions because quantum physics has observed that sometimes there are effects that precede the cause. So what now?
Yes, in quantum physics is about observation, is about knowledge. So if you know, for example, if you can observe that particle, in that moment it becomes a particle. If you cannot observe it, it's a wave. So it's
Try
only
again.
your
I'm not talking
knowledge,
about
but
waves or particles. Focus on what I said. I said that in quantum physics, they have observed that sometimes effects precede the cause. It's called retrocausation.
In what sense?
In that the effect precedes the cause? I don't. Is
Can
that
you give an example
example of what?
of where an effect precedes a cause?
Retrocausality. I just told you it's in quantum physics. Listen, I don't know if you know this. I'm not a quantum physicist. I'm not going to give you a detailed breakdown of how retrocausality works.
Then
All
why
I can
are you
tell
telling me about? Then why are you telling me about?
You can look it up. Just look up retrocausality. It's a principle in quantum physics. Want me to put it on the screen?
And what laws do you use in order to get the conclusion?
Quantum physics.
No, what laws do you use to interpret that? That is true.
Physics, the laws of physics.
The laws of physics? So the laws of physics tell you that something is true, or something else tells you what is true or
No,
false?
observation tells you what's true. When we describe something as true, it's because our observation makes the proposition and reality align.
The observation, yes, but in your observation you use a tool which is called
Observation.
logic. It's called
Observation.
Yes, and for that observation you use a tool in order to establish that something is true or false.
Yeah, whether or not it matches the proposition. When observations match propositions, we call that true.
Yeah, and you use what? Logic, yes? You use
Yes,
the principles
exactly.
of logic.
We use the tools, the language of logic to describe it. Yes.
Perfect.
We invented that, by the way. We
you use
invented
the
logic.
Tools. We invented logic.
Yeah.
So this means that logic is at the maximum level intersubjective. You cannot go objectively.
Again, I don't know why this is so confusing for you. Everything that is
It's
a
not.
language is by definition subjective, but it's describing the objective world. Like every proposition about the objective world is inherently subjective. So everything you'll ever do, whether it's the laws of physics, whether it's the laws of logic, whether it's just plain old propositions, all of them are subjective. They're coming from your brain.
If they are subjective, this means that if somebody tells that the sun is not existing, is right because it's subjective.
No, incorrect, because the subjective proposition still has to align with the objective world. When the subjective
So
proposition aligns with the objective world, we call that true.
okay, so this means that this truth is objective. Where do you
No,
ground
it
that?
does not mean that. It's still subjective.
You are literally contradicting yourself.
I'm literally not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are contradicting yourself
No, I'm
because you
not.
say that you
All
need
propositions are subjective. Every
you
proposition you
need
can ever give me is subjective.
every proposition is subjective.
Every single proposition that has ever been postulated is subjective. It came from a mind.
Okay, it came from a mind, yes, but
That makes it
in order,
subjective. So if I
but
make a
what? But
proposition about the objective
tool
world,
itself,
it's still
yes,
subjective. The tool is still subjective. So all
the tool that you are,
propositions are subjective, and our ability to validate propositions are subjective as well.
this means that if somebody tells that the sun doesn't exist, is right, but you
No,
don't see
they
it.
would not be right. I don't know why this is so hard for you.
So,
Just because someone can
so
make a
this means,
proposition doesn't mean that the proposition is true. You still have to make the
okay,
observation about what we agree the objective world is before you can say that it's true. Merely making the proposition doesn't automatically mean that the proposition is true.
well, if logic is subjective, yes, it does,
No, it doesn't.
because you need an objective standard.
No, literally, logic is subjective because it's a language that came from minds. If it comes from a mind, it is subjective, but it describes the objective world. We used a subjective language
Okay,
to
and
describe
how
the
do
way
you
that the
know?
objective world behaves.
How do you know that there is an objective world if everything is maximum subjective?
First of all, maximum subjective is a meaningless word that has absolutely nothing to do with our conversation, and it is a meaningless phrase. Something being
It
subjective just
does.
means that it
You
came
don't
from
see it.
just means that it came from a mind. And when it comes to whether or not there is an objective world, you're in the same boat as I am. Neither one of us can prove beyond a shadow
No.
of a doubt that we're not brains in a vat, but both of us operate on the axiom that we're not brains in a vat. Neither one of us can get away from hard solipsism. Hard solipsism. And so I already see you wanting to go down that road, and it's going to be a loser every time.
No, because I'm a Christian and a loving God wouldn't permit that.
A loving God wouldn't permit what?
Wouldn't permit that his creatures who are made in his image to have a hallucination life, to say like that.
Why? How could you possibly know about your God? Your God says to murder babies.
My God says to murder babies in a
Have
context.
you bothered reading the Bible? Do you think there's
Yes,
ever a
I've
scenario
bothered
where it's
reading the
okay to
Bible.
murder babies?
Well, are you okay with abortion?
I mean, I'm not okay with some forms of abortion, but again, I'm talking about babies that have already been born. Do you think there's ever a scenario where it's okay to
So
murder
it's a difference.
already born
It's
babies?
it's an ontological difference between a
Don't
baby that is
don't be
born and a baby
don't
that
be
is not born.
don't be scared. I know you're scared to read the Bible, but I'm going to make you do it. So do you
No,
think
I'm
there's
not.
ever a
No,
scenario
I'm
where
not.
it's okay to murder babies with swords?
I'm just telling us so it's
I
never
know you're
having
desperate
swords.
to
Okay.
burden shift because you're feeling the heat, but
No,
you're going to read the Bible whether you like it
no,
or
I'm
not.
not.
So is there ever a scenario where
So
it's
now,
where it's okay to take a
so now
sword? and drive it through
Just a
a
second.
baby.
Just a second. We'll go also there. Don't worry. So now we jumped from logic, yes, because logic buries you literally.
No, because you keep repeating the same bad talking points with no support for them, and it's boring, and it doesn't get you to your God.
So okay, it's boring the
Why are
fact
you
that you say
why
that
are you
logic
terrified of the
is
Bible?
subjective.
Why are you terrified of the
I'm not.
Bible? Because as it turns
You
out,
said
I can prove my
said
Pruna, stop talking. I can prove my claim. My claim is that your specific God is imaginary. You want me to do it?
Do you know that?
You want me to do it?
Do you know that?
Do you want me to do it?
Do you know that? I'm asking
Do you want me to
question.
do
Do
it?
you know
Stop being a
do you know-
coward. Do you want me to do it?
Do you know that my God
Do you
is
want me to
imaginary?
do you want me to do it?
Why don't you answer?
Why don't you answer?
You
I
made
asked
a
you
claim.
first. Go ahead.
You made a claim.
Okay,
Well,
so
I told
I'll go
you-
ahead.
I-
I'll
I
just
told
go
you
ahead
my
and do it.
argument.
So I'll just go ahead and do
I
it.
told you
so,
my argument. So
well, your
you jumped
argument
from my
your argument has nothing to do with your God. I'm making the argument
Yes,
about
my
your God right
argument has
now.
everything. My
I'm making
argument
the
has
argument.
everything to do.
I'm making the
This
argument
is why
about your
you're
God.
jumping.
I'm making the argument about your God right now because you couldn't substantiate anything you said in your argument, and I'm not going to spend
Yes, I
30
could.
minutes pissing over whether or not you think the laws of logic have ontology, and I know you can't demonstrate that they do.
I literally demonstrated that.
You did not. You've made claims and you
Yes,
haven't
I did.
demonstrated it. You did not.
Yes, I did.
You did not.
And you admitted the fact that the sun didn't exist. And
I admitted
exist
that
at
that's the
same
way
time
the
before.
universe that's the way the universe behaves, and we created the laws of logic to describe that behavior.
No, that literally is the
So
law
try
of
to
non-contradiction
it's
at
literally
ontological
not the
level.
law of non-contradiction. There's no ontology to it. You just want it to be. So again, is there ever a
No, it
scenario where
literally
it's
is.
okay?
It
Pruna,
literally
I don't know.
is.
Pruna, you're in the wrong place if you think you're going to dictate how this conversation goes. Just to be clear.
Wait a second.
So
you just
I gave you 21
I gave
minutes.
an argument.
So I've given you 21 minutes to provide an argument for your God. And what you did was provide a really shitty argument for the ontology of the laws of logic. And I'm not going to waste another 30 minutes for you to repeat the same bad talking points. So now I'm going to give you my argument. So now I'm going to give you my argument for why your God isn't real, right? So this is the fun thing about conversations, right? I ask you for an argument, and when it fails, I'm just done with it. I'm not going to let you repeat the same thing over again. Now I want to give an argument. Want to hear my argument?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you believe that your God is all good?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that it's ever good to take a baby and drive a sword through it?
To kill babies? No, it's not good.
No, ever. Is it ever good to take a sword and drive it through a baby?
No.
Never. Okay, so there's never a situation where that would be good?
No.
Oh, this guy's cooked. Okay, well. 1 Samuel 15:3. I assume you haven't read it. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Why is God commanding them to kill babies?
Okay, so according to this, after the attack, all the Amalekites would be dead. Yes.
No, that's not entirely true. But I understand that you're going to point out the anachronism that Amalekites show up later in the Bible, and that's kind of irrelevant right now because I'm not depending. This argument has nothing to do with genocide. This argument has nothing to do with whether or not every person was ever killed. This argument is whether it's okay to murder babies.
Well, was every person killed?
That's not my argument. It's irrelevant.
Yes, it is. It is relevant. You will see why. So I'm asking again.
It's not relevant. I already know your argument. Your argument is against genocide. I'm not making an argument about genocide. I'm making an argument about killing babies.
How do you know my argument if I didn't give it one?
Because I've already heard it 1,000 times.
No, you haven't.
Yes,
you haven't
yes,
heard
I
my
have.
yes or
argument.
no, Pruna? Pruna, yes or no? Does the
So
text
I'm not allowed
command
to
the
give
Israelites
arguments.
to
I'm not
kill
allowed. Yes.
babies?
Okay, yes. So what I'm saying here is he also told to wipe out, yes, the Amalekites. There,
No one
the
cares.
Amalekites,
Again, we're not
after this
talking about
attack.
genocide. Pruna, we're not talking about genocide. That's my argument has nothing to do with
I'm just
genocide.
asking. I'm just
But
asking because you
you're
are taking this
deflecting.
literally, yes?
I'm not talking about
I'm not.
genocide.
Doesn't matter. You are talking about a biblical narrative, yes?
I'm talking about a
And
biblical
a
narrative where God instructed
and
them
biblical
to
language.
wipe out the Amalekites, including the babies.
Perfect. So every Amalekite, including the babies, would have been wiped out with this attack, right? After this attack.
Only if they did it. We don't know if they actually did it. In fact, if you read the story, it's pretty clear that they did preserve some. So this has nothing to do with genocide. This is about whether or not they killed babies.
So they preserved only Agag.
They
Yes?
preserved the king and some of the animals and possibly others.
How do you know possibly others? Well, where does it say that there were other people spared?
Do you think that there's other Amalekites other than the king? Do you think he's the only Amalekite that lives there?
Well, it says that it's only Agag who lived, yes?
They brought Agag and they let him live.
Okay, perfect. So according to this, if we are taking it literally, all the Amalekites, including babies, donkeys...
Just to be clear, Pruna, I'm asking, did even one baby get killed?
I would say no.
No? So God told them to unalive all of the babies, and they didn't let a single baby live. Or you're saying that all the babies lived?
Yes, because it's hyperbolic language. Have you ever heard about that?
I have heard about it, and this is going to cook you. You're not going to like this.
Okay.
I know you're going to quote the Merneptah Stele, and it's not going to go well for you.
No, I'm quoting, for example, 1 Samuel 19 to 21. Can you read it?
19? We're in 15. Yes, I'm aware that there's an anachronism where the Amalekites show up later. I mentioned that before you even started talking.
No, here is nothing about Amalekites. In 1 Samuel 22, 19 to 21.
Does it fix the dead babies?
Can you read it?
Does it address the babies?
Yes. Can you just read it?
Okay. All right. What do you want to read?
1 Samuel 22, 19 to 21.
Oh, this you're not gonna like this. The murder of the priests. This is gonna cook you hard. The priests at Nob that were murdered under God's own prophecy from Samuel chapter 2. Okay, Nob, the city of priests, he put to the sword men, women, and children, infants, oxen, donkey, and sheep. He put to the sword. You're aware that God predicted this in 2 Samuel chapter 2, right?
Just a second. So children and babies were put to death, yes, according to what you read over. Okay,
which you agreed wasn't a good thing.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
Just to be clear, were any babies killed here?
Just go ahead until 21, and then we will.
Just to be clear, were any babies killed?
Can you go ahead and then I will tell you?
Okay, so you can't tell me. It says, but of the sons of Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled after David. Yeah, because that's what God predicted in the 2nd chapter. Abiathar told David that Saul had killed the priests of the Lord. David said to Abiathar, I knew. Do you want me to keep reading or yes or no?
It's fine till here. So who did Abiathar tell David that were killed?
The priests, and we know their family was killed too. Do you want to know how?
Okay, so the priests, yes?
And their families. You want to know how?
How?
Because not only does it say so in the book, God predicted it. If you actually go back to when God prophesied that this was going to happen in is it 2 Samuel or 1 Samuel? Let's go 2 Samuel 2. No, it's got to be 1 Samuel 2 because it's Eli.
So according to
just pay attention, Pruna. Maybe you'll learn something.
Just a second.
So just stop talking for 5 seconds. So there's a prophecy that this would happen because of Eli's wicked sons. God says he's going to punish the house of Eli because of this. So when you go down to the prophecy, later down, like 30 or so, says, the man of God came to Eli and said to him, thus the Lord has said, I revealed myself to the family of your ancestor in Egypt when they were slaves to the house of Pharaoh, blah, blah, blah. I chose you, blah, 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 blah. And he says, the time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. No one in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of you whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. And who's the only one that gets away after the murder of the priest at Nob? What's his name?
Abiathar.
Abiathar, yes. So the prophecy was that the entire household would be murdered and only one of them would get away. And then we fast forward to chapter 22. And what do we see? The entire household was murdered and only Abiathar got away.
Yes, but according to Abiathar, who was killed?
The priests and the families.
According to Abiathar.
Just be clear. According to Abiathar, all of the priests have been killed, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the text isn't true. Obviously, all the children and the rest of the family were killed too.
If Abiathar told only the priests, could babies be priests?
Abiathar didn't say only the priests were killed. I don't know why you keep adding that.
Why didn't he tell it?
Bruno, are you insinuating that
there?
Yahweh's prophecy did not come to pass?
Yeah,
No,
did Yahweh's
I'm saying
prophecy not come to pass?
It came to pass, but
Okay, so then when it says that they killed the children and the infants, that means it killed the children and infants.
That is hyperbolic language, because then it tells that
hyperbolic doesn't necessitate that no children died. I don't know why you keep going to this. Listen, even if it was hyperbolic and not every individual ever in that household died, it doesn't entail that there weren't dead babies.
It does, because it says that
no, it doesn't.
Priests were killed.
It says the children were killed.
Does Abiathar say that children were
text
killed?
says he put to the sword men, women, children, and infants. If that's not true, then it's a lie.
No, it's hyperbolic language.
No, it's not hyperbolic. It's a statement. A hyperbolic statement would be like, I killed all of the children. That's hyperbolic. When it says that they killed the women, children, and infants, that's not hyperbolic. That's just a statement.
Yes, it's hyperbolic language that can be used.
It's not hyperbolic.
Well, Abiathar tells us otherwise.
No, he does not. Abiathar at no point states that the rest of the family members didn't get murdered. So just be clear. God says that I'm going to murder your entire household. None of them are going to live to old age. The text says that the entire household was killed. Not one of them was going to live to old age. Abiathar later, when he recounts the story, just says that the priests were murdered. That's a true statement.
Yeah, so according to Abiathar, who was killed?
According to Abiathar, the priests were killed, and the priests were killed. He didn't say only the priests were killed. Why does my screen keep changing?
Yeah,
I gotta go back.
He didn't also tell that their children were killed.
It's not relevant.
If some tragedy befalls me at my workplace, and all my coworkers and their families are tragically killed, and I say, "Oh no, my coworkers have all died," does that mean that I'm saying that the families also didn't die?
Well, this is a false analogy.
No, it's a
not a perfect analogy.
No, it is a false analogy because our language is not their language.
No, I know about language.
So how they express some things is different from how we express things.
False.
So if we find here that Saul killed babies, children, and worms, whatever.
It says that they did, and he takes credit for it. David takes credit for it. David says, "I'm responsible for the lives of all your father's house." So yes, I agree that when Abiathar said they killed the priests, That's a true statement. It's also a true statement when David says, I'm responsible for the lives of all your father's house, because his father's house was murdered as it was predicted.
But Abiathar tells us that were only priests.
No, he doesn't say that. He, not in a single word does he say only the priests were killed.
Okay, does he tell that anybody with the priests were killed?
He doesn't have to. Your own dumb apologetics in the New Testament
Yes.
agree that just because not every person in the story is mentioned doesn't mean that there weren't other people in the story. It doesn't mean there weren't other people involved. If that's your hermeneutic, then
Okay,
you're absolutely
also-
screwed when it comes to the resurrection narrative,
Okay,
because now you've got a
it
gigantic
also-
contradiction
just a
in which
second.
women went, when
Just
did they
a
go, where were the angels, how many angels were there.
Okay.
But in your own biblical
Okay,
hermeneutic, you
we will
agree
go- we will go
that
there
just
if you want.
because somebody makes a statement about some, like a group of people, and they don't mention every single individual, doesn't mean that there weren't other individuals present.
Okay, and it doesn't mean that there were. So you are
No,
having
it
a double
does. The text absolutely tells you that there was. It positively tells you in 3
And the
different
text-
places that there were
and
other
the
people
text-
there that were murdered.
And the text also tells me that there were the priests. So you are
No, it
taking
doesn't
only
say
what
that.
you want from the text.
No,
and
no,
when
we'll
the
try this
text
again.
varies you,
So
you
there
don't know.
there are 4 passages that talk about these deaths. 3 of those passages indicate that the entire household is murdered. 1 passage mentions the priests by themselves. I'm using the 3 independent passages that distinctly say that the whole house would be murdered to conclude that the whole house was murdered, and you're clinging desperately to 1 passage saying that these other 3 must be wrong because this 1 passage, if you squint hard enough, means something I need it to mean.
No, I'm just, as you say, yeah, exactly as you say, it is written in the Bible this. I'm also saying it is written in the Bible this. So
It's
I'm
not.
using what I'm using is your standard. I know
No,
that you
what
don't
you're
like
using is lying.
your own standards to bury you.
You're
I
lying
lie.
on what this says. This doesn't say that only the priest
Okay,
died.
does Abiathar say that the priests of God died?
Did they die?
Yes.
Okay, so then it's a true statement. The priests did get murdered, as well as their families, because the text says that
Okay,
their
does
families
Abiathar
were
say that?
murdered. It doesn't
Does
matter what
Abiathar
Abiathar
say
said.
that?
God said it.
It does. It
God
does.
said it, Pruna.
Bruno,
Okay,
where
God
does
can
it
use
say that
the
only
hyperbolic
the
language.
priests?
Where does it say that there were others with the priests also?
We just read it.
No, where does Abiathar say that? Because you are asking me
Why
where
is
does Abiathar say
why is Abiathar's statement the only thing that matters here? God himself tells you what he's going to do, and then the book itself tells you what happened, and then David, the king, admits what happens later, says that he's responsible for what happened to all of the household.
I guess God's a liar and Abiathar is the only one telling the truth. Is that what's
That
happening,
is.
Bruno?
No,
Let-
you
let
are
every
guessing, you are
let every
guessing
man
wrong.
be a liar except for Abiathar, and let God be a liar also. I read about that Bible verse. Let God be a liar,
now
and
you are-
only
so now you are
Abiathar the truth
you are-
teller.
You are now misrepresenting, yes, what you are saying.
The amount of pretzels you have to tie yourself into for this one is wild.
No, I'm just using your standards, bro.
Okay, so the Bible clearly indicates that God instructs them to kill babies. It indicates that they did kill babies, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. Like, you can say it's hyperbolic all you want,
you-
but hyperbolism has
okay.
nothing to do with whether or not they killed babies. This was like a standard
you-
model in the ancient world.
Okay.
What do you think?
Let's
That,
go
do you think
and
they
see.
killed all of their parents and
Let's-
let the babies live? What do they do? They round up all the
Let's-
babies afterward and put them into an orphanage? You think they adopted all the
okay.
babies? What kind of a
Let's-
clownish
let's
idea
go.
is this?
Let's go and see, for example, in Judges 21, 10 to 11. The same
What do you want
thing.
to see?
Judges 21, 10 to 11.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna put it on the screen and Cookie on this one too. So the congregation sent 12,000 soldiers there and commanded them to go put the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead to the sword, including the women and the little ones, obviously the children. This is what you should do. Every male and every woman who has lain with a male you shall devote to destruction. That means killed. And they found
Okay.
among the
So
inhabitants
this
of
means
Jabesh
so.
Gilead 400 young
Sorry.
virgins who had never slept with a man, and brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. And what does God say in Leviticus 27 about human beings that are devoted to destruction?
Just a second. So
To be
what
clear,
does it say in,
God to be
what
clear,
does it
God
say in them?
commanded them to be devoted to destruction, right?
What does it say over there?
We'll try
We
this
can
again.
go. We can go.
It
We can
says,
go
if
Leviticus
you're paying
also.
attention, Pruna, if you're paying attention, I will tell you. The instruction was to
You are
kill every male
pivoting,
and
bro.
every woman
Yeah.
who is lain with a
Mhm.
male, and they shall be
Okay.
devoted to destruction. What does devoted to destruction mean?
To kill everybody.
It means to kill them. And what does God say about people
Just a
that?
second. Just a
What
second.
does?
Why are you running?
ju-
Why
I'm
are you running?
I'm showing you the problem with your interpretation. So in Leviticus
running?
27, God
So you are
tells
running.
you
Okay.
that you must not let people devoted to destruction live. He says, no human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. God's own words. If you put anyone to the devotion to destruction, to the harem, you must kill them. God's own command. So when these babies in the passage in Judges 21 are devoted to destruction, or the children, God's own command is that you must put them to death.
Okay, so maybe you are misrepresenting the words over there, because it tells you, look what you have to do. So it's telling them exactly what they have to do. Can this mean that it is hyperbolic language?
No, it says you must put them to death. God's own
Okay,
words,
then
you must put them to death. That's not
okay. And
hyperbolic
in
language.
11,
That's a
and
statement about what you must do.
does in verse
You know, if
11
we apply
tell
this across
tell them what to do?
if we apply this across the board, Justin, we can just say that anytime God says put away all idols, that just means put away like some of the idols, right?
Oh shit, I forgot. You're right. All idols only means some idols. I forgot about that. When he says that
No,
his law is perfect, he means it's just good. It's not actually perfect, it's just good. It's crazy how
but
quickly they jump to
just a
calling
second.
God a liar when they don't like what the book says.
No, we're not calling
It's only
God a liar. We're calling you a liar. We are calling you
No.
liars.
I'm saying the book means what it says. You're saying the book doesn't mean what it says.
Okay.
You're the
No, I'm
one
saying that
claiming
it
that
means-
the book is lying.
No, you are claiming only where you want that it says what you want, and then
No.
when I'm telling you,
Wrong again.
I'm showing you.
We
I'm
just take
showing
the
you
text for what it
exactly.
says, Bruno.
Buddy, we took the
Okay,
text for what it says.
Okay, does first of all, does Abiatar
In-
say that the priests
In
were
verse
killed?
in verse 11, are there children devoted to destruction?
In verse 11, no.
I'll read it again. I know you weren't listening. This is what you should do. Every male and every woman who has lain with a male you shall devote to destruction. The little ones
Yeah.
are to be put to the sword. It says, go put the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead to the sword, including the women and the little ones. So the women and the little ones get destroyed. Specifically
Specifically
the ones who have
11.
known men.
Okay, and which little one, which baby has known a man?
No one's saying that they did. Are you lost right now? Are you confused about how English works?
What does it
I
say
know
in verse
your
11?
reading comprehension is not very
What-
high, but Bruno,
what-
we
This
really
is
need you
really
to
okay.
lock
So
the
just
fuck
be
down.
clear. Yeah, you got to
stop with-
focus.
Stop with ad hominem.
You need
Stop
to
with ad
lock
hominems.
in. So
That's not
in,
ad hominem.
So
in Jabesh Gilead,
verse-
there were women and there were children. The
Okay,
instruction
perfect. And
was
in-
to put to the sword the women
Which?
and the children,
Yes.
and then you preserve for
No.
yourself the women who have not known a man.
Okay, so it's not everybody who were killed. The babies
I-
were spared.
No, everybody's killed.
If the girls who did not know a man were spared, this means that everybody
They
was
weren't
killed.
spared. They were killed.
Okay, in verse
So let me
11, what does it say?
let me spell it out for you,
What-
Bruno,
what
because
does it
you
say?
don't know
What-
anything about the
read-
ancient world.
please-
I
please
grant
read
that you
again.
read a
Please read
Reddit
again.
thread I know you read a Reddit thread
Please.
about this, and
No,
now you
I'm
think you
no
know
no no.
something, but you don't.
Okay,
So what it means
again
to
with
be
that hominins.
devoted to destruction means that you're going to die. It's a special killing. It's a killing for Yahweh. You bring the person to Yahweh, if possible, and you kill them within either inside or outside of the camp. The same way we read in the Moabite stone. In the Moabite stone, what do? They go to the nearby city from the tribe of Gad, and they put one of the towns under the ban. They devote one of the towns to destruction. That wasn't the only town they fought against. They fought against other towns. It was a special destruction devoted to their deity Chemosh. It was Nebo. The town was Nebo. The king of the Moabites says that they took the city of Nebo and dedicated it as devoted to destruction for the god Chemosh. That's what it means to devote something for destruction. So they took this town, and some of the inhabitants were outright murdered. They were just killed. Some of the inhabitants were not outright murdered. They were devoted to destruction. They were murdered specifically as an offering to Yahweh. Everybody got killed.
No, because
Yeah.
it tells them in verse 11, this is what you shall do.
Yeah, put them to the sword.
So it explains what they should do.
Yeah,
yes?
you kill them. Yeah, you put them to the sword.
And in verse 12,
in verse 12, they die too. Devoted to
12,
destruction means die.
In verse 12, where do they die? 12. You are reading 11, bro.
Why would I be waiting for them to display how they died?
Okay, what did they do with that one?
They brought them to the camp. That's what I told you. It's a killing for Yahweh. You're killing these people for Yahweh. It's a human sacrifice.
The people
they
who
found
are
among the
killed
inhabitants
for
of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man. They brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is the land of Canaan. And then they did according to the law.
Where does it say that they were killed, bro?
The law instructs you to kill them.
Where does it say that they were killed? Because the instruction was to kill women who knew men.
To be devoted to destruction means you're going to die. That's what it means to be destroyed.
Yes, and according to verse 11,
I've literally never heard somebody twist these words so badly as you. This is the worst reading of the text I've ever seen.
Can you go again?
I could permit this if you were like 12, but you're a grown-ass man. So we'll do this again.
Yes, and
if you're devoted to destruction, you die. Nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction. Nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. If you are devoted to destruction, you will die. You just get a special death.
Yes.
You get to die for Yahweh because you are set apart for Yahweh. That's what it means to be holy. To be holy means you're set apart. You're God's portion. You're set apart. These are special killings for Yahweh, but they still die.
Okay, and according to verse 11, because you are talking and you are not
Buddy, I need you to address the passage I just read. Stop going back to the passage that does nothing for you.
No, because
what
verse 11 explains.
What does God tell you happens to people that are devoted to destruction? What does he tell you?
Yes, they are to be killed, but according to verse 11, who is to be...
if you're devoted to destruction and they set apart people that are devoted... I'm muting you because you keep talking over me and you are incapable of having a conversation. So if you're devoted to destruction, it doesn't mean you get to live. It means you die. You get to die a special death, not an ordinary death. You get to die for Yahweh. That's what's happening in the text. Just because the text doesn't describe their death doesn't mean that they didn't die. That's the dumbest argument ever. These arguments from silence are the worst arguments I have ever heard.
Can I talk a little bit, or you want to monologue? I will put myself on mute
are you
and
going
let
to
you
are you
talk.
going to address the text that says what happens to people that
Yes,
are devoted to,
I
then address
yes,
it.
I'm
Address the
addressing. I
text
told
that
you.
talks about what you do to people that are devoted to destruction.
Okay, can I talk a little bit without you interrupting me?
I'm asking you to talk. Address the
Yes.
text that I just read.
Yes, so according to Leviticus, yes, everybody who is specified needs to be put to death. And in
Yeah.
verse 11 specifies who is to be put to death.
Yeah, indeed. And verse
And in
12
verse
too.
11,
In verse
doesn't
12.
include babies.
Yes.
In
Yes, both of them die. Those that are devoted to destruction and the babies die.
does verse
We'll
11
we'll
say
try.
babies?
Verse 11 does not. Verse 10 does. So we'll try this again for the last time, since you're
Okay.
incapable
Damn,
of
reading is
reading
hard.
yourself. So the congregation sent 12,000 soldiers there and commanded them, go put the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead to the sword, including the women and the children, the little ones. They died by the sword. They're done. They're dead. The only ones that were preserved were the women and the men who didn't know man. That's it. And they were devoted to destruction because they were not impure. If you're impure, then you can't be devoted to destruction typically. All right. Listen, Pruna, you're not capable of having an adult conversation, so I think this is kind of the end of the road for you, okay? But I would work on
Okay, so
your reading comprehension and understand that these arguments are poor and they wouldn't even work in like a high school debate. These are not good arguments. But go ahead and tell all your friends that you beat Deconstruction Zone, okay?
Reading is hard.
Apparently, I've literally never seen somebody make such a hard argument from silence. Well, it doesn't say that they got killed. It literally gives the instruction to go kill them. What else are we gonna think? Crazy. Smack, thank you for the 50. NOK says, I think a lot of theists would shut the F up if we just taught them how the probability of something that already happened is 1. I know, yes. If something happened, the probability of that thing happening is 100%. It's just 1 to 1. That it happened, we know that the probability is 1. I agree with you. Joseph, thank you for the super chat, says friction and pilot pens, my dude. I actually have both. They have erasable highlighters, life-changing. Praise Doug. So I have both of those pens you're referring to and the erasable highlighters. Joseph, I think we've commented before on my love for writing utensils, and I'm with you. I'm on board. Stephen, thank you for the $9.99. Says, I'm Metalhead from Utah. The believers in Joseph's myth around here are either really nice or super judgmental, sheltered and brainwashed, love your content, and the smell of deep-fried Mormon logic. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And the Mormons, at least, that I've come upon are typically pretty nice. It's just the belief system is crazy. Kyle, thank you for the 70 ZAR. I don't know what country that's from, but W says, if atheists believe there is nothing after death, and so I assume you're not an atheist, and that is eternal nothingness, then how do you explain the prelude to this existence? You can't just pop into existence from eternal nothingness. I never said that we did. Souls don't exist, Kyle. You just want them to exist. Consciousness is derived from the brain. They are literally brain states, not soul states, which is why.
I didn't come from nothing. I was a swimmer before I was a fetus.
I came from pre-existing matter, and so did my dog. As it turns out, my dog has brain states, and my cat. And I've even had goldfish. In fact, I have had a goldfish that was smarter than the last caller. Dale, thank you for the 100 Aussie dollars. Big W, Dale. I appreciate that. Says, to my brother from another mother, keep up the good fight, mate. I had a full day's drive for work last week, and you made it go so quick. Justice for Satan. Praise Doug. Well, thank you so much, Dale. I really appreciate that. And yes, justice for Satan. Satan was innocent, friends. He was innocent. All right, last one.
You know, a really interesting book. Someone needs to write this and call it. It's a book about all the Bible stories, but from the perspective of Satan, and like he's like, and we'll call it the Better Book.
I listen. I'm down. Let's make it happen. That guy Fox says, the prophet of Doug, I ask of you, which is more dense, these theists or Doug? That's a tough one because Doug is the densest material on the planet, obviously, because he's the grounding of all grounding. But it's hard. It's hard because these theists are really, they're reaching so hard already tonight. It's not a good look. I'll have to pray on that one. We'll get Herv in the box. How you doing, Herv?
Yeah, I'm blessed. What about you?
Good. Herv, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Sure, I believe in God.
Cool. And which God?
The universe God, the one who created me and you.
Does it have a name?
The name,
Zeus?
that the name I said God. Let me tell you one thing. Do you know the meaning of God?
Let me try this again. Does your God have a name?
No, that the name we call God. That I'm
No.
trying to ask you. Do you know the meaning of God?
We'll
Because you
try
say
again.
God.
Does your God have a
say-
name?
That's what I'm just trying to make you understand. You say on your
Just to be
title-
clear, I'm looking for a yes or no. Does your God have a name?
No, let me tell you.
Well,
There's
We'll try this again. It's a yes or no question. I need a yes or no
I cannot
answer.
answer you
Does
yes.
your
I
God
cannot
have a
answer
yes
you-
or no?
I cannot answer you yes or no. The God that the
Okay,
name.
because you can't be honest then.
Yeah, no, I cannot say yes or no. There are questions that you
Well,
cannot
you can
say
say
yes.
I don't know. Just say I don't know if you don't
No,
know.
no. My
All
God.
right, so we'll
the
try
God
this again. Does your God
I
have a
say-
name? Possible answers are yes, no, or maybe.
God that the name. That what you mentioned. That the name. God.
I'm
that the name.
I'm still waiting for a yes or no. I know you just said
That's not
words,
a
but I
name.
couldn't make them
No,
out.
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You don't let me explain. You want me to answer what you have in your mind. I'll not give you what you have in your mind.
So
The-
I'll
the name
just put it
God-
on the screen to make it a little bit easier for you to follow along. So I've got a notepad up now. The question at the moment is, does your God have a name? Now, it could be yes. It's possible that your God has a name.
No,
It could be
no.
no. It's possible that your
Okay.
God doesn't have a name.
No, listen.
It could
Let
actually
me-
be.
give
It
me-
could be
give
a
me time to
maybe.
answer.
It could be a
Let me
maybe,
say-
or
let
I
me
don't
answer you.
know.
Let me answer you. You don't give
Okay.
me time. Let me say.
Okay,
You see,
so
God.
just so we're
God-
aware,
Okay,
we only
let me-
need a one word answer.
Okay, let me answer. Let me give me time.
It's one word.
God,
You
that's
already
the
used
name.
4
God.
words, 5 words, 6
No, no, no.
words. I need
Okay,
one word.
God is the
I
name.
need one word.
So, God is in English. Is
Oh.
Dieu in French.
We'll
Is
try this
the-
again.
the-
I'm looking
So
for a
now
yes
I'm
or
answering.
no. A yes is yes, a no is no.
Then yeah, the name is God. That's what you mentioned.
We'll
Is
try
that
this.
the name of
We'll try
my-
this again. Does your God have
No.
a name?
No. The problem is that you don't have to put God. Put
We'll
another
try this-
word. Then
so-
I'll tell you. Then
So here's
So
what's
you
gonna happen.
worship
Herb.
you worship El, the chief deity of the Canaanites?
It sounds like he almost said it. It was really hard to get out because he's shouting into his phone. To be clear, Herv, I don't care which God or what you believe about the God. I'm trying to figure out if your God has a name so we know like what you believe. I'm trying just to be clear, we're not in the argument yet. This is not an argument. I'm not
that I
debating.
say,
Just-
I'm giving you his name.
Just to be clear, Herv, we're not in the debate yet. The debate hasn't started. I'm only asking you details about your God. I need to know about
a
your God.
name.
And the first
Okay, my
detail
God.
that I need to know about your God is whether or not your God has a name. That's a detail I need to know. So it's yes, no, or I don't know.
Yeah.
You could say maybe.
Yes.
Which one is it?
First, God.
The name is God.
Yes.
Okay, so the answer then is no?
No, I give you. I say yes. The name is God. So what you want me to say?
Oh, so
no? I said,
the answer is yes. God has a name, and the name
Yes.
is God.
correct.
Okay, so his name is identical to his description.
Yeah, the name is God. So you don't let me explain to you. Let me
Okay.
explain to you what.
My
So
name
the-
is Human, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Let me explain to you.
I know. So
Big-
the next question
me
is:
let me
does
explain.
your
We
God
don't
have a religion or a book? Yes or no?
God has no religion.
Okay,
Religions
so-
come from people.
Does it have a book?
Who? God.
Your God.
No. What they put in the book is
I
the
don't know
word
why
of
you
God.
can't say yes or no. Say yes or no.
No,
Does your
no,
God have
I'm
a
not
book?
answer. No. Why you want me to answer yes or no? Am I in
Buddy, you're
school
gonna
like
say yes or no. I'm
I
gonna
have to
drop you.
explain to you. I have to explain to you the
No,
word.
you don't have to explain shit. What you need
Why
to
should
do
I?
right now is give
Why
me
should
a
I not
yes or
explain to
no
you?
to the discussion, because before we can debate the existence of your God, I need to know what fucking God you believe in. So what I need for you is to give me the easy yes or no answer to whether or not your God has a book or a religion. It sounds to me like your God doesn't have a religion, but he might have a book and you don't want to tell me which book it is. So if your God doesn't have a book, then what I need for you is to tell me no, he doesn't have a book. So are you capable of answering yes or no?
You want people to say what you people to repeat what you say.
All right, so we'll try this again. Does your God have a book?
No, let me tell you.
Does your God have a book?
No, God has no book.
Does your okay? So the answer is no. God has no book.
No.
Why do I have to ask you? Okay, so God does have a book. Okay, so yes, God does have a book.
Does not have a book.
Okay, so then it would be no. Okay, so we're back at no. Okay, God does not have a book.
God does not have a book. Okay, what the next question?
Then why do you tell me I was wrong when I said no?
No, you're wrong because God.
Are you intoxicated right now? Why are you shouting into your phone?
Let me speak,
buddy. You've been speaking entirely too much.
Woman.
Right, so it sounds like we finally came to the conclusion of our first two introductory questions.
No, why you don't let why?
So we finally got to the answers to our first two questions, which is primarily your God doesn't really have a name, your God doesn't have a religion, and your God doesn't have a book. Now that we finally got that out of the way,
Closing my microphone?
Because you keep talking over me. If you stop talking over me, I'll quit muting you. So just so we're clear, if you stop talking over me, I will stop muting you. You're still doing it, by the way. Every time you unmute, you start talking over me, which is why I keep muting you. So I'm not. No, I don't know why you think this is going to work. You don't have a mute button. I do. So what's going to happen is you're going to come back to the conversation and you're going to stop talking over me. If you stop talking over me, I'll stop muting you. And then we can have an actual conversation. I'd love to have a conversation. I'm here for conversations. Dalton is here for conversations as well. We want you to have a conversation with us. We want you to tell us about your God. We'd love nothing more than you to tell us about your God. But you have to stop talking over me for that to happen. So the next question is, now that we know that your God doesn't have a book, your God doesn't have a religion, tell me the attributes or qualities of your God. What's your God like?
I'm going to answer you if you have my microphone closed.
Tell me about the attributes of God. What's he like?
Okay, I'll not tell you what I like. I'll tell you about my God. I first tell you the God, that means name. It's like you ignore even the meaning of God. That's the first thing I have to tell you. You ignore. Because if you don't, you know the meaning of God, because God is in English and then Dieu in French. So you have to know what God means before to talk, because you put your God, it's meaning you recognize him as a name of God. So what the meaning of God? Before to go ahead, you have to know what God means. You want me to teach you, to tell you what God means? That a name. God.
It depends on the religion, Hervé.
Yeah, in most monotheistic religions, God is the creator of all things. In polytheistic religions, God isn't necessarily the creator of all things because there's multiple deities. Are you a polytheist or a monotheist?
No, let's go bit by bit. You want me to tell you what God?
Are you a polytheist or a monotheist?
Why we can move when we do not finish the first question?
Are you a polytheist or a monotheist?
Oh, God of heaven. I don't know. We cannot move like this. So there's
nothing. Do you believe in one God or two gods?
Because it's like you questioning me. It's
like
I'm your
one
student.
God or multiple gods?
Questioning me to answer you. It's me.
Do you believe in one God or multiple gods?
Let's first finish the meaning of God, the name of God.
Well, the meaning is different depending on how many gods you believe in, which is why I'm asking you how many gods you believe in.
Why you don't let me talk? Why you
Herb,
don't let me
I
talk?
want you to
Let
talk,
me
but I
talk.
want you to answer my question first because I'm
No,
confused
you
about your
keep
position.
asking.
I
You
want
keep
to know what your
asking
position is,
question
Herb.
over question. No,
Herb,
let
I
me
want to
finish.
know what your position is. Do you believe in one
What my
God or
position?
multiple gods?
Okay, before to move there, let me tell you what God means before to
We're gonna
move
try
there.
this
Can
again.
you allow me?
So I don't know why you think you're in charge here. It's crazy that you think you are. So we'll try this again. In order to define God, I need to know if you believe in one God or multiple gods, because the definition of God in
No.
polytheism is different than the definition of God in monotheism, which means in order to get to our conclusion, I need to now know whether or not you're a monotheist or a polytheist. Can you answer that question?
Like a lecture in the school, in a class, your student will all have 0 because you don't let finish the first question, you jump in the second one, you give, so that's not a debate.
You won't
What
answer any of the questions.
Yeah, what question do you think you're answering?
Okay, I first want to tell you what the
What
name God
question
means.
do you think you're answering?
No, I want to tell you, ask me the name
What
of God. I say
question
God
do
is
you
the
think
name.
you're answering right now?
I want to answer God. What God means.
What question do you think you're answering?
You don't let me answer any question. That's why you keep asking me questions.
I'm asking you to tell me what question you're giving the answer to.
I want to give the God, the meaning of God, what God means.
That's not a
the
question.
That's
I didn't
not
ask
the
you
question that Justin asked you.
Pardon?
Nobody's asking that question.
You asked me before, you say, what the name of my God? I tell you the name is God.
You gave me the name. It's God. That's already done. We're already past that. The name of God is God. And then I asked you the second question. Does your God have a religion or a book? You said no. Boom. We're done with that. Now we're on a third question because it sounds like you might be a polytheist. Are you a polytheist?
I believe in one God.
Okay, so you're a monotheist. Great. I don't know why that was so hard. All right, go ahead and tell me about your monotheistic, nameless God with no book or religion.
Okay, let me tell you, I just tell people many times people think to know a lot about the word of God is, but many people, they just believe ignorance. That's what the Bible says in the book of Isaiah 4:6.
The Bible?
You don't believe in the Bible.
I believe in the Bible.
I thought you just worshipped a God named God, not Yahweh.
Yeah,
No.
You said your God doesn't have a book.
Oh, no, okay. You said
why are
God
you
does
lying
not
to me right now? What is wrong with you?
God does not have a book.
We got to go back. So we got to go back to the drawing board again. So my question was whether or not God had. So we'll try this again. So the question about whether or not your God had a book or a religion is yes, and it's the Bible, which means you're a Christian. It's crazy. What did Jesus say? He says, if you deny me before men, I'll deny you before my Father in heaven. So why are you up here denying that your God has a name, denying that your God has a book, denying that your God has a religion? Why are you so ashamed of just saying, I'm a fucking Christian?
Okay, I don't first deny that God does not have a name, but God does not have a book. The word of God is being put in the book so that people can go read, because we didn't live in the time of Jesus Christ.
Your God's name is Yahweh?
Whatever people can call him. I cannot have also
It's
another
Yahweh
name.
and or Jesus.
In my home.
We started out the discussion with 2 lies already. The first lie is that your God doesn't have a name. Your second lie is that your God doesn't have a book. In fact, your third lie was that your God doesn't have a religion. But as it turns out, your God has a name, he has a book, has a religion. You're a Christian. Don't know why you couldn't just come up here and say you're a Christian. Jesus is going to spit you out of his mouth because you are lukewarm as fuck.
No, I'm not. I don't design myself as a Christian, because you know what? Christianity are all these people doing.
He's denying the Savior?
Hervé, do you
I'm
believe that Jesus of Nazareth was the Messiah and the Son of God? If you say yes, you are a Christian. If you say no,
I'm a
you are
disciple.
not a Christian.
No, I'm a disciple, because Jesus.
You're a Christian.
No. Let me tell you, Jesus did not left Christianity. He left disciple.
What is the word Christian? What is the word Christian? Christian comes from a phrase which means follower of Christ. If you are a follower of Christ, you are a Christian.
No, Christian.
First of all, Herb, I don't know how many times I can say this. Stop shouting into your speaker. I don't care if you have to take a step back from it. I don't care if you have to put it on the table next to you. Stop shouting into it. You're blowing my eardrums up. Nobody can hear a word you're saying because you're literally shouting 3 millimeters from your microphone. Stop doing that.
Can you read? Because we still talking.
Try this again, Herv. You didn't hear me. Before this conversation can continue, I need you to take your phone and I need you to put it at least 12 inches from your face. You're way too fucking close to it. You're blowing everyone's eardrums out. I'm going to be deaf tomorrow if you don't stop this.
Okay, let's move. Okay. Now it's okay? It's okay with you now?
It's better. It's not good, but it's better.
Okay, no problem. I put it far away.
Okay. Now.
Hey, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Can you pull up 1 Peter 4:16?
Yes, absolutely.
Need it. He's a little bit confused about what he is.
No, but you didn't let me tell you.
So 1 Peter 4:16 says, if any of you suffers as a Christian, do not consider it a disgrace, but glorify God because you bear his name. That's what it means to be a Christian. You're taking on the name of the Christ.
Okay. Can you just read? Can you pull on the screen the book of Acts 11:26? I want everyone here, or yourself, you can read what is mentioned. The book of Acts.
Is that where they first called themselves Christians in Antioch?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's meaning before that, people were not called Christian.
Jesus I know, now they are.
Oh no, that I say it's a man, woman being who
to
give
be
those
clear,
people.
To be clear, a Christian is somebody who follows Christ.
Correct.
And you follow Christ?
I'm a disciple.
Do you follow Christ?
I follow Christ, but I'm a disciple. I'm not a Christian.
Okay, so
it's a contradiction.
I'm going to lay out this syllogism for you real quick. Maybe this will help you understand. So we'll say a Christian is a follower of JC. No, you said a Christian is a follower of Jesus. That's what you said. Now,
no, Christian.
And then what you said says Herb is a follower of JC. So then what that means is that conclusion, Herb is a, well, I typed that wrong. Hold on. Is a
you go to the you do the syllogism. This is a syllogism.
Just to be clear, if Christians are followers of JC and you are a follower of JC, that means that you are a Christian.
No, that I'm trying to explain to you. You read according to the book of Acts 11:16.
We just read it.
That people say those people are Christian, but when Jesus, Jesus to go to his father, he said, "Go make all other nation my disciple." He didn't say about Christian. Christian are religion. I'm not a religion.
Christian
people.
is a title.
They are religion. I'm not a religion.
No, Herb. Long before Christianity was ever a distinct religion, before Christianity as a religion existed, there were Christians.
They were disciples.
Yes, and those disciples called themselves Christian.
No,
because Christian. According to Acts, they called themselves Christian.
No, according of her, other people call them Christian because they think they heard about Jesus, they heard about Christ, and then they see on these people the image of Christ. Then you
cannot derive from the text of Acts 11 that it was other people calling them Christian.
Is that the Bible say there are other people call them Christian?
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, can you read again?
It just says that that's where they were first called Christian. Doesn't tell
exactly.
you.
It's Antioch.
They're saying that's when the term Christian originated. It originated from Antioch, which means it's not saying that they weren't Christians before it. It's saying that that's when they first started coining the term Christian was in Antioch. And to be sure, the word Christian in the dictionary means somebody professing Christianity and its teachings. Do you profess Christianity?
Sure.
That makes you a Christian. Congratulations.
I know,
You're a
I'm a
lukewarm.
disciple.
You're a
Me, I'm
lukewarm
a
Christ follower that's
disciple.
afraid to use Christ's name. Okay. So
Me, I'm a
now tell
disciple of
me
Jesus.
why your God is real without shouting directly into your microphone.
Okay, no problem. I'll tell you God is real, really, because Jesus say you must go and be my witness. So many people, they don't believe in God because they just have a testimony. I have so many testimony about what God has done in my life.
Nobody
So
cares about your testimony.
yeah, that way he wants us to to testify.
Please tell me you
what he
didn't
has
go through
done.
all of this nonsense. You didn't spend the last 20 minutes of that nonsense just to get up here and tell me a testimony. Please tell me you didn't do that.
So how can I talk about God if there's no testimony?
Your testimony is useless. There's testimonies in every religion about every god. Your testimony is only as valid as the testimonies about Shiva, the testimonies about Anubis. It's useless. It's a waste.
That I say, Jesus wants us to be witness.
Hey, Plato gave a testimony about a guy who died and visited the heavens and saw the Greek deities. Do you believe the myth of air?
I believe in God in everything. I believe in the creation.
Do you believe in the Greek gods?
Pardon?
Do you believe in the Greek gods?
Greek god? What do you mean?
Do you believe that the Greek deities exist?
Go again, like Greek kid? I don't get
Zeus.
it. Pardon? Zeus? Oh, the
Is
Greek.
Zeus real? Is there a
No,
deity named Zeus throwing lightning bolts?
I don't believe on those God. I believe in the
fantastic.
God,
Oh, sorry, my
creator.
microphone automatically turned itself down. I don't know why it does that. It fucking drives me insane. It does it again. I don't know why it does that. Fuck you, Elgato. I don't need that auto.
Let me pray for your microphone. Let me pray
Stop
for your
talking. You're the reason why it's doing it, dummy. If I didn't have to shout over you, my microphone wouldn't be clipping right now and trying to reduce itself. Take a fucking chill pill for 5 seconds. Be an adult. Okay, now, you don't believe that Zeus is real, do you?
No, I don't believe in this stupid thing. I believe in God.
Okay, but there are testimonies about Zeus.
The devil is also in action. People try to ignore it, but the world is being led in the devil.
Well, I would just say the same thing about your experience. Your experience is just being deceived by Zeus and the other gods.
No. The problem is that my God is stronger than those darkness to God. That's what I don't believe in.
Prove it.
But I tell you about
it's very obvious, Herb, that the trickster god Hermes, Trismegistus, has deceived you into departing from Zeus or whatever.
But don't come again. I don't hear you. Come again. You're saying something
I said it's very obvious that the Greek god Hermes Trismegistus has deceived you into not worshiping Zeus and following after false deities. See, I'm saying we can just turn the argument back on you. You can make the claim that the Greeks were deceived by Satan, but the Greeks could make the claim that you were deceived by Hermes.
So I think that why we don't get, like me, as I was telling you, I never believe on that Greek God. No, I just believe in God.
Doesn't matter if you believe it. Doesn't matter if you believe it.
So that's the point, because believing in God is spiritually, is a true faith. So I never go to the Greek God so that I can be deceived.
Nobody asked if you did.
The Greeks also believe they have true faith. So this is pointless.
It's them. That I say, it's about faith. Faith is about believing. So I don't believe in that.
Just to be clear, you're completely lost in the dialogue. You said that your God is real because of your personal experience, and I said, well, personal experience doesn't demonstrate that the God is real because other people have personal experiences with gods that you don't believe in, which means personal experience is not evidence of your deity.
Okay, let me tell you, if I did not talk about my personal experience, how can I give a testimony about God?
You can point to outside external proofs for the existence of your God.
Like what?
You tell me.
I would love to find out.
Because the only thing, like, let me tell you, because you know about God. I know you know
you've
about
heard
God.
it here. Zeus is real.
Okay, when the Bible talk about what God has done, Those
Praise
people they want
Zeus.
to give. No, I'm not Zeus.
Praise
I'm
the
Hervé.
rider on the clouds,
Pardon?
the master of the rods, the lord of
Uh-oh.
electrons.
No, it's not the god of electron. Those electron now, those are material thing. We don't believe on that. That's physics. That's stupid
Zeus
thing. That's not God. God is the God of human being like me and you. That
is
the
my
God that
mic
we
is my mic too loud? Let me know if my mic's too loud. I found a way to lock the gain in, but I don't know if I turned the gain up too much.
So God is.
I might finally be louder than this guy. I don't know. It's too
Just
loud.
a tiny bit.
No, I think you have to just come back to God so that your microphone can run wide. Otherwise, it will.
Yeah, that's certainly not good. That's not remotely close to what's going to
Considering the
happen.
fact that so many of the Christians on here have horrible mics, I don't think that's the case.
Pardon? Hello? What are you saying? I didn't hear you. Can you come back? Can you say I'm used to say pardon because I'm from a French-speaking country. So yeah, we say pardon more than sorry, you see? So that I keep saying pardon. So it's
It's
the way
fine. We know what pardon means.
Yeah.
So do you have any external evidences for your particular God? Something that you can point to that everyone can see and verify in order to see that it's proof for your God. Because your personal experiences, I didn't live your personal experiences, Justin didn't live your personal experiences, therefore your personal experiences cannot be proof for anyone other than yourself.
Okay, you want the external experience? I'll give you one. I live America like you. I was living in Maryland. It was 2018. I'll give you this experience.
Am
I going to be able to verify this story independently?
Just to be clear, Herv, he didn't ask you for your testimony. He asked you for something independent that is verifiable.
That's what I'm trying to give you. It's not even if
we don't want your testimony. Your testimony is not verifiable.
No, you can go verify. I'll give you the page. You can go verify that it happened in my life. I'll go and then. But that's the only way.
We are not calling your friends to ask you if something happened to you in the past.
What do you want me to tell you? So if you don't want my experience,
so we've already tried this again. Herv, I'm going to tell you for the last time. All right, I'm not going to tell you again. My patience is run thin at this point. Not a single personal experience story you ever tell us here is going to be meaningful to our conversation. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear it because you reject everybody's personal experience in every other religion. You think that only your personal experience is valid and everybody else's is invalid. So by the same token, I'm going to say that yours is invalid too. So your personal experience is useless to us here. So do you have something other than personal experience that you can point to demonstrate that your God is real, yes or no? Is this guy a doctor? What's he wearing in his profile pics?
I'm a medical doctor. You can even see it. I'm a medical doctor. So I'm alive. That's the only maybe proof that I can.
So you should know something about the idea of like external, independent, verifiable evidence.
I cannot give you something external. I'll give you the experience that I went with my God. That clear.
No, you're not going to. I told you we're not listening to your testimony. No one cares.
If you don't want, so let's move for another thing.
Herb, how about you read the Bible with me? How about that?
Pardon? If I read the Bible with
you're a medical doctor. I need your professional experience to tell me how to interpret a passage, okay?
It does not matter being a medical doctor or not.
This is going to be medical in nature. Just pay attention. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What evidence do you think that person was looking for?
Come again with your question.
What evidence is the man looking for when he slept with his virgin wife?
I don't know. He's the one I have to know because I'm not him to give you an answer from.
You don't know?
As a medical doctor, what would you expect typically to find from a woman who has just had her first experience intimacy with a man on the night of their marriage? what evidence would she be presenting for her virginity?
So that's what I'm telling you. Okay, when he said that the men say, I sleep with my virgin woman. So first of all, for a woman to be a virgin, the vagina, I don't know how to say that organ in English, but there's a I forgot this to say it in English. But
It's a hymen.
first of all, the hymen, okay, in English must be closed. Second of all, many people, they try to find that there may be some blood. And I think those are the face, face and the thing that a man can find for a virgin woman.
And you know that sometimes they don't bleed, right?
Sometimes, yeah, that I said, some men, they can notice bleed, but some it will be difficult for the penis to go in the vagina. That clear.
Yeah. Okay, so pay attention. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So the evidence that he would be expecting is most likely the blood, correct?
Yeah, it would be like difficult to go through the vagina or maybe blood. So yeah, it must find. But it's like you go with a woman that pretend to be a virgin, but you go inside. So she's not a virgin. So that's right. Yeah.
All right, just keep paying attention. It says, the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So far, they go to court. And God says, when you go to court, you bring the sheet. You spread the marital cloth out before the elders and demonstrate that there is indeed blood on the cloth, which that would make her innocent, right?
So let me ask you first a question. Is it the husband or the father to prove the virginity of the girl? Is it the husband or the father? Before to move to your question.
To do what?
Who has to prove that the woman was virgin? Is it the father or the husband?
It is the husband who presents the marital cloth.
It's the husband. It's not the father. Because if it's the father, it's meaning the father sleep with the
Pay attention,
daughter.
Herv. Pay attention, Herv. The marital cloth was typically collected by the family members of the bride.
You said the man. Where's this? Let me go because I'm just listening to you. I was not reading here.
Here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity.
Yeah.
So the parents are saying, here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity, and then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So the parents are spreading out the cloth before the elders of the town.
But my question I'll ask first, where the father, the parent, did them get that proof of virginity? Because it's the husband who's sleeping with the wife.
Because it's part of the marital process. So during the day that they get married, when they have the feast, they consummate the marriage on that day in a special tent. They go into the tent. There are witnesses. There are typically at least 4 witnesses that watch the bed chamber get made. They watch the sheet get laid in there. They watch the couple go in and consummate the marriage. And then when they leave, somebody is tasked with taking that cloth and keeping it safe as evidence of the virginity. This is described not just in the Talmud, it's described in all kinds of literature from the ancient Near East. So what happened was, at the wedding night, when everybody was present, there was a sheet that was placed there, and there was a sheet that was collected, typically by the family of the bride.
So, my man, I'll ask you, that's why I'm keep asking you the same question. Is it the husband to notice the virginity of the wife, or is the family member? That's my question to answer. It's not about your text. I'm asking you, if you're a man and then you're going with a woman, who has to notice that the woman is virgin? Is it the parent or you? Because you go with your penis in the vagina.
It's like you weren't even listening. So at the beginning of the text, the man who slept with her said, hey, this woman's not a virgin, which means he slept with her, and obviously he was like, hey, I expected there to be blood, but there's no blood.
Yes, maybe even no blood. Sometimes they don't, but I expect to have a hard time to get inside the vagina, but I get just like the door open. Are you gonna
Okay,
say
so
that woman
so
was?
go ahead, Dalton.
I was just say, Herb, you acknowledge that the woman does not always bleed. Would it be, if God was all knowing and he knows the female anatomy, would it make sense for God to make a rule that says that if a woman does not bleed on the night of her first intimacy, that she should be put to death? Does that make sense?
Okay, but I'll answer this question. First of all, God is God. God is not
I feel like
me.
he's not going to answer it.
No. I want to answer. That's my answer.
He
I'll not
he
answer the
started
way
by
you
avoiding
expect me
it.
to answer. The point is that I'm not gonna answer the way you want me to answer. Let
Okay,
me
You
Herb,
actually
answer the way
are.
does God does God know?
Let me answer
Does
you.
God
Let
does
me
God
answer you.
understand? Does
Let
God
me answer
understand
you.
female human anatomy?
Yeah. So the first question, keep in mind, Herv, it's a yes
Let
or
me
no. Does
answer.
God?
Let
Does,
me.
you can't answer while you're yapping. You don't even know what the question is. The first question is, does God know female anatomy?
What is God don't know what female?
I'm
What the
asking you,
question is?
does God know female anatomy?
Yeah, God no female.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Why did God give a law stating that if there's no blood on the marital sheet that you can execute a woman?
But you don't let me answer. Let me answer. Just be quiet. Let me answer. You don't give me chance to answer. So that's the point. I
Keep
don't
in
answer.
mind, if your answer doesn't answer my question, I'm going to ask it 100 times until you answer it.
Oh Jesus! Let me answer. No, the point is that you want me to answer the way you want me to answer. You
No,
don't let me
we just
answer
want
the
an
way
answer. Go
I'm
stop
thinking to
stop
answer.
crying and answer it.
No, I'm not. Okay, let me answer you. So, God, first of all, God is not me, and then I'm not God. So,
No one asked
God
you
is
about
all
that.
powerful.
Try
No,
again.
let
Answer
me
the question
go.
on the table.
Let me answer you. Let me answer. Just be
That's not an
calm.
answer. It has nothing to do with the question.
You know, in normal time, do you know when you sleep with a woman who's
What we
virgin?
want you
But
to
let me
do is
answer.
answer the question, not yap.
Let me
You're
answer
not
you.
We'll try this again. You're not actually answering the question. You don't even know what question it is. You're just yapping and
I tell you, man,
and
I'm a
you're
medical doctor.
you're
I did what they call to.
I know. That's why this passage is so relevant,
You
right?
let me
So the question that Dalton asked you was whether or not it makes sense that there's
let
a
me.
deity that created women's vajayjays that said if they don't
No,
bleed on their wedding night, you can stone them. We're asking, is that a sensible
let
thing?
me let me answer. Be
Fun
patient.
fact,
Let me
Herb, you
answer. That's the
cannot.
point.
Fun fact, Herb, you cannot hear Justin's question if you're yapping.
No, why you don't want me answer? So what the
Herb,
need
what
of
was my
the
question?
why you don't want me answer?
Keep in
You're
mind,
asking me
I
what
had to
your question.
re-ask Dalton's question. So
Your question
so
was why God will.
Herb, I don't know why you keep talking over me. You should know at this point that I'll never let you do it. Like at some point, you have to use common sense and realize I will never let you overtalk me. I have a mute button. I am in charge of this conversation. I am in charge of whether or not we actually reach a conclusion to this conversation. You will never in a million years win the overtalking game with me. What
It
you
was
need
not.
to do is be an
It was not
adult
about common.
and try to engage in actual adult conversation, and then you won't get muted and
Common.
you won't get overtalked. I won't overtalk you. Like we don't have to do this.
Think
We
about
don't
when
have to do this thing where you continually get muted. We don't have to do it.
common sense is coming when
Okay.
people they cannot
So
think.
Here,
When
Herb.
you can
Herb,
think, there's no common
Maybe
sense.
if I reframe the question, maybe Herb will
Let me
understand.
answer.
Herb, no, Herb,
Let me
listen.
answer.
Herb,
Herb, you don't
if
even know what
if
you're answering.
yeah, let me reframe the question, Herb. Herb, if I were a king who ran a kingdom, and I made a rule that said if a woman does not bleed her first time having sex with her husband, she will be executed. Would that be good or bad based on what we know about female anatomy?
So you want me to answer this time? Don't interrupt me. Let me answer, please, because I don't. You don't give me time to answer. You just interrupt me. Let me answer. As
Bet
the woman
$100 he doesn't answer
anatomy.
it.
Oh Jesus! About the human anatomy, everyone know. You do know.
Herv, he
Oh,
asked you a yes or no
oh,
question.
governor, shit. This is a shit. Please, governor, let me go. This make no sense. Shit.
Herv, it was a yes or no question.
No. No sense. Nonsense anymore. I'm leaving.
Herv, are you
I'm
incapable of saying yes or no?
No. I have to go. No, I cannot stay here because you don't let
So
me
you're
answer.
a coward. You're too much of a
let me
coward
go.
to say yes or
Whatever,
no.
whatever you can do, this is not debate anymore. So it make no sense.
This is not
Let
a
me
person
come here.
filled with the power of
it's okay.
Christ.
It's okay. No, I don't care. Let me move.
The Lord is not
Nonsense.
sending any of his strong soldiers tonight.
Nonsense. Let me go. I don't have why because you don't want to talk. You
Say
keep
yes or no,
speaking.
Herv.
No, I'll not say yes. I'm not your kid. I have to give you an
Steve,
answer.
we want an answer to the question.
No. Man, no, you think people are you stupid? You have to manipulate them like kid? No, I'm not.
We're not manipulating anything. We're illustrating how conversations work. Okay, so you're afraid. So you're a coward. Okay, so you're scared to answer. To be fair, I'll answer Dalton's question. The answer to your question, Dalton, is no, it's not good. That would not be a good law. And the reason why is because it would be an unjust law. So we'll try again. So I'll give Herb the opportunity. Herb, here's your opportunity now, Herb. Would it be a good law in Dalton's analogy?
Man, I will not answer you any question if you do not let me answer the before question.
Listen, if your answer doesn't contain a yes or no, you didn't answer the question.
You don't let me answer. You keep interrupting me. No.
All right, we'll try this again. Okay, so Herv, I know that questions are really scary. I get that part. Okay, so what we need for you can yap all you want. You're allowed to yap here. The problem is you can't yap until you answer the question. Now, you can answer the question and then you can yap after. You can say, yes, it's good, or no, it's bad, and then yap about why you think it's good or bad. That's acceptable. What you can't do is yap and ignore the question. So now we'll try again. In the scenario that Dalton gave you, would it be good to create that law, or would it be bad? And keep in mind, I want you to give a full answer, but the answer must start with a yes or no.
Do you need me to repeat the question so that you can better answer it?
No, I don't need you to repeat. I just want to ask him that I cannot move to any further question if I did not answer the previous question, because you don't let me give an answer. You want me to answer what you expecting me to give you.
It's a one-word answer.
No. So that makes no sense. I tell you, I cannot use common sense when I can think.
I know you cannot use common sense. We're aware of this.
No, when I'm thinking, when a person can
I know,
think,
yes, you can't use common sense while you're thinking. I know.
So, but you don't let me think. You want me to use a common sense. Make no sense.
I want you to think.
Please stop edging me and answer the question.
No, that I say, I cannot move to a question when you do not let me answer the previous question.
Answer the question.
No, let me tell you.
No, he doesn't want. He's like, no, I won't answer the question.
No, you make it funny. You make it funny.
It's crazy.
You don't let me answer you.
Somebody is paying this adult human being money to be their doctor. Imagine going into a doctor's office with this guy diagnosing your medical issues. This is crazy.
Doctor, could you please just tell me what's wrong with me?
I wouldn't take a dog to this doctor. I would gladly call my vet and ask it about my medical problems first.
Medical doctor,
this is crazy.
You know, like this, if you're a medical doctor, you kill people.
Oh boy!
Because
all right, so Herb, we're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try one more time, Herb. Just so we're on the same page. We're going to try one more time, Herv. The question that everyone's trying to figure out right now is, does it make sense that God said you can kill women if they don't bleed on their wedding night? Is that a sensible thing to say?
I told you, you don't want me to give you an answer in that question.
I'm dying for you to give me the answer. The answer is yes, no, or I don't know.
No, I'll not answer you yes or no. That you don't get me. There are
Well,
questions people
then
they
you're
cannot
too
answer
cowardly
you.
to
Yes,
answer.
no, no. I
Let
cannot
your
give you
yes
what
be
you
yes
expect me
and
to
your
give
no
you.
be yo. We don't need yap.
No, I'll
Anything
not
else
give
is
you.
from the enemy.
No, I'll not tell you yes or no. I'll not. I'm clear. I'll not give you this
Are you
answer.
going to
Yes or
answer
no.
the question?
I want to explain to you because you know you ignore. So me,
I
I
want
to
an
explain to you.
answer. I want an answer, not an explanation.
An
Should we
answer.
bring
No,
up the
what
notebook?
do you mean answer and what do you mean explanation?
Answers and explanations are two different
Explanation
things.
can also be an answer.
Explanations and
Explanation can also
answers
be
aren't the same. So try
no,
again.
no, no.
We want
You must know
an
English
answer
better
to the
than me
question.
because
We want an
explanation is
answer to
also
the
an answer.
question, and the question is, does it make sense for God to create a world, a rule, in which a woman gets killed for not bleeding on her wedding night?
Every woman that I say, you don't know what it means virginity. It's like you ignore that. If you knew that the woman must bleed for the first time going for sex, she must bleed. It's clear. So if the woman does not bleed on the bed for the first time going for sex, it's meaning the woman that is not she is not virgin. It's clear.
No, Herb, you know well as a doctor that not all women.
It's no, lie. All
I'll try this again.
Lie.
Just to be clear, Herv, I know that you've got your medical degree from like the bottom of a cereal box, but surely you know, and you started the conversation by admitting that
let's talk about Christianity.
That not all women bleed the first time they have sex, even if they are in fact virgins. Are you aware of this, Herv? Are you aware of this fact?
We don't talk about my medical school here. You know, a medical doctor. You know
Herv,
nothing. Let's talk about religion. Okay.
Herv, are you aware that not all virgins bleed their first time? Yes or no?
Respect me, I will respect you.
Try this again. Are you aware that not all virgins bleed their first time? In fact, we'll do a poll. If you didn't bleed, if you're a woman, you didn't bleed your first time having sex, put a 1 in the comments so we can take a poll. See, it's actually a pretty common phenomenon. In fact, you're about to see like all kinds of ones showing up on the screen. I've done the survey a lot. The survey seems to pan out according to the statistics that we have. So the reality is, Herv, that not all women bleed their first time. Do you know this?
First of all, do you know what you talk about Iman? You know.
Try this again. This is a yes or no question. Do you know that not all women...
You don't know.
Do you know that not all women bleed their first time?
I ask you a question. Do you know?
I'm just gonna mute him till he stops talking.
No, you know what? My microphone. You take my microphone and then. So why you want me to talk when you? What do you want me to talk when you are close? You close me to talk? What am I going to talk? You have to leave me. Leave.
I got all night, Herv.
You keep
his patient survival rate must be like rock bottom.
My microphone. How am I going?
Herv, it's only 9:30. I got lots of time to mute you. It's up to you on how long you want this to go on, okay?
So why are you meeting me? In the same time you meet me.
You finished now? You get it all out? Do you need burped? Okay, you ready now? Okay. Now, the last question that was on the board is whether or not you knew if women did or did not always bleed the first time they have sex. Are you aware that they don't always bleed?
Man, I'll tell you.
He cut himself.
Yeah. You know, the irony is that he may be a doctor, but you have far more patience than he does.
That is a good use of words. That is a good use of words. Big W. I got to be honest. I hope he's not married. I know he probably is, given his location and his profession, but fuck, imagine living with that
I
guy.
have not laughed that hard in forever.
That guy's wild, wasn't he? Wobbly says, thank you for your donation. Wobbly, thank you for your donation, my friend. And Nightman cometh, great to see you. Says late to the party, but happy Friday, Justin. I'm ready for some barbecue. Well, shit. We're having something. I don't know if that was a barbecue, but it was something at least. It was worth watching. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. He was crazy. Malmo says, let's hope he has no daughters. Oh, I really hope that guy doesn't have daughters. Wobbly says, I love how you're defeating theists on their own turf. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Wobbly. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try as much as possible to take people to their books and their dogmas so we can talk about that, because like these people that come up with dumb philosophical arguments, none of them get you to your God.
At this point, it's got to be our turf. We just know the place better.
Fair. That's fair. I think it's our turf now. Jack says, hey, Justin, quick question. Where does the story of Peter being crucified upside down come from? I hear many Christians say they believe it, but I have no idea where it comes from. Praise God. Well, there's a couple sources. I think probably the earliest source is it's called sometimes the Gospel of Peter, but that's bullshit. You shouldn't call it that. The more accepted name is the Apocrypha of Peter, the Apocalypse of Peter. What the fuck do they call that thing?
Apocalypse of Peter.
Yeah, so there's a really fun story from the 3rd century where Peter and Simon Magus basically get into a wizard's duel. And then towards the end of the story, Peter gets crucified upside down, saying the famous line that he doesn't want to be crucified like his Lord, so put me in there upside down. That whole narrative comes
and the
from...
Romans just obliged him because, they're so accommodating.
Right, yes. So that's
crazy. I actually watched this when I was Catholic. I watched this video. It was called The History of the Church, and literally the first couple hundred years of the video was just mostly apocryphal writings, and the way they presented it as if it was including the wizard duel where the demons are carrying Simon Magus into the sky and Peter calls them to let him go and he falls to his death. It's so funny.
Oh, the story is insane. In the story, there is a dog that is gifted the power of speech and gives a whole speech to the onlookers. And there's a baby nursing at its mother's breath that is given the power of speech and gives it's the craziest book ever. It's worth
totally
reading.
Happened.
Absolutely, it's real. Hope that answers Jack. Adam, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much, Adam, for the $19.99 super chat. Says, got an earworm for some old Bethel music. Oh no. That I used to play when I was playing in churches, and message aside, it still slaps. I know some of them are okay, but I removed them from my listening devices. Do you ever get nostalgic for any bands or songs from your old church days that are just bangers? Yeah, I still love Reliant K. Big fan. First and second album, even third album. I would say the first album, listening to it as an adult is rough. The first album definitely sounds like it was made by teenagers, because it was, but it's still really nostalgic for me. But I think two rights don't make a left, but three do. That was one of my favorite albums, and it still is, by Reliant K. But
there isn't any evangelical Christian music that I still like, but some of the Catholic choral music I still quite enjoy, only because you really can't understand anything they're saying. It's a nice tune, especially during Christmas time.
I do agree.
God, it's crazy, because I used to believe I was being moved by the Holy Spirit because I grew up evangelical, only to find out that I was just being moved by the music.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I still love the Hallelujah chorus and some of the great Christmas music. But that's going to happen when it's something you grew up with. It's like ingrained in you, you know? Carlos, great to see you tonight. I hope you're doing much better. Thank you so much for the 300 MX. Carlos says, happy to be here again. Back again to the hospital for another intervention. Shit. I'm sorry to hear that, Carlos. But Carlos, listen, we're here rooting for you. Doug's on your side. Doug is rock hard for you. Please keep us up to date. And thank you for being here. And thank you, Carlos, for gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. We really, really appreciate that. And thank you so much for being such a avid watcher and supporter of the stream, friend. We really love and appreciate you. Game Master says, keep cooking them. Rock hard for Doug. Listen, we're trying. I don't know what I would call that last conversation. I don't even know if that qualifies as a cooking. It was just pure nonsense and madness. Matthew says, thank you, Justin, for all your work. I come from a very fundamentalist Christian background. You have helped me find truth, and I can't thank you enough. Much love, rock hard for Doug. Well, hey, thank you. And I agree. Leaving fundamentalism is difficult, but with the right thinking and the right evidence, you can definitely do it. And Jarek, thank you for the 666 THB, says, the aroma of your cooking woke me up today. Doug provides. Love the topic. Satan is innocent. Hope to see it again. Rock hard for Doug. Justice for Snake. And Hail Nero. I really like that topic. I wanted to run that a long time ago, and then I kind of forgot to do it. So, you know, here we are. Rufanus says, states' rights. Proponents don't believe in objective morals. That's a fair point. If you believe in states' rights, it's hard to say that you have objective morals. Amir says, for fuck's sakes, some could have run away, some may have been away, some may have been hidden. Oh yeah, for that last guess. Yeah, the argument for ignorance was off the charts. Onyx, good to see you. Says, got shunned from my family when I came out as bi. Jokes on them. I'm in my new apartment and starting college in 2 weeks. Congratulations. Big fucking congratulations to you, Onyx. Live your life on your terms. Don't let people tell you what to be. And Carnage, great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, that's hyperbolic language is honestly the funniest fig leaf I've ever seen used to ignore the indefensible. And a fig leaf is the perfect way to describe it. Because it's not hyperbolic. It's stupid, reckless, and irresponsible at best. Dave, thank you for the 49 cents hyperbolic donation to the barbecue fund. Thank you so much, Dave. And Rory, great to see you. Says, the Doug abides. What the world needs now is Doug. Sweet Doug. The problem with these theists is they need to get more fun out of life. Kraken on me. Well, thank you. And I do actually have some Kraken ready to go for here in a little bit. I'm going to do one more super chat, then we'll get our guest in here. Tess, great to see you, Tess. Tess says, if you want a book kind of like the Bible from Satan's perspective, try The Story of God by Chris Matheson. It's an amazing satire, super funny. I would be interested in that. I appreciate the recommendation, Tess. It's got to be added to the reading list.
Yeah, there's a really good one. It's a hard read though. It's from it's from it's one of the book lists from the Satanic Temple by Antoine
Anton LaVey?
No, not Anton LaVey. I'll get back to you on that later. But I was just thinking to myself, if anthropologists one day find snippets from your show, are they going to really believe that there's this Doug religion out there? So funny idea.
It's quite likely. We can grow Dougism. We can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I promised I would bring in Rob next. And then after Rob, I think I'm going to get to the YouTube queue. We've got Love QOD waiting to get in on the YouTube queue, and their battery is a little bit low. So I don't want their battery to die out on them. Welcome back, Rob.
What's up, Justin?
Rob, we already know you're a Christian, and we already know that you're at least 18. So did you come with a different argument tonight?
Okay, so last time I think we did morality being objective and subjective and kind of got off track. So I wouldn't mind doing that one again sometime, but I'm going to come a little different. I like the creation narrative if you're willing to go down that rabbit hole with me. Order in the universe, or we can do something else.
Sure. I mean, give me your best version of the argument, and we'll, tell you why it's wrong.
Well, okay, so I heard you earlier, and obviously I've been on hold for a long time, and I heard that you believe that not necessarily that there was nothing and then something came out of nothing, which I agree with you. I think that's a really bad argument. I think that's kind of hard for a lot of secular people, scientific community, to come with that one. So you believe that there just has always been something, and that the Big Bang is kind of like a reoccurring event. I would say that that would be a better argument from a secular or an atheistic or deconstructionist point of view. But I believe that the narrative that there is a creator behind creation, while it's not definitively provable, I believe the evidence points to that.
What evidence points towards a creator?
So I would say that I'm learning a lot of this philosophical stuff, but I believe this is an Occam's razor. I would believe that because there's creation and because we see order in creation in like the mechanical movements of planets, seasons, things like that, I would say that it's much more likely that somebody created that and ordained that than that randomly formed.
Well, the problem is you've already started with the assumption that it's creation. But when it comes to Occam's razor, the whole idea of Occam's razor is that you do not want to multiply. What is it? You don't want to multiply.
Needlessly multiply entities like a god.
Yeah, and with our model, you have the universe, and that's it.
Okay.
With your model, you have the universe and a deity, so that means you have more on your plate to deal with than what we do. Ours is actually the more simpler explanation.
So I see your point, and like from that perspective, I would say I agree. You're saying this more. It's kind of like the course of least resistance. It's more complex because you're adding God to the picture. I understand that, but I would say that a true
Well,
Occam's razor, or
Rob,
okay, go ahead.
not to interrupt you. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you because I think we've had good conversations recently.
Greatly,
But
yes, sir.
when it comes to Occam's razor, I think it's not that you're adding additional explanations or complexity. It's that you're adding it needlessly, right? Because something could be necessarily complex. I think the problem is when something has an explanation and it doesn't need a complex explanation for it. Does that make sense?
I would say it doesn't necessarily need a complex explanation, but the reason I say Occam's razor is that I believe because there is complexity, that a complex mind is actually an easier solution to complexity rather than saying that something just always was or something just came out of nothing. To say something there just always was, I think it's hard to apply logic to that because everything that we have, I would say, comes. I mean, I don't really. You're not giving a beginning, or you're not giving a place where that thing
Well,
came from. You're just kind of
the
like that's
problem.
kind of like you say God's a fairy tale. That's kind of like to me. That's kind of like a fairy tale saying, well, it just always was, because that doesn't actually explain it.
I mean, yeah, the problem is that your view also has something which just simply always was.
Well, I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. I mean that's
Right.
that's a fair argument. But what I'm saying is that when we see divine order, I would say that the
But we
hand of
don't.
God. e- So I would say that we do see divine order.
Well, I don't. How do we know what is divine order? Like, what's our measuring stick?
So I would say that if you go out and see a bunch of randomness, things strewn about randomly,
Hmm.
that obviously don't recognize order. But if you go see two piles of things in the woods of even increments, like
Hmm.
say two piles of rocks, and there's three rocks in each pile, you know there's order. Well, I would say that human beings and animals and nature are created symmetrically. Trees grow in plumb lines. So
Not
and,
all
and I'm a
animals are
uh,
symmetrical.
yeah, animals are symmetrical, right? I believe that shows the hand of God
No, no,
because
not all animals are symmetrical. There are
that's true. That is
non-symmetrical
true. No, no,
creatures.
yeah, fair enough. I agree with that. But some animals are symmetrical. Just to make my point. I believe that symmetry shows a divine mind. It shows the hand of God in creation, and I believe that's inherent in the human mind. And I believe that when Romans 1 says that the law is written on our heart, that we can see God's hand in creation. It's very obvious to us. He put that in us, the
Well, yeah,
recognition
but
of
So
that.
but that's
it
that's just the claim that the Bible makes, though. That's what you have
Right.
to
Well, I
demonstrate
mean,
to be
To me
true.
and Justin, it's not obvious.
but you guys recognize symmetry, correct or not correct?
Sure,
Like
I
but
think
there's a
symmetry,
reason for that.
symmetry aside from randomness. Do you recognize
so.
symmetry aside
So
from randomness?
is this created by God? This crab?
Yes. Well, not every
But
not
it's
every
not
animal is. I
symmetrical.
didn't say every. Right. Not every animal is symmetrical. Right.
Right, but
But
if you're
the fact
suggesting that symmetry means that it was created by God, then that means this isn't created by God. Like that's the connection you made, not me.
No, I'm not saying every single thing is symmetrical is created by God. I'm not saying God created every single thing symmetrical. I'm saying the fact that we can identify symmetry from randomness shows in our mind that is God revealing himself to us, saying, look, you can tell the difference between symmetry and randomness.
I mean,
And when you see symmetry, you see the hand of God
I don't
because
think
natural
symmetry is
things
the word you want because like there's a lot of things that have symmetry. Like crystals sometimes grow quite symmetrical, but like that doesn't mean it's designed. Snowflakes are symmetrical. Does it mean it's combined?
okay, well, how about
The water molecules can only bind in particular patterns that causes them to be symmetrical. It's just how physics
right?
works.
Right. I would say, well, from my Christian world viewpoint, I would say all that shows the hand of God. But I guess when I'm saying symmetry, I really mean like I'm a design build carpenter by trade. So I would say one thing is the same on one side as it is on the other side. You're an engineer, you
Mhm.
understand this. If like I said, if you see two piles of rocks and there's three rocks in each one, you automatically know that there's a logic and an order in that. But if you drop a pile of rocks on the ground, you've just got scattered rocks. You can tell the difference between the two. You'll never
Right,
drop a pile of rocks on the ground and you'll have
because
two piles, one and three, one and three. But you see, human beings are built on center. You see
right,
your eyes relatively on center. Your two eyes are symmetrical
Rob,
from each other. Your two
symmetry
hands are
isn't going to help you here. It's irrelevant. There are lots of animals that are not symmetrical. This is not the argument you want. Like we recognize patterns because we observe human beings doing things in patterns. Like I can recognize that there's a pattern of rocks in the woods because I know from observation, from past experience, how rocks normally form, right? It's not just
right. But where did
because
that
it
come
has a
from, though?
pattern, it's because I've seen it happen.
Right, but where did that come from? I guess I would say, like,
I've
where did the
watched it.
ability yeah, but the actual physical ability for your brain to determine symmetry and
Evolution.
patterns, where did that come from?
Well, our
Billions of
brain,
years
So
of evolution.
yeah, our
so
brains
you're gonna
are
say evolution? Well, then fair
three,
enough,
like what,
fair enough.
3.7 billion years of evolution.
Right, fair enough. I mean, that's your viewpoint. My Christian viewpoint is not that. I would say that God built our minds to be able to recognize patterns, and I'd say that's much more plausible. When you say evolution, that's the same thing as saying God, but you're just substituting evolution. Like
No,
that's the way I
we
look
have
at it.
proof for evolution. Want to hear
For
some?
okay,
Yeah.
well,
And also, Rob,
yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
humans observe patterns where they simply don't exist. Do you acknowledge that? Like sometimes we can be mistaken.
sure, absolutely, absolutely. We're definitely not built perfectly, and I would say the Bible says that. You know, we're definitely flawed,
Yeah.
I mean that's. But
Rob,
I would say,
Rob, do you
yeah,
know
go ahead.
what a pseudogene is?
No.
I didn't know until recently, so don't worry. So a pseudogene is basically a genetic structure that still exists within an animal, but is no longer active. It's no longer being expressed for one reason or another. It might be that the pathway requires 4 steps for it to be fully expressed, but there's a mutation in the genetic code that only prevents it or only allows it to do the first 3 of the 4 steps. Therefore, it never does actually produce the protein it was meant to protein for, right? Now, what
Okay.
we find, like nowadays, I think a lot of people just refer to this kind of stuff as like junk, like it's junk DNA. But I don't know if that's the best way to say it. I'm going to say it's old DNA, and I'll give you a reason why. Human beings and primates used to be able to produce vitamin C. Most of the animal kingdom can produce their own vitamin C. And then we
Okay.
went into the animals and we found the genetic code and the pathways that allow them to produce their own vitamin C within the body. And the question arose, how come humans and primates can't do it, right? When we investigated the DNA of humans and primates, it turned out we had the same genetic code for producing vitamin C as the other animals who can. The problem was we had a slight mutation that prevented just one step of the process from activating. There was an enzyme activation that we no longer had, and it allowed the process to fail. Therefore, human beings could no longer produce the vitamin C. But that genetic code, that piece of the DNA, all of it was there. It just was no longer functional anymore because there was a mutation that crept in that made the genetic code useless. And there are thousands and thousands of genetic codes in our body that used to have a function, but one small defect in that code has now rendered it useless. So roughly 70% of our genetic code is what we would consider pseudocode. It's no longer functional. This is exactly what we would expect with evolution. I'll give you why I think that's the case. So, Rob, you already know I'm an engineer by trade. I designed machines for a living, and specifically, I wrote code for all these machines, right? So when we do machines, we're doing the same thing you're doing with houses. We're taking a previous design and we're going to like modify it slightly. Like we're going to copy this design and modify it. So we copy machine code and then we use it in a new machine, but it might be that this new machine is about 25% different from the last machine. So we need to add new code to it. And then in the process, what we discover is sometimes we copy code over that's no longer needed. So when we copy machine to machine over the course of like 10 years, what we find is we finally get a base of code that has a lot of old code that no longer does anything. It's no longer useful. It was useful 10 years ago. It's not useful anymore. And what we find is eventually every so often we have to go in and say, okay, we have to take this program we've been working on for 10 years that we've copied over and over again, and we need to erase all the code that's no longer functional. This is expected when you have code that's copied over and over and over again. This is not expected if God just created human beings, that we would have all this genetic code that is broken, no longer useful, and it just happens to be that we share it with the rest of the primates.
Right. And I think that's beautiful. And I think that's beautiful because you're actually showing that a mind has to do what you're saying is being done in what you call evolution, and I would say is the hand of God. I didn't say that we're made flawlessly. I said we're obviously in a broken and sin-filled world, and God is very mysterious. Like we've had this discussion. I'm not one of these people who believes you can necessarily prove God or go to every scripture. I'm a believer. I have a Christian worldview, but I'm very skeptical of things. Like by trade as a carpenter, I'm very skeptical. I'm very problem focused. But I would say like the situation you're giving me actually points toward God, not toward evolution.
Why would that point towards God? Why would a good designer create human beings where 70% of their DNA is no longer functional?
Right. I mean, that's a very fair question, and I would have to say I don't know. But the fact that you can describe it in such engineering terms, and the fact that it's so complicated, to say that that randomly happens, I think is absolutely preposterous.
Not randomly. It's not random. It's by means of natural selection.
Right. And when you say natural selection, I can just insert God, and literally it makes more sense because you're actually putting a creative mind
Well, no,
into the
it doesn't
equation.
make more sense because you've yet to demonstrate the existence of the God. We know that evolution happens, and we know that natural
We don't know
selection.
that, but I mean,
Well, no, we
I
do.
get it, but I reject that. Okay.
That's an
I mean,
it's an absolute fact that evolution that has occurred and is occurring. As long as you believe that that there is change in allele frequencies from one generation to the next, evolution is a fact. That's all evolution is.
yeah, I mean, I don't reject all forms of evolution. I reject the randomness in evolution. I would say there is
It's
a
not
creative
random.
hand
We didn't
in
say it was random.
evolution.
It's not random. That's the problem. Is that Christians have a false idea about
So,
evolution. That's a random process, but
but
it's not. Like for example, if you have a group of brown bugs in a green forest, one of them has a mutation that makes their shell appear green. The fact that the green one is more likely to reproduce and survive is not random. It's due to the fact that its environment was more suited to its environment. That's not random.
I guess I would, okay, I mean, fair enough. I believe in that form of evolution. Like, I don't disagree with
That's
that.
all
Like,
evolution
natural
is.
selection, right. Well, natural selection, I believe in. What I reject is the evolution that over billions of years, like one-celled organisms became complex human beings. Like, I don't
But that's
see how
evolution.
but
That's
can you
all.
show me where a simple thing naturally without any hand intervening becomes more complicated? Can you actually demonstrate that besides saying evolution?
Yeah,
Because
like
I reject the idea. Sure.
the evolution of bacteria does it. So like
Well, you're
I don't
saying
know if you know
evolution,
this,
but I'm
the
saying outside of
bacteria
evolution.
reproduces on a super fast scale, right? So if you have a colony of bacteria, they will very quickly evolve over the course of time to be more complicated than what they started with, and they'll speciate fast. You get speciations quick. In fact, in studies with birds, there are some species of birds that will create new species within only 10 generations.
So I would say now I'm not a scientist, so fair enough, and I'm learning and I'm very interested in creation and also evolution and the word I'm looking for, biology. I'm very interested in biology because I see the hand of God in it. I have heard that there's actually no observable cases of one species becoming another species, and
That's
like
not
I've researched
true.
that
That's not true.
from a sec.
we
Well, hold on.
we've had flies in a laboratory. We've actually seen flies undergo speciation, and by the way, all that is required for speciation is that you have so much genetic variation that two individual species are no longer able to interbreed with one another, which these flies were not capable of. So that is speciation.
Right, and that may be, and I wouldn't say that that precludes the hand of God. I would say that by my research, that's not the case. I mean, I have read Richard Dawkins, I read Cosmos and Carl Sagan. I've read Bill Bryson. I was an atheist for a long time. I got to the point where I couldn't reject seeing the hand of God in creation, and I think it's much more logical than saying that all of this came out of some random process
Again,
because
you just use the phrase "a random process." Like you're talking about how you were an atheist for so long and you read all these books, but and this is not a dig at you, but you just don't seem to understand exactly the process of evolution if you continue to describe it as a random process. There's nothing random about it.
yeah, I mean, second law of thermodynamics, things tend toward disorder.
In a
We have
closed
we have
system, in a closed system, but the Earth is not a closed system.
the Earth is not a closed system.
No.
No, it receives energy from the sun.
Also loses energy too. The Earth radiates heat into outer space.
Yeah.
I mean, we're literally living in an encapsulated system where we're protected from harmful gases
We're not.
by an ozone layer.
We're
Yeah.
still receiving. Are we not receiving energy from an outside source, being the sun?
Well, yeah, and I would say that that's very close to a depiction of an extension cord being plugged into a terrarium to give it light, and I see God's hand in that
Yeah. So
as
the
well.
terrarium is not a closed system because it's receiving something from the outside. The second law of thermodynamics only applies to closed systems.
Right. If you're receiving energy from outside of yourself, you're no longer a closed system. That's why the second law no longer applies.
Okay, well that may be. I just when I look around from my personal experience, I look around and I see that things rust, things rot,
Mm-hmm.
things decay,
Mm-hmm.
and I never see things getting more complicated. I only
Yeah,
see
you do.
them over time. I mean, over long periods of time. Yeah,
So
you know,
you haven't
nothing
looked.
over thousands of years gets more complicated.
No, that's
Would you
wrong.
call a stalagmite that after 50 years of growing more complex than when it first began?
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, a stalagmite is going to ultimately decay, given long enough time. So I don't see how over 4 billion
No.
years you started with a very uncomplicated situation, and you grew into planets that had perfect orbits, and then they created this perfect system where we could percolate from a single cell. Even if you prove to me that evolution was true, I'm willing to give you that. Like I'm willing to say that everything came from a single cell. I would still see the hand of God in that because I would say that while I can't prove it, I would say it's much more likely that somebody designed that than to say that that could happen on a chance variation, like in a random
Again, it's not
situation.
chance. I don't know why you keep insisting that it is.
Well, okay, so I could take out the word chance and just say that okay, we have a big bang, okay, molecules explode, universes, stars, the likelihood of something as complex as the human hand or the human brain or the symbiotic relationship between plants and lungs, one gives off carbon dioxide, one gives off oxygen, the harmony of that, the fine
It,
tuning of that.
you would have
It's not fine tuning.
you would have a point, Rob, if those things just suddenly popped into existence. I would see like, yeah, that's way too complex. It just arrived out of nowhere. But when these symbiotic relationships arise gradually over billions of years, it doesn't require any outside force. I mean, it doesn't require any further explanation.
I mean, I hear you. I mean, and that's your worldview, and I respect that. And I can't refute that. And I would just respectfully say that you can't refute my worldview that a creator did it. And I believe in the Occam's razor situation that
We don't need to refute your position because the atheism is the default position.
I mean, from your worldview, I would say I respect that. I believe that
It's the
the
same with
default.
when you propose that anything exists. Anything that you could possibly propose to exist, the default position is just to withhold belief in that thing. Like, for example, if I told you there was a teapot orbiting Jupiter right now, the default position would be to withhold a belief in said teapot until such a time as the individual who makes the claim can provide the evidence.
And your belief would be that the teapot just happened to be there, and I would say it's much more
No,
likely that somebody put it there.
My belief is the teapot's not there until you can prove it is there.
Right? But we're talking about creation versus evolution, and we do have nature and we do have order. And I would say that believing that that order is here, I would say that it's much more likely that the hand of God put that order here than to say that the teapot was just randomly there. We do have the teapot.
How
in your
did you
example,
calculate
we
the
do have the teapot.
odds? Like, what possible metric could you use to calculate those odds as being more likely with God, given that you have no evidence of God?
So, right. That's a fair point. I don't actually believe those odds are calculatable. I think it's common sense. Like, you're an engineer and I'm a carpenter. We many times get mad at the engineers because they're
That's fair.
impractical. Like
Yeah, they are.
they're all it's all metrics, it's all drawing, and then we have to actually go do it, and we run into all the crooked stuff and the weather and all this stuff. And so, like, I would just say that my simple dumb carpenter mind looks at creation or looks at nature and says, obviously somebody created it.
Why?
Obviously this is how we have to take this roof off this house. I'm just saying I think that the default position is that is obvious and makes a lot more sense than saying that this just randomly popped and over time just
Okay.
itself tinkered itself into becoming so freaking complex. I mean, I just that's just my worldview. I mean,
Rob,
I could be wrong because I walk by faith. I mean, but
let's say we're not talking about God. Let's say we're talking about. Let's say I told you there's an invisible dragon in my garage. Is the default position to believe that it is there, or is the default position to just withhold belief that it is there until such a time as it can be made evident?
No, I hear you, brother. What I'm telling you is we're looking at the invisible dragon. So if I see the invisible dragon, because we're talking about nature, I would say
you can't
somebody put him here, and I would say God put him there.
What you're seeing is the universe.
Yes.
Okay? And you're proposing something else other than the universe. You're proposing a deity. And the default position is to withhold. No, I'm not proposing a deity.
You're proposing natural selection, evolution, and a Big Bang theory.
That's part of the universe. That's part of the universe.
That's your deity. I would say that's your deity.
No,
it's not.
I say God. You say the Big Bang.
No, we don't pray to evolution. We don't bow down to it.
Fair enough.
It's not a deity.
You don't worship, but you do have faith in it, though.
No.
Well, it's not demonstrable.
Faith is belief without evidence, and we have nothing but evidence.
Yeah, we trust the evidence, that the evidence was like actually collected and analyzed because we are familiar with the process. Well, you
But you
weren't
weren't
there
there.
either. That's you weren't.
I wasn't. Fair enough.
Well, okay, so that's
I
a dumb
walk by
argument.
faith.
You can't say you weren't there, therefore you can't know anything because you weren't there to meet God. So that's not a good argument, right?
But Justin,
But Rob,
admit
hold
I'm
on.
walking by
Pay
faith.
attention, buddy. Pay
Okay.
attention. I'm not. I'm walking by logic, okay?
I
And
know.
my logic says that I believe things that I have evidence for. If there's no evidence for it, I don't believe in it.
Right. Well, I mean, I just, from my viewpoint, there's much more evidence for creation than there is for random chance
But you haven't
mutations,
listed
variation
one.
over time, and
Not
natural selection.
random, Rob.
Okay. Doesn't Darwin actually use the word random chance variation over time to lead to natural selection?
Even if Darwin used that phraseology, listen, I've never read Darwin a day in my life because it's not required to read Darwin, because Darwin's ideas about evolution are outdated. Like Darwin was the forefather of the theory of evolution, but we've moved well beyond anything. Darwin didn't even know what genes were.
Right. No, I agree. I mean, I've done
Right.
quite a bit of research on Darwin because I'm like this. Look,
But
Justin,
why? Why
one of the
research
reasons
Darwin? He's been dead for a long time. Evolution is different now than when he
Well,
was alive.
Right. Well, I get it. I mean, this was a while ago, but I'm interested in biology, like I said. And I'm
Well,
actually interested in deconstruction because, like, I'm like this. I've been listening to you, and I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate your knowledge of the Bible. But if I can be deconstructed, I'm like, deconstruct me, because I am a skeptic by nature. But I believe in God. I believe the evidence points toward God, and my faith is strong. And I mean, I know you don't want to hear my testimony, but that aside, like, I believe the evidence really points to God. Like, I do believe that.
but
Like, and like, you guys aren't
you
really
can
handing
never
me enough
point to any
evidence
evidence.
to
Every
deconstruct.
evidence you point to always boils down to, well, I just have faith, which means it's not evidence.
Well, I have faith in spiritual things, but I believe that natural things point to God. I believe that creation shows the hand of God. You know, it says
Yeah,
that in
but
the scriptures. You know,
but
it
you
says that.
can't
If there was a
demonstrate that.
creation, it would point. Yeah, if there was a creation, it would point to a creator. But you've
Well,
yet to demonstrate that the universe is a creation. You're slipping in that terminology. We're not justified
right,
yet in determining that it is a creation.
right, and I hear you, and I'd say that that's what this entire discussion has been about, is that the Christian or creation worldview versus the secular or atheistic worldview. And I would say that I've put forth mine, and you guys have put forth yours. We're not going to necessarily agree. We're having a conversation. I appreciate yours. I mean, we find common ground on some things, but we're not. I'm not going to walk away like, like having changed. And I mean, you probably won't either. And I appreciate the dialogue, and I appreciate the channel as much as I disagree with a lot of things, and it hurts to hear my brothers and sisters in Christ getting, really, you make them look bad sometimes, but a lot of them are not prepared. And some of them are, I mean, you do a good job of trolling them, which I don't really appreciate, and it gets me a little triggered sometimes, and I admit that. But like, from this debate, what I've put forth, I think is as strong, if not stronger
But
than yours.
you
And
didn't
I
put
don't
anything
believe
forth
that God
yet.
is right.
What you've
Well, I
said
don't believe
is
that you can
All
necessarily
you've
prove
said so
God. I just
far
think that
is
the evidence
things look
shows.
ordered to me, therefore God.
right. That's not an argument.
Yeah, I mean, I brought forth the second law of thermodynamics. I
Which
brought
doesn't
forth
apply,
the fact that there's symmetry.
which isn't
I just
true.
don't see. Okay, well, all right. Let me put it
To
this
be
way:
clear,
the
I'm not
human brain.
symmetrical. I don't know if you know this. I'm not
I'm
symmetrical.
not perfect. Well, I'm not
I've
perfectly symmetrical either. Yeah.
I've actually one foot that's larger than the other. I have to try my shoes on with my left foot because it's larger than my right foot.
I
I'm
had a
definitely
pastor
not.
that could have fixed that for you, Justin. Oh wait, no.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. All right, well, let's do this one. And I know you guys have heard this before. If you walk through the jungle, you see a building, you see a clock, you see a internal combustion engine, somebody
This
made
is the
it.
watchmaker argument,
Yeah.
Rob.
I
Yes, we
know that.
know
Well, yes, it
we
is.
know
And
those
and
things.
so we can, and
We
I
know
believe it,
those things are made by humans because, first and foremost, we have
because they're
examples and
systems.
evidence. No, because we have evidence of them being made by humans. Moreover, you know something is designed not by the complexity of the thing. You know something is designed because you compare it to something which occurs naturally. I
Right.
know that Mount Rushmore is designed because I can compare it to naturally forming mountains.
Right. And I hear you. And I say that God put that because we're created in the image of God. He gave us a mind that
But
is able to understand logic and see and detect symmetry and
but
patterns.
that's the
Like, I don't see how that could
claim.
randomly come about.
That That's not proof or
That's my
evidence. That's
claim.
just a claim. We're asking for the evidence for the claim.
Well, how that happened? Like I'm asking you for evidence how that could happen on its own.
We're telling you evolution.
Yeah, and I'm telling you
Rob,
God, and we're saying the
Rob,
same
I
thing.
know,
You
but we
can't
have
demonstrate
evidence.
that.
But yes, we can. We have evidence for evolution. We have no evidence for God. Do you know what an
Uh,
endogenous retrovirus is, Rob?
no.
This is still my favorite. There's other arguments for evolution, but this will always be my favorite. So this little orange snippet is DNA from a virus. Now, as we've already discussed, our DNA is fragile. It can be mutated, it can be damaged,
Yep.
or a foreign virus can make its way into the body. And if that virus has DNA, it can actually insert some of its DNA into our DNA. And these are actually really easy to see. We can see where there's splice points in the foreign DNA, and we can detect that this is foreign DNA. Now, here's the funny thing. We have many thousands endogenous retroviruses, but when it comes to human beings and primates, we share almost 80% of our endogenous retroviruses with primates. And most of those, if not damn near all of them, are not shared outside of the primate family, meaning the endogenous retroviruses we share with the primates could have only been there if we had recent common ancestry with the other primates, which is why it's present in all primates and they're present in all human beings. Because at some point in time, we had a common ancestor that had these combinations of retroviruses in their DNA, and it came down to us.
Right. So I admit that humans being similar to primates, that's a little bit sticky for creationists.
It's not similarity.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't say similarity. So keep it in mind, the human genome, the DNA inside of our bodies are like, how many positions? There's like trillions of combinations of nucleotide bases, right?
It's
So
amazingly complex.
the funny thing is, we find these retroviruses, we can identify them not just by their individual sequence, but by the fact that they always show up in the same place in human beings, right? So the fact that it would show up even in two human beings in the identical same place in the DNA is impossible given the odds. The fact that it would show up in all humans can only mean that this was given to all human beings by a common ancestor that we all now have their blood DNA virus in it. Same with the great apes. The reason why we share so many retroviruses with great apes is because we had a common ancestor with them, and their retroviruses were shared among all the apes, including us.
Justin, I can't believe you brought up DNA. I mean, have you ever seen a code write itself as a
Yeah,
software engineer or mechanical engineer? You've seen
sure
a
have.
code
It's
write
just
itself.
four
But
different acids
right, but
that
the
have been
system,
reproduced at different like variation at different intervals and different combinations. It's
right,
not all that complex. It's just four
right,
different acids.
in an order that actually serves as a function in a system.
No, it doesn't.
Not all of them.
70% of it doesn't have a function anymore. It's dead.
But it is actually the 30% is actually doing something. There's
I
a system.
know, which is expected under evolution. This result is expected under evolution, that we would have all this dead code from our ancestors. It's not expected in
But Justin,
creationism.
I hear you, bro. But listen, the same way that you believe that I worship and pray to a sky daddy, that's what you guys say. I mean, it's really disrespectful too. But I mean, I get it. You
I
know, you
mean,
don't
it's what the
believe.
Bible says, but
I mean, it is
Right.
true
Okay.
though.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. You say it's a sky daddy, but what I'm saying is that when you guys say evolution and when you guys say uh mutation and natural selection, it's the same thing. It's something that you can't see. It's something that you
No,
can't
you can't see
define.
we
It's
it.
can't
not
see it.
tangible.
It is
It's
tangible.
the same thing as saying a
We've mentioned
God,
it 5 times. It's 100% provable and tangible, which is why biologists universally agree that it's true, even the Christian
but you
ones.
can't you can't
We've literally
demonstrate
seen
it
speciation in the
in an
lab.
actual random situation. You could never
I
see DNA
I
create itself
I
out of
don't know why you
non-DNA. You
keep
would
talking
never
about
see that.
random. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Have we ever seen DNA
We are.
self-arise?
No, it takes
Right. Well, that's
many.
what
It
you
takes
say. That's what
it
you
takes
say, but
centuries.
Well,
that's
Rob,
that's
Rob, pay attention.
ridiculous.
Rob, it takes centuries of
listening.
evolution for
I'm
that kind
listening.
of stuff to happen. So here's, I'm
I
going to
guess
illustrate the nonsense of what you're saying, Rob. Just pay attention for 5 seconds.
I'm listening.
What am I holding right now on the screen?
Is it your phone?
No.
A chunk of wood with some googly eyes on it.
Yeah. What do you think this is made out of?
What, the wood?
Yeah.
It's made out of old DNA.
You'd be wrong. This is petrified wood. This
Petrified
is
wood. It's made out of
wood.
stone. Okay.
This is made out of stone. How long does the process of petrification take?
I don't know, honestly.
Many, many thousands of years typically, which means
And how do you know that?
not a single person has ever witnessed wood petrify, ever. Yet
Right.
it's something you're willing to accept at the drop of a hat. You're willing to accept that wood petrifies. You're willing to accept that under the right conditions, diamonds will form. You're willing to accept that geodes form these elaborate crystalline structure. Hold on, Rob. You're willing to accept that geodes form over thousands of years, even though not a single person has ever witnessed it happen from end to end. And what you're saying is because no human being has witnessed a process that starts and takes thousands of years, it must not be true. And that's completely ridiculous. There are many things, many processes that take thousands of years that we know happen because we've collected the evidence, not because somebody sat there for 1,000 years and watched it.
Listen, I accept that something can be petrified, but to say that it takes thousands of years, I'm skeptical of that because nobody's been around thousands of years to see that.
They don't need to. You don't need.
Isn't there a lot
to,
of assumption in that though? To say, oh,
no,
well, we know that it's thousands of years when we weren't there.
Rob, do you think that Pluto makes a complete rotation around the sun?
I have no idea. Remember, I'm just a dumb carpenter.
Do you think when it comes to forensic science that we can actually make definitive statements about who the killer is?
I mean, I've seen a lot of people who said that, what we used to think we could prove out of forensic science, they later on came and overturned convictions because they said we were wrong about what we assumed. So no,
Have we been able to actually find? Have we actually been able to ever find the perpetrator in a homicide using forensic science?
I believe yes, probably yes.
Okay, was anyone there to? Have there ever been instances where the perpetrator and the victim, where there is no actual video footage or no witnesses, and yet we're being able to determine the perpetrator in the homicide?
Yes, but it didn't happen thousands of years ago.
But you weren't there, right?
Right.
No one was there.
Right.
So we can use the
can test
evidence.
That's a testable thing. You can't test
we have
thousands of
evidence.
years.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, you absolutely can.
You can't test thousands of years unless you
can.
actually were there the whole time.
No,
Time
you
is
can't.
not testable in that sense.
It is.
Okay. Well,
We know.
to me,
we know.
that takes more faith than believing that
It doesn't
God
take.
did it.
It doesn't take any
personal
faith.
incredulity.
But I mean, I can
Just
turn
because,
personal
Rob, just
incredulity
because you personally don't understand the science doesn't mean that scientists don't have answers or understand how these things can be made evident.
Just because you have a scientific explanation, doesn't mean that you couldn't be wrong. I could say the same exact thing. You say I don't understand.
No one's saying that. No one's saying we could be wrong.
You don't understand.
Nobody here is claiming that we couldn't be wrong. What we're saying is we have evidence for our position and you don't. And all the evidence
than you.
You have zero evidence so far. Your whole evidence is look at the trees, it must be created. But we're giving you actual pieces of evidence. For example, did you know that the rotation of the earth used to be a different speed?
How do you know that?
Because of science. So when the moon pulls on the ocean, it causes friction. It's tidal friction. And what that means is that the actual rotation of the earth is ever so slightly adjusted by this tidal friction. And we can actually calculate back in time that the rotation of the Earth must have been slightly faster, and we can even calculate how fast it would have been at certain time periods. And we've done it. As it turns out, we've got fossils of the Denovian period of corals, and corals have daily and yearly rings. Unlike trees, they don't have just yearly rings, they have daily and yearly rings. Now, what's interesting is when we have these fossils from this time period, we're saying, listen, these fossils were found in a layer that date to 130 million years ago. How can we validate that this layer is correct? Well, as it turns out, one of the ways we can do it is calculate the number of days within a year on the coral rings. And we did. They went back, they did the math and says, okay, 130 million years ago, we should have a day that is only 22 hours long. And you'll never guess what they found. They found that the coral rings from 130 million years ago were exactly the number of days in a year that they calculated based on what we know about current tidal friction. All of our data just lines up. It all matches with each other.
I hear you, Justin. And I'm not arguing young Earth creation. I think that's kind of dicey. While I personally believe that's probably true because I believe that scripture is divinely inspired. If I found out that the earth was 4 billion years old, it wouldn't shake my faith in the hand of God doing it all. And I do believe in science and I do believe in testable data. And I don't refute what you're saying. I believe in calculations, but I also believe in error. I believe that these calculations are vastly complex. And that's the thing I always get into with engineers is that they calculate, they will over exaggerate and over calculate a point load and put it in the wrong place. So their PSI is correct, but they literally put the posts in a place where the building will fall over, and I have to move it over as a carpenter 2 feet in order to actually capture the load.
But no
So if
one's
you miss one
saying that humans
variable,
don't make mistakes, Rob. We all know humans make mistakes.
And the
right?
way that
I mean,
in
I certainly
science that
do.
we and the way in science in which we discover mistakes is through science, through the peer review process.
Agreed. I agree.
Right. So
I'm
like
pro-science.
to be sure, Rob, like just because engineers make mistakes doesn't mean that the whole field of science is wrong about what it believes. So for example,
Agreed.
when I put together a drawing set, I give that drawing set to another engineer to review and to find my
Yeah.
mistakes. And then I fix the
Yeah.
mistakes and I give it to another engineer and he says, "Hey, Justin, you fucked this up too." And then I have to go back and fix it, right? So like just because people make mistakes doesn't mean that the mistakes don't eventually get either verified and weeded out, and doesn't mean that all of science is wrong. We have lots
Right. I know
of
that. I'm
data for
applying
the age
that.
of the
I'm
Earth.
applying that to your. I'm applying that to your circumstance about calculations. I'm saying I'm somewhat skeptical of calculations because if I'm not the one there actually doing the calculation, and to be clear, many times engineers are right. They're right on the money, and I mess things up. But I'm saying that the human mind being fallible, like when people start to tell me about radiometric dating and isotopes and the curvature, this calculate, this span and I get a little skeptical because I know the inherent nature of human beings to make mistakes. Yes, there's a lot of true and good data, but I don't, and you don't, to be clear, don't have time to go test it all. I
That's what
mean,
the
it's
peer review process is for.
It gets peer reviewed,
yeah,
buddy.
and peer review, that's true. That's a good point. Peer review, but the peer review process can also be it can be excelled or what's the word I'm looking for? It can be driven by funds, it can be driven by people with biases, it can be driven by narratives. It can be
Rob,
fallible.
if I if
So
if I was able to do some amount of science to definitively prove that evolution wasn't true, and I was able to give an alternate mechanism, I would become one of the richest people in the world tomorrow. I would get a freaking
Yeah.
Nobel Prize
so I wouldn't agree with that, and here's why. And you guys are gonna say I'm a crazy
because of
Christian when I say this.
because of
Because
a
because
conspiracy
I would say
theory
that
that you're going.
the God of this world, the little G, would not be happy about that information coming out. So I would say that
And
the
in other
demonic
words,
spirit
in
realm would absolutely they would
Rob,
probably have you offed if you did
Rob,
that. So
what
I know
makes
I'm
you
a cuckoo. I know it.
no, what makes you different than a flat earther?
What makes me different than a
Wait,
flat earther?
Rob, are you a flat earther?
They will,
No, I'm not a flat
yeah,
earther. No,
because they
absolutely not.
make the same exact arguments that you make.
Well, let me tell you something about flat earthers. While I don't believe in a flat earth, they have a right to their viewpoint.
Yeah,
While
because
I disagree with their viewpoint, I
the
think there's
Bible says
plenty of
so.
evidence. It says what?
Yeah,
The
they're
earth is
more. I mean,
flat.
the Bible is a flat. At least in the Old Testament, our Bible's a flat Earth book. So
I don't know. I mean, I've had
the
Christians because I did dabble in the flat Earth, and I think they make some good points, but I'm not a flat
they
earther. I
don't.
think it would
They
be too
don't
big of
make
a
any good
conspiracy
points.
to cover up. Well, okay, so
Yes, Rob.
if you want to go, if you want to touch on that rabbit hole, Justin, as an engineer, can you explain to me the because I could never get a good answer on this one, but I don't believe in flat Earth. Can you explain to me the 8 inches per mile squared conundrum for the because as a carpenter, I would say this.
There's
If you
no
pull up 3
conundrum.
feet, okay, can I can I give you
It's been validated over and over and over again that the curvature of the Earth will in fact cause a laser beam to drift north the further you get. So drift up.
Flat
okay,
Earthers have
fair
proven
enough.
that.
I
The
believe that.
further
I mean, I
the
believe that that's yeah.
the further you get from your target, that beam is going to move up and up and up and up on your target.
Okay. And like a high power telescope as well. It could actually wrap itself around the curvature of the Earth because it's such a long
No,
distance. I mean, I could go for that.
that doesn't do that. No.
So, some of the biggest, some of the greatest evidence against the flat Earth has been given to us by flat earthers, whether it's Bob with his
Well, I don't believe in the flat
electric
Earth. I don't want
gyroscope,
I don't want you. Yeah.
or yeah, but the point of the matter is, Rob, is that the same exact arguments, the same bad arguments that flat earthers give, and their dependency upon conspiracy theory mindset
Is what I
are
said
no.
about the demonic realm. I mean, fair enough. I mean, you know what? I'm saying that I believe that in faith, and I'm not sitting here trying to prove that to you, and I'm not going to argue that because that is a fair rebuttal. Doesn't mean it's not true. I mean, because
the
like
am- the amount of but the thing is the amount of people that would have to be keeping the truth a secret in order to propagate a false theory of evolution is
I don't
too
think it
great.
right. Just like the flat Earth,
It,
it would be too great. That's what kind of took me away from that. I hear you. I would say that in mankind's confusion and propensity to make mistakes, I would say that it would be much easier for the enemy to manipulate an agenda that was much more pro-evolution and pro-Big Bang, and that you would see it in the schools, you would see it taught to little children. You would
with the
see people turn
with
it into their
human
own religion.
propensity to make mistakes, I would be expecting these scientists in the field to constantly be slipping up, but no, they are completely consistent. Scientists in completely different fields corroborate each other's findings.
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess I don't necessarily agree with you because I feel like I read different, and I'm not a scientist, and I don't read as much science stuff as I would like to.
Ken
I only
Ham
have
and
so much
and
time.
Kent Hovind do not count.
I mean that that's fair enough. You know, I mean, I take what they say with a grain of thought, with a grain of salt. I'm not going to sit here and say I agree with everything that they say. I think they make some good points, and I am a Ken Hovind fan more because I think he's funny, than I necessarily agree with all of his stuff about the flood and everything. He could be right, but I mean, I don't know. But as far as the propensity to make mistakes, I feel like I read different things. Like you're saying, it's very consistent, and I feel like it's like so one day Pluto's a planet, one day it's not a planet. I mean, I feel like it's like
That's
we
just
think
a
the Earth is
that's just
old. It's
a
4 billion years. It was
that's
20,
just a
26 billion
Rob.
years, 100 billion.
That's just a matter of categorization. Whether or not we categorize Pluto as a planet or a dwarf planet, that's just a simple matter of categorization. That
Right, but you're
nothing
saying
about
that
it.
you're saying that to justify an inconsistency, and then you turn around and say that everything is very consistent.
It's not an
And I would
inconsistency,
say that
Rob.
that's confusion, and that
If
goes against your argument.
No, Rob. It's more like imagine that the truth is like it's almost as if the objective truth about how the universe works is like at the center of an onion. Every time we make a scientific advancement, we're peeling away another layer of the onion. It's not that it's inconsistent and that we're changing our mind. It's that we are getting closer and closer, and we are refining our answers based on the evidence available to us.
Right, but we do take
Yeah, and
steps
keep in mind that
backwards.
Pluto does exist.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. But I
Okay.
mean, you've seen where they've said that is it a planet, is it not a planet? And again, I think you
I
run
mean,
into
what in the world do you
agendization.
think
You
is the
know,
difference, Rob?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You
It's
know,
just a matter of the way in which planet orbits and the size of Pluto and the satellites surrounding it. It's just a matter of categorization. It has nothing to do. It's not a detraction against science. If
Okay,
anything, quite the opposite.
let's do another one. What do you guys know about the Heisenberg experiment? I'm not well versed in it, but it's the one with the observer, where when they put an observer, the
The
atoms
double
or the
slit.
molecule, yeah, they behaved in a certain way, and then when they took the observer, they behaved in a different way. I mean, I'm asking you
I
guys' opinion. I'm not a
You,
freaking
you do
physicist,
know that in
so
order to observe any particles, you have to shine a light on it, and those light particles are going to like change the scenario
right.
of the
So,
experience.
so the reason why the observer matters is because all of our methods of observation require us to interact with the particles. And the minute you interact
right, to
with it,
change something.
right?
So I would say that gives a more of a basis for a spiritual nature of the universe beyond what we could see. It goes back to like the old,
Photons aren't spiritual.
but they behave one way when we look at them and one way they don't. So
No,
if
No,
we're
no,
wrong
never looking at
again.
them, how can we?
Nope, that's incorrect.
All right, well, I'm not going to argue physics. I mean, I wanted to hear you guys' take on it. I mean, it's something I'd like to look more into. I mean, I wish I was a freaking physicist, but I'm not. There are Christian physicists, by the way, and there are Christian biologists.
and
Look
the
up
really
Dr.
good
James
Christian
Storr.
and the
Huh?
really good Christian physicists usually agree with the scientific consensus.
Yeah, and I do pretty much. But again, I'm not a scientist. Like I am interested in this stuff, and I do read
Like
up.
Francis
And right,
Collins is a Christian and a biologist, and he's a proponent of evolution. In fact, he's the
right,
one who completely mapped the human genome.
the genome.
He's a
Right.
Christian.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I get it. You know.
Yeah, Rob.
hmm
How much do you know about dolphins?
Not much.
Dolphins are fun. So dolphins, like whales, used to be land animals. They evolved into aquatic animals, which is why they don't have gills. They actually have lungs like we do and noses like we do. But here's my favorite fact about dolphins. Um, the way noses work is that we have receptors in our nose that detect particular chemicals. Like the way that the DNA forms or the way that our DNA is expressed, it causes each receptor, like say we have 800 receptors, each individual receptor is one of those 800 varieties, and all of them are designed to detect a particular chemical. Now, some animals have more or less than the 800. That's not relevant. What we do know is that land mammals are, we can
Okay.
identify the same receptor. Like if there's a receptor in our nose that say can detect sulfur, right? We can find a similar structure, nearly identical structure in like an ape or an aardvark or something else that can detect sulfur, right? So the form of the chemical receptor remains the same. That's how we know what it does. Now, interestingly enough, what we would expect is that the receptors inside of noses for detecting airborne chemicals wouldn't exist in aquatic animals. And it turns out they fucking don't. Now, the exception, obviously, are going to be dolphins. Dolphins, who used to be land mammals, have a whole shitload of receptors that are no longer functional anymore because they used to be land animals breathing air, taking in chemicals from the air, and now they're not. They've developed a whole nother set of receptors for taking in chemicals from the water, and all of their old receptors for taking in chemicals from the air. Half of them don't even work anymore because the code is now dormant and broken, and the other half, it really isn't even functioning anymore because it can't bind to anything in the water. Why would God design a dolphin to have all of these airborne chemical receptors in the water and have 70% of them non-functioning and the other 30% entirely useless?
Right. That's a great question. And so, like, I would say that that goes right back to your example of how we have certain DNA that we don't use anymore. And it's just like, as you said, as an engineer, you know, you take an engine, you get to the 2005 model and from the 2004 model, you upgrade some things, you leave some things. Some things are ultimately inferior, but you're not going to upgrade all things. but you're rebuilding on a template or a chassis. Okay, so I would say that it's very obvious that God has a template in DNA and that he moves it around and that he is efficient in it. And that means he doesn't do extra thing. He doesn't get rid of something. He doesn't. It's just like when I demo a light. When I take an
But
old light
it's
out of the bathroom, I
non-functional,
leave the
Rob.
old light box
It's
in the attic. I
non-functional.
don't remove it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no reason
Okay.
for me to remove it. I
Rob,
throw it up
if
in the
you
attic and then I
redid your
put the new light
kitchen,
in.
would you leave 70% of the old non-functional stuff in the kitchen? Like if you had a
If it
kitchen that
wasn't
was so...
hurting anything,
Hold on,
if it
Rob.
wasn't hurting anything, you couldn't see it. Sure.
Rob,
Okay.
hold on. If you had a
I'm
kitchen,
listening.
somebody came in and vandalized your kitchen, right? 70%
Yeah.
of your kitchen's
Right.
useless. Your countertops are broken. Your refrigerator doesn't work anymore. Your microwave doesn't work. 70% of your kitchen is now useless. And you said, okay, I need to go in and I need to fix this thing. If you went into your kitchen and said, I'm going to make it a kitchen again, but you left 70%, that 70% that is useless, that is not expected for a rational thinking entity who's trying to design a new kitchen. That's what you would expect if something was reproducing itself and had no mechanism for clearing out the old shit.
So I don't think that's a correct analogy. I think the correct analogy in your kitchen analogy would be that somebody came in and vandalized and it was in an unseen area that's walled off that nobody needs. And you would
No,
say, okay, I'll
no,
leave
it's not
that, but
unseen.
they met the lights up. They messed the
It's not
lights up, so I'm gonna
unseen. It's
rewire it
not unseen.
in a dolphin. What
Yeah,
are
it's
these
not.
what
It's
are
not
you talking
unseen.
about?
Do you not know
What are
that
the
that we're doing like actual science? We can use microscopes to
yeah.
see the actual receptors, like inside of somebody's, like the olfactory receptors. We know what they look like
Okay.
inside of a nose.
I, okay, to be
My
clear,
palmaris
when I
longus
my my
is not invisible.
no, my scene example is from the aesthetic value of the kitchen. When you're talking about a dolphin, it may be able to be seen by a microscope, but it's non-essential that I get rid of it. It's more efficient that I change it the way I want it to
Rob,
But
function
do you
and that
see
I leave
Rob,
the stuff
do
that
you see
doesn't matter.
this? Do you see this tendon right here on my arm?
Yes.
It's called the palmaris longus. It's not
Okay.
invisible. It serves no function. It once did long ago
Once did, sure.
whenever our ape ancestors used to climb the trees. But over thousands
I
of
mean,
years
that's
of
what you say.
evolution,
I
the
mean,
fact that we
maybe.
no longer climb the trees, the palmaris longus doesn't serve a purpose anymore. In fact, that's why a number of human beings no longer have one. It's
Right.
not invisible. It's not hidden away. It's clearly visible
Right.
on my body, and it serves no purpose.
Right. And my question to you would be, is it inhibiting you in any way?
Sometimes the mutations do, and sometimes they don't. But that's irrelevant. The question is, why would it be there? If I'm designing a machine from scratch, what I'm not going
And
to
why would I
do,
spend extra
what I'm
energy
not
to get
going,
rid of it if it's not
Rob,
inhabiting something, if it's not
Rob,
inhibiting
God
because
doesn't
something?
spend energy.
it's not there, Rob. God is
Well,
not.
what makes you say that? Hold on, I didn't say
Rob,
God
hold
didn't
on,
expend
Rob. Pay
energy.
attention. Pay
I'm
attention. Pay
listening.
attention.
I'm listening.
God doesn't need to expend any energy. Well, I mean, depends. And there's one spot in the Bible that says God
Yeah, I
rested
don't
and was
know.
refreshed.
Yeah, that's your
But
God. I mean, I didn't say that.
that's your God. So in
I
reality,
don't
if
know.
God is creating human beings, it's nothing for him. He's making them from scratch, by the way. He's making human beings, dolphins. He's speaking them into existence. He's not copying anything. He's not saying, "Oh, I like
Justin,
that." Let's hold on, Rob.
Justin,
He says, "I'm not copying this
I
over." Or
reject
hold
that.
on, Rob.
Okay.
He's saying, "I'm not copying this over here." Like you could copy. You could take snippets from here and snippets from there and mush it together and say, "I like this," right? But the reality is, if you're a deity, the expectation of a deity when they design something is that it's going to be designed well. It's not expected that a well-designed entity is going to be full of junk DNA and stuff that is no longer functional, stuff that we know from evolution used to be functional.
Again, Justin, it's going back to my kitchen analogy. I leave an old light in the ceiling because there's no reason for me to take it out. It's not hurting anything.
But it's a
And
shit
yeah, like
design, Rob. Rob, if you leave an old light in the kitchen that's no longer functional, you're a shit carpenter. Don't do it. I'm not paying for that.
But what I'm
If I
saying
pay
is
you to
you're saying that,
remodel my kitchen, you take the old shit out that no longer functions and you put the stuff in that works.
well, I mean, what I'm saying is you're saying it's a crap design. Okay, but you are that design, and I reject that. Like that's an opinion, and like my opinion is
Yeah,
that it is a beautiful
my
design.
eyes are a testament to crap design. I can't even read any words on the screen.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't. Yeah, and my
that
eyes are starting to
actually
go too. So I'm actually kind of with you in that boat. I'm 40,
that
so
actually
I
brings
get
up a
it.
good point, which is that God purposely, according to your book, designs people defective and then punishes them for it. Want to see that one?
But see, I don't. Okay, I'm sure you can show me that in the scripture, but I would say that from my Christian worldview, that when sin entered the world, we got decay, and we have flaws, and I'm
Yeah,
somewhat
that doesn't
deistic.
address the
Let me say,
passage,
let me
Rob.
say,
You're trying really hard
listen.
to get ahead of my argument, and you're nowhere near it. So in Exodus 4:11, when Moses complains that he has poor speech, God says, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" So God decides which human beings are going to be mute and deaf and blind, and then later he punishes them. Leviticus
Yeah,
21, he says, "None of your offspring throughout their generations who have a blemish may approach to offer food, the food of his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed, so on and so forth." So God literally designs human beings to be maimed and deformed, and then says, well, you guys can't actually join into the worship.
right, Justin. I mean, we've kind of been through this before. I agree that there's a lot of tough passages in the Old Testament, and you know that I believe that the gospel rights all the wrongs of the Old Testament, and that we were
It
cursed
doesn't.
in that situation. I mean, that's
Nope.
that's but that's what I believe. But
That's
hold
not
on,
how that
you
works.
believe you have a deconstructionist worldview, and I respect
Rob,
it, and
Rob,
you're
if
allowed to
you
have that.
spent if you spent 10 years abusing your child, is it better now that you've now stopped abusing your child? You're still
Justin, I don't.
horrible.
I don't know. Right, right. Like if you read the Old Testament literally, I admit
I
that it
don't.
is
No, no.
hard to
We
rectify a
don't.
lot of
We don't.
things.
We don't read the Old Testament literally. We read it plainly, and there's a difference. When it
And
says that
what's
the
the
Lord our
difference?
God is
What's the
consuming
difference in?
fire, when it says the Lord our God is consuming fire, I don't assume that that means that the author believed that God was made out of fire.
But
When it
why do
says
you
that Jacob
assume
is
that
like a
when he's talking
lion,
about maimed people, that they're really maimed
maimed,
people? Like, how do you know there's not a spiritual principle behind that? Like,
Tell me what
because
it is.
because yeah.
okay, so that's a good point. So Justin,
By
I
the way,
give you this.
that's the
I'm
rule. By the way,
conceding.
that's the
Hold
and
on.
Justin could probably back me up on this because he went to
Right.
seminary. That is the rule of hermeneutic.
I don't
You
care about
never throw
seminary. Look, you're not going to
you
get
never
me to defend
this
like what they
you
teach in
never throw out the
seminary or
plain
a lot of
meaning.
church stuff. A lot of there's a lot of foolishness in the
You can
church.
add
I'm
a
the first to
spiritual
admit that.
meaning on top of the plain meaning, but you never throw out the plain meaning of the text.
Well,
Otherwise, you
I
can
would
make
just
it
say
say
that
anything you want.
Yeah.
I know that. I know that.
Well,
And we would go around in circles on this, but I would say
yeah.
that the Bible is a spiritual book and it's written parabolically. And I don't know. It may be
Okay,
literal. No, if
so
that's what God did,
did Jesus
if that's
literally
what God
die for
did,
your sins?
Or is that a
I believe
parable?
that. Yes. Yes, I believe that.
How do you know it's not a parable? You're reading it too
I
literal,
would say,
Rob.
I would, s- I would, I know.
Obviously, God
I would
wouldn't kill
say
his own
by my
son. It's got to be a
experience,
metaphor.
right? I would say by my experience with the gospel, with believing and receiving forgiveness and salvation, and the peace that I have now compared to when I was an atheist, I would say I believe that he literally died. And I
Well,
know that's hard because you're going to say I'm cherry picking. You're going to say I'm cherry picking. Fair enough. It's a
well,
fair
yeah. I
argument.
mean,
It's fair.
what do
I
you
would
think
say,
about John Dominic Crossan, who is a Christian who believes that the resurrection was is a metaphor?
I would say I disagree with him.
Okay,
On
but
what
on
grounds?
based on what though?
Like I said, that I am of the belief that when Romans 10 and 9 says that if you believe with your heart and confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord and that he came in the flesh, that you shall be saved. And I
Yeah,
believe that that's a
you confess.
literal,
You could
po-
no, you confess what the metaphor implies. That's all it really means.
well, I
Yeah,
believe that
because
that's
it's
a,
it's got to be a
I
metaphor
mean,
because
there's,
God Himself said in Deuteronomy, says, "Children, nor shall children be put to death for their parents. Only their own crimes may a person be put to death." So, I mean, according to the God of the Old Testament, nobody should be able to die for another's crimes, which means obviously the New Testament death of Jesus has got to be a metaphor.
and Justin, we've been through this before, and I believe Christ fulfilled the law, and you're reading from the law that we were cursed under the law. The letter
But He
killeth,
didn't
but the
fulfill
spirit giveth
anything.
life.
Didn't fulfill anything. What?
Nothing.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Not a single thing. He didn't
Like,
fulfill a single prophecy. He didn't.
We disagree with
He
that.
he
I
literally
mean, right
broke
in
the
Genesis,
laws. He literally broke the laws,
the servant shall crush the woman's head, bruise the woman's
which is
head,
absolutely
and
nothing to
that's
do with Jesus.
we're going to
uh,
disagree with that because the
no,
woman can't have a seed unless
And,
the
and you're
virgin is
and you're
pregnant.
and you're clearly
Sarah.
wrong.
Well,
Did
I
Hagar have
mean, that's what
Rob?
you, that
Rob, did Hagar
what's that?
have a seed? Did Hagar have seed?
Is that what you're saying that prophecy is related to Hagar?
No. You made the claim that women don't have seed because you're interpreting seed simply to mean sperm.
Hagar had
Uh,
Abraham's seed.
no. God referred to her child as her seed, Hagar's seed.
Yeah, Rob, were you the one that brought the stupid argument that seed is never applied to any woman but Eve? Was that you that gave me that bad argument? I proved you wrong last time. Do you have to do it again?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but
I bet it
I would
is.
say, hey, hold on. Hagar is a representative of something. It says in the New Testament that Sarah and Hagar are representatives of some sort. And I mean, I could
Yeah.
find, if you want me to look it
Jesus
up,
didn't come from Hagar.
Hagar's seed is referring to her son Ishmael. The angel of the Lord also said to her, I will surely multiply your offspring, Zerah, seed, so that they cannot be numbered or multitude, cannot be numbered for multitude. It's referring to Ishmael and his offspring.
Yeah, seed is a collective noun. It's referring to offspring. It's
Right.
it's not a singular. It's not referring to a singular person.
But well, let me
To be
ask you guys
sure,
something.
it could, but it's kind of like how the word sheep can be plural or singular.
What's
But
the
for sure, in Genesis 3:15, the seed there is referring to all of Eve's descendants, which would include me and you and Justin.
right? What's the Bible guy's name? I really appreciate the conversation. I mean, he's super respectful. What's his name? What can I call you, brother?
Dalton.
Dalton. Dalton. Okay. Um, like I hear you and I really respect you guys' knowledge. I think you look at the Bible too literally because I think when it says
No,
like
you
Plainly,
do.
not literally.
metaphorically,
You look at it too little,
I
Rob.
believe
You
that
think you
not.
think Jesus literally
eh,
died.
but see you say what I say and then that just becomes circular and we're having a discussion. So like I mean I say we have to agree
I
to
don't,
disagree, but
but
like you can beat me over the
I
head with my
don't read
Bible,
the
but like
Bible. I
it
don't read
can't
the Bible literally, Rob. I read
okay
it plainly.
plainly. But I believe you need the Holy Spirit as interpreter, and I believe it's
Yeah,
foolishness to those that
I
don't
would
have
I
the
say
mean,
that
that's a
because the
too.
mixed
natural
Yeah, if
claim.
my
man,
book was silly.
the
That's
natural
not.
man cannot receive the things of the Spirit of God because they're
I
foolishness to
mean,
him. So it's going to seem like foolishness.
that's a great Pauline cope. Paul,
Yeah.
because of course
Well, I
Paul would
believe
have
in
to say
Paul, and
that.
me and Justin have hashed it out on this. He doesn't believe in Paul. I believe in Paul. I
Yeah,
believe I'm
because
under a new
Paul. I mean,
covenant.
why should I trust Paul when Paul either doesn't know Hebrew or he's being
Well, Hebrew
deceptive
wasn't
about the.
spoken at that time. Hebrew was
It
a
was.
priestly
It
language.
was.
Aramaic was spoken at that time.
No,
As a
people could still
Pharisee,
speak it.
Paul would have been able to read Hebrew. Paul would have known that in the Hebrew language
I think
there
it
is no
says in
distinction.
Acts that Paul didn't know Hebrew well, that he
No, in
didn't
Acts
speak
it says
Hebrew
that
well.
Paul spoke Hebrew before the Sanhedrin, and as a result, they all shut their mouths because he began to speak Hebrew to them. Now,
Yeah.
but in the book of Galatians, Paul tries to make a semantic argument between the word seed singular and seeds plural based on Genesis. If
Yeah.
Paul was a actual Hebrew speaker, he would have known that in Hebrew there is no differentiation between seed and seeds. It's like saying, notice how the text says deer and not deers. Well, that doesn't make sense in English, and in the same way, zerah simply means seed. It could be a singular or a collective in Hebrew.
Right. I mean, I respect both of you guys' knowledge. I thank you for that, Dalton. My conviction is that again, you need the Holy Spirit as interpreter. The letter kills
Yeah.
and the Spirit giveth life.
I would
And I
say the
believe if you
same
don't have
thing
the
if I
Holy
was in a
Spirit,
cult.
you
I would
can't
say if you're not in
understand.
my cult, you can't understand my
I
special
get
book. I would
that.
say the same thing.
And I would say there's demonic cults and then there's correct cults.
I would say
I don't
yours is demonic.
I don't right and I would say we'll see when we die because I believe that there's a spirit world and that there's evil spirits that are going to be cast into judgment and I believe that I'm going to stand in front of God, be
Judgment for
forgiven because
what?
of Christ, and
Okay,
I'm going to enter heaven for
Judgment
sin,
for what?
this is
for clear sin that you see in the world.
this
I
is
mean, there's
all
obviously
nice
sin in the
copium,
world.
but like
Why is God putting anybody
the
in fire? Or go ahead, Dalton.
Well,
I
I
was
don't
gonna say this is all
necessarily.
nice copium, but quite clearly, me and Justin are actually like dealing with what the text says, and you're not.
Yeah, and the letter is killing you.
That's
No.
not what the phrase "the letter killeth, but the
Well, you
spirit gives
guys are
life."
natural men because you don't believe. So it's
You're a
foolishness to
natural
you.
man.
Okay,
You've
that's
just convinced yourself of a fairy tale.
Yeah,
Yeah. And I say that respectfully. I say that respectfully
literally,
because I respect you guys.
Rob. There are I can sit in a room with two Christians, each claiming to have the Holy Spirit, and each coming to a different conclusion
I
about the
get
meaning
that.
of
I get
Scripture.
that. I would say
You
that
have
God
no
reveals
way
himself
of
different
you
ways
have
to
no
different
way
people.
of actually demonstrating to me that you are a spiritual man
Well, you're not.
and that you are
You're
of the
not.
Spirit.
I agree with you
Yeah,
on that.
the
I
fact
agree
that
with
the
you
Holy
on that.
Spirit can't lead Christians to interpret the book in the correct way demonstrates that it's complete nonsense, suggesting that somehow you need the Holy Spirit to understand it when you have the Holy Spirit and y'all don't agree on shit.
Yeah, but when you have the Holy Spirit and you read the scripture, you actually see the prophetic word play out into your
No,
life. And
no,
that's
you
something I
don't.
That's
know
what
we're
you
getting into
say.
testimony, but like, oh
You have
well,
no evidence of that.
what I have,
Prove it, Rob.
I know I can't prove that. I can't prove that. No, I admit that. That's a fair point, Dalton. I mean, I can't prove that. I'm
Maybe
living
then
it.
we should deal with something a bit more objective, like what does the
Well, we
text
were
actually say?
we were dealing right. But I believe that the letter is going to kill you and the spirit's
That's
going to
not
give
what
you life. So
see,
we're
that's
going to
not
go
even what
back to that.
that's not even what that phrase means. When Paul talks about how the letter killeth, but the spirit gives life, he means overly observant strictness to the law. That's what it means by living by the letter of the law. It doesn't mean being studious and reading the text of the scriptures.
Has
Well,
nothing to do with reading.
I mean, I hear your interpretation, and I would just say that personally, I reject that based on my research and based on my
What
experience.
research? What research?
Reading the scripture, listening to different Bible scholars. One, I know you hate. I know you don't like
Name
West Huff.
name one that agrees with that
West
interpretation.
Huff.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you. You know, there's many Bible scholars that I've listened to. John MacArthur.
John MacArthur
Bodie
certainly is not a
Bachman.
Bible scholar. He's got a fake degree from his own diploma mill.
I bet John MacArthur could not string together a single Hebrew sentence.
Well,
I know
all
he
I can
can't.
say is that, you know what? I could be wrong on some things because while I believe that I have the Holy Spirit to interpret for me, I also believe that I'm a flesh human being and that I have to die daily and that I could be wrong on some things. So I'm here to listen. I respect you guys' worldview. I have my blue letter Bible, so I'm trying to learn Hebrew and I'm trying to learn
Look,
Greek a little bit myself.
I'm just trying to be like the Bereans, Rob. You're making claims the way Paul made claims, and I'm just going back to the scriptures to see if
Fair
everything
enough.
you're saying is
Fair enough.
accurate.
But
What
we
else
don't
am I
know that we
supposed to
were
do?
talking about a spiritual interpretation that was in their heart that resonated with their life.
No,
I mean,
nothing. There's
I
nothing
believe
about
we're
that
talking.
in
I
the
believe the Bible
text.
is a spiritual book, and it's parabolic. And I believe that if you will always
It's
No.
parabolic,
in a
except for when
literal.
it's not parabolic, right?
Yeah, it's only parabolic when you don't like what it says. When you like what it says, it's not parabolic.
And again, it's fair enough to say that. You say I'm cherry picking. I say I'm led by the Spirit. I only have my personal testimony to stand on and my own research. I believe God leads me to my research, and I believe that it verifies itself.
Every
And
Christian
that, like
does. Every Christian
yeah,
thinks God is leading
right,
them in their research, and they all disagree with each
right,
other, which
right.
means God
And
isn't leading
Rob,
you in shit.
well, I
Rob,
would say that Justin. Fair enough.
Rob, I have two people sitting in front of me, and I need to know the interpretation of a certain passage from, let's say, the book of Isaiah. And on the one hand, I have a Christian who claims to have the Holy Spirit, whose only language is English. And then I have a Jewish person who speaks the original language that Isaiah was written in and has studied this book all his life. Who am I going to go to get a better interpretation of Isaiah?
Okay, so I would say the Christian with the Holy Spirit, hands down. Absolutely.
Even though
I mean, that's
when
my
they read the
worldview. I'm
text, it doesn't
Christian.
say in the English language what it actually says in the original Hebrew.
Yeah, because I don't think that the letter is
Okay,
the important. I think it's the
you've
essence in the
started with your
scripture.
conclusion. Just to be fair, Rob, you've started with your conclusion that Christianity must be true, and you've just worked yourself backwards as much as humanly possible and rejected any other alternative against all of the evidence, which is why every argument you've demonstrated today has nothing to do with actual evidence. Every claim you've
Justin,
made, every argument you've tried to engage in starts with Christianity has to be true, and it doesn't matter what evidence you bring. I'm just going to say, nuh-uh, it
No, no,
can't
no,
be
no.
true because Christianity
I
is
didn't say it
true.
has to be true. I didn't say it has to be true. Hold on. I said I believe it's true because I walk by faith, not by sight.
I know you believe
And
it's true.
I believe
Yeah,
that
yeah,
the
by
evidence
faith, not by
proves
sight. I
true.
know. Yeah, you
I
believe
walk
with
by
no actual
right.
evidence that it's true, and when
I've
evidence
given you
comes
tons of
up, you just
evidence.
say, "Well, the evidence must agree with the fact that it's already true because I've already concluded that it's true."
But Justin, I could turn around and say the exact same thing about you, that
No, you
everywhere
No,
I
can't.
we
give
don't.
you evidence, you
We
try to
don't
trip
start
me up
when
and say that this isn't
when
true.
I read Isaiah in the original Hebrew. I don't start with the conclusion about what the text means. I simply read the text and then come to a conclusion based on what the text says.
I don't
You're
start with the
starting with your
conclusion of what it
conclusion.
means either.
No,
Listen,
we
Sure,
didn't
no, you
start with
do.
that conclusion. Dalton and I used to be Christians like you. We started
I
with
know.
the
Yeah.
presupposition that it was about Jesus, and then we studied it, and it was quite clear that it wasn't about Jesus, and we changed our opinions. That's something you're not willing to do. Your starting
No,
point
that's not the
is
case.
Jesus is God, and your end point is Jesus is God, and everything in the middle has to start and end with that.
Right. Exactly. I believe the gospel because the gospel set me free. Okay, now you're right. I'm looking back, but I'm not sitting here telling you that this scripture from Isaiah, which was originally in Hebrew, means this specifically. Like I'm open to the interpretation of the Spirit through parables as it plays out in my life. Okay, you can say that that's delusional. You can say somebody else could say that, but that's my claim. Is it just
Rob,
Delusional.
it's experiential.
It's
It's okay. I
delusional.
mean, you say delusional, and I
when
say
you as a
experience.
spirit
You know,
Rob, when you as a
sure.
spirit-filled Christian tells me that Isaiah prophesied, for example, that a virgin would conceive and bear a son, and I go and read the text and it simply does not say anything about a virgin.
No, I know that. I
Like,
get that.
what am I
It says
supposed to do
maiden,
with that?
right? Okay, so can I get that? So
The problem,
we
Dalton,
know
is you
that.
don't realize it's a spiritual virgin.
Yeah, a spiritual
No, I'm not gonna
maiden.
say that. I'm not gonna say that. I mean, it's close, but I'm gonna say I'm gonna say something similar. I'm gonna say that God is sovereign over all things. He allows a lot of terrible crap to go on. We I can admit that. Like I'm not delusional in that realm. I believe that he also, for his born again believers, which are on the narrow road, and it's a small minority of Christians who actually have the Holy Spirit, who are actually on their way back to him. I
Oh,
hope
Sure,
it
yeah, there's
now
increases
we know.
consolation.
Rob's the only
but
one hearing from the Holy Spirit. The other Christians don't hear from the Holy Spirit, only Rob.
no, I believe there's a lot of foolishness in the church. I think you
How
got
do
to
you know
agree
that
with
you're
me
not
on
the one
that.
being fooled and that the other Christians are right?
You know what? It's entirely possible, and I would take it back to personal experience, how God changed my heart and gave me peace that I
Yeah.
didn't know.
That's what they
But
have to
back
do.
to the translation.
So,
Back to the translation.
Rob, I want you to address what Dalton said, 'cause Dalton made a very good point.
I am. I'm trying to. So to the translation of Isaiah, I would say that it ended up in the King James version or English versions as a virgin would such and such and such. I would say that God, through His providence, ordained it that it came out as virgin, and that is what the Holy Spirit wanted to
He,
speak to His
He
people.
ordained
When
it
we
to be
believe
so
wrong.
that,
what
it helps us believe in the
is the
gospel.
original Hebrew of Isaiah not divinely inspired by God? Did God not tell the prophet to say, "Hine ha'alma hara"? Behold, the young woman is pregnant.
You know what? God is able. Isaiah 55, 8, 9. His thoughts are not our thoughts. His
We're in
ways are not our
7.
ways. He, okay, 7, 8. Fair enough. We are God. God is able to put a word that doesn't necessarily mean a word, and it's able to blind a
Or
certain amount
something.
of people for
God
a certain amount of time.
God manipulated text to blind people? God is
No, no, no,
intentionally
no, no,
blinding
no, no,
people?
no, no, no. No, he's not manipulating through his providence being sovereign. Even if you tell me that they're like, for example, John 8, the woman caught in adultery, we know that's not in the original text. We know that that was added on
Yeah,
later,
it's a
right?
complete fiction and a
Right, right.
fabrication.
I know. I'm with. I can get with that. Like I'm
So
not. You
the
know what I'm saying?
question
I'm not
is,
sitting here.
why does Isaiah 7:14 say in the original Hebrew that it's a young woman who's already pregnant?
Right. It's a maiden, right?
Yeah,
The
and not
word,
just a
the
maiden.
original word is maiden, right?
It's not just a maiden. It says ha'alma. The word alma is preceded by the hey chayidiyeh, the hey which is known, which means that this individual was known to Isaiah and or the individual he's speaking to, Ahaz. And it doesn't say she shall become pregnant, but ha'alma hara, she is pregnant.
Right. So your proposition is that the English got it wrong when it said the virgin shall be with child, right?
Yeah,
So
because it
I
just
would say that
simply it
God,
doesn't.
I would say,
In order for
and
it
I
to
don't
be
know,
that, it
like
would
I
have
don't
to
speak for
say
God. Like I don't think I'm a prophet. I don't have a pipeline to God. Like I said, I'm somewhat deistic. Like I believe that God is somewhat of a hands-off God sometimes and somewhat of a hands-on God sometimes. I mean, that's
So
by my experience.
so God
You
let
know,
the
so
Bible be wrong?
no, I would say that he ordains all things through providence, and that even if there was a quote unquote translation error, it's not an error because if
It
God's
is an
will
error.
is brought about,
it
it,
is an error.
what like
Either
what man went meant for evil, God meant for good.
If
So like if
God,
it confused and
Rob, pay,
blinded one,
pay,
I
pay
don't know.
attention, Rob, you're imputing on God's will what the New Testament says. But if the Old Testament is the foundation for the New Testament, they cannot contradict. Which means when the Old Testament says there's a prophecy about a young woman who's already pregnant, about to give birth, and then the New Testament lies and says it's about
No, I don't think
Mary
it lies.
725 years later being a virgin and getting pregnant, that means the two testaments contradict each other. They can't both
No,
be
no,
true. God can't
no.
contradict
No,
himself, can he?
no. No.
Okay.
It's refined. In the New Testament, it's
It's not
refined.
refined, it's
Okay, and this is
wrong.
just this is a
refined.
hypothetical. I don't know. Like I don't know,
It's
Justin. Like I
wrong.
don't speak for God. Okay, the way, but see, I don't think this is where it comes to the Holy Spirit. I don't think you have the spiritual eyes to
I
understand
don't
how
need to
God
know
could
spiritual
ordain
eyes. I know what
something
words are. I
from
know what words
mistakes.
mean.
But
Is a woman pregnant and not pregnant at the same time?
what I'm saying is it what I
Is a
believe it
woman
was a virgin.
pregnant and not
It,
pregnant at the same time?
I believe that one text is right. Okay, she
Can
was a
a
maiden, and
woman
then
be
Okay,
pregnant and not pregnant at the same time?
no,
Okay,
so you
so
made
when
the claim that
Isaiah,
only one text is right. Which one is it? Is it the English which is right,
it's
or
a
the
it's a
original
refinement.
Hebrew?
Dalton, it's a refinement. The new I would say, and this is just a
it's a
speculation.
No, it's
I
not a
don't know.
contradiction.
refinement.
You guys are asking me,
It's utterly changed.
but I
The
don't believe that
author
God
of the New
can
Testament
contradict himself.
changed what the Hebrew says in at least three,
Yeah.
actually, four different ways. It changes what the original Hebrew says.
Again, you guys are married to circumstances and literal interpretations where
Not
I'm going
literal, plain.
above and beyond, and I'm saying that this makes sense in God's providence from a
It doesn't
spiritual
make
perspective.
sense.
You
It's a
guys can say that I'm cherry
contradiction.
picking. It makes perfect sense to me,
No,
and it doesn't
it's a
make sense to you guys.
contradiction.
And
The
like,
prophecy
there's
doesn't
no way to
say anything
verify.
about a virgin.
Yeah, Rob, if I say to you, the woman is pregnant, am I telling you that one day a virgin shall become pregnant? If I say present tense, the woman is pregnant.
I mean, I know what you're saying. You're saying one thing says something different than the other thing. I get it. What I'm saying is that you're
No,
putting
they
God in a box
contradict.
as though he
They
can contradict himself.
contradict each other, Rob. We're not putting God
God
in the
can't
box. We're showing you that the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament, so the New Testament couldn't have been from God. That's the
Well, let me
point.
ask
The
you this.
point is, if you believe that the God that exists wrote the Old Testament, then it's not possible for the God to also write the New Testament if it contradicts the Old Testament. That's the point.
I mean, I hear you, but let me ask you this: can God be flesh and spirit at the same time?
We're
Isn't
not
that a
talking we're
wouldn't you
not
say that
talking
Not
about
according to
that.
the
We're
Old
talking
Testament,
about
but no.
if a prophecy that says a woman is currently pregnant should or could be interpreted as a prophecy about a woman who's not pregnant.
Yeah,
Listen, I don't have perfect
the woman
interpretation
of
of
Isaiah
prophecy.
7:14, according to the grammar of the Hebrew, was pregnant when Isaiah spoke this word 700 years before Mary ever existed.
At, at, at the end of the
This is the
day, I
craziest cope I've
believe
heard
that
in a
it
long
is true.
time. Which
It's
is
not a
true?
cope. It's
Isaiah or
my.
Matthew? Who's true?
I'm going to say Matthew.
Okay, so then Isaiah
So,
tells a lie.
No, I'm going to say that Matthew is a refined version of Isaiah.
No,
what
no
does the word
That's what I'm
bullshit.
refined mean
speculating.
to you? What does
Refined does
refined
nothing in
mean?
this conversation. Yeah.
I don't think you guys like it when somebody comes back at you and is like, this is plausible, and
No, it's
you
not
just don't
It's
like
not
it.
plausible. Rob,
plausible.
like you're struggling with basic word comprehension here. If the
No, I'm
prophecy
not
says
struggling.
that the woman's already pregnant, then somebody coming later saying she's actually not pregnant is a direct contradiction. In fact, well,
And I
let me
don't
write
think
it.
God can be
Well,
contradicted. I
then your
hear you,
God didn't
Justin.
write this book. If your
That's
God
not
can't
true.
do contradictions, then your God didn't write this book.
because God can be two things at the same time, two opposites at the
No,
same
he
time. Because he's God,
cannot.
he's both
No.
That's a
inside of time and outside of time.
contradiction.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not a contradiction. It's a contradiction to man, but it's not a contradiction to God. That's what
No,
my answer to that
contradictions
would
God-
don't exist.
Suddenly, God
Well,
is able
God
to
is
create
beyond
married
God is
bachelors
beyond
and
our
round
comprehension.
squares.
God is beyond our comprehension. That's what my answer to that would be. And I mean, I'm
How
gonna
could you
sit here like
possibly
I'm
know
gonna
that
sit.
if he's
It's
beyond your
yeah.
comprehension? How could you know that? How could you know anything
Well,
about God if he's beyond your comprehension?
well, I don't know a lot about God. He's mysterious, and the Bible says he's mysterious. He's his thoughts are not our thoughts. His ways are not
Okay,
our
so
ways. His thoughts
then
are higher than our
not a
thoughts.
single
Copium.
claim that you can make about God is coherent because you can't understand God.
Oh, well, definitely, like he's way beyond me, Justin. If you want me to speak for God and try to like write down and
You should be
justify
able
and
to, because
explain,
according to Paul, you have the mind of Christ.
yeah, that's right. And you know what else, according to Paul, is that we're to know nothing but Christ and Christ crucified. All I know is I stand on the gospel,
No,
and like you
Paul
don't have
said
to
that
believe in
when
the
I
gospel. You
spoke
can.
to no, Paul said when I spoke to you, I spoke of nothing but Christ, because they were
Christ
bait.
crucified. Right, right.
Spoke
And
of
as far
other
as the mind of
things.
Christ, that's a fair point. That's a fair point, Dalton. As far as the mind of Christ, I will tell you that when I became born again as a believer, God changed my mind, and I inherited the mind of Christ. I began to have more
Yeah.
empathy, more compassion, more love in my heart. The grace of God came upon me.
It
Came
happens
upon
in
me
every
in a way that
religion. No one cares, Rob. It's just another
I
testimony.
get
We've
it.
all
I
heard
get it.
them. We've heard them for Buddhists. We've heard them for Muslims. They're
Fair
useless.
enough.
So
Fair enough.
it,
You know.
I want you to either affirm or deny a contradiction in Isaiah. Premise number 1, Isaiah 7:14 is not about a virgin. Yes or no?
I would say it is about a virgin.
Okay,
It
so
is.
we'll read it. Okay.
Where is the word virgin in the text? Here, open up the Hebrew. It's like where. Let's see if he can identify where the word betula occurs in the text, because betula is the word for virgin. Let's see. It says hine ha'alma hara ve'yoledet ben ve'kirat shemo Emmanuel. Did you hear the word betula at all in that sentence?
No.
Okay. So
So it doesn't say virgin.
the words in the text don't say anything about a virgin. We're not reading Matthew. We're reading Isaiah. We're reading Isaiah, Rob.
In Isaiah, okay. Isaiah's maiden. Isaiah's maiden, correct?
Okay. In Isaiah, it doesn't say anything about a virgin, right?
Right. That's
So-
what you say.
So premise
I'll
number
go with
1,
that.
Isaiah 7:14 is not about a virgin. Correct?
It's about a maiden.
It's about a young woman who's already pregnant, correct?
I thought it was about a maiden.
A young
Maiden,
woman
young
is
woman,
a
those are
maiden.
synonyms.
Okay, but what you're saying, you're proposing that she is pregnant?
Yeah,
She is
the Hebrew
pregnant.
word hara is an adjective. It's a word to describe what she is. She is hara. She is pregnant.
Okay.
Okay. So it says in Isaiah 7:14 that this is not about a virgin, it's about a young pregnant woman. Agree or not agree?
It's about a young pregnant woman.
Yes.
I mean, I would have to do some research because I don't know Hebrew. But if you say that, okay, like I will
it
debate on the
clearly
premise that you're saying that it is pregnant.
it
I mean,
clearly
if you
says
want,
it.
we could
The
take
word
you-
hurrah
we c-
right here,
Okay.
this is an adjective that means to be pregnant. It's certainly not a verb. It's in the masculine past tense form if it's a verb. And masculine tenses aren't applied to women that are pregnant. So it's an adjective.
If we wanted Isaiah 7:14 to say what Matthew says, it would have to say hine betula tahare, behold a virgin shall conceive. But instead
Right.
what we have is ha'alma hara, the young woman is pregnant. Present tense.
Okay. But let me ask you something. The same way that you guys say that Paul didn't speak Hebrew, like, could there potentially have been down the line a translation misunderstanding? Like, we know John 8 was added, like we've already talked about, where the original should have been virgin, and then Matthew is correct. Could that?
No,
Could that?
Matthew is
what
clearly
Getting back
wrong.
to like,
What
So go ahead.
happened was that when the book of Isaiah was translated into Greek, they used the Greek word parthenos. Parthenos during the time of Attic Greek had a wider semantic. It could either refer to a pregnant woman or it could refer simply to a young woman, such as Dinah in the book of Genesis, who was called a parthenos even after she has been raped. But at the time of the first century, that word Parthenos takes on a more takes on a narrower meaning to simply just mean virgin. So the author who's reading Matthew is simply not aware of the original usage of the word Parthenos, and thus is misunderstanding what Isaiah was saying and misinterpreting it to be about a virgin.
And it's not just in the Old Greek of the Bible. We have other Greek texts like the writings of Homer that refer to women that have clearly been married and had children as Parthenos.
Okay, fair
So
enough. So
Matthew
what you
screwed
guys
the
are saying,
pooch.
yeah. I hear you. I mean, I would have to do my own research, but even like again, because I believe the letter kills. Like my faith does not hinge upon the scripture. Like you can't
No,
disprove God through the scripture. Like I mean, I believe the
We
scripture
can.
is
We can.
supplementary.
yes,
I believe
fuck the
it's
Bible, right?
well.
We can
I'm not one of
absolutely
these.
disprove the Christian God using the Bible. That's not even
Right.
hard.
Well, again, it goes back to I believe it's foolishness to those who are perishing. So like I
Yeah,
get
I would
it,
say
and
that if
I
I
say
was in
that
a cult as
I
well.
say
Yeah.
that I say that out of love and respectful. Well, I believe deconstructionism is a cult. I mean, you're a
It's
Rob,
pastor
certainly
and you've got
not.
to follow
Not
me.
Rob,
even close to the definition.
I mean, you're getting your
if you
tithes
were
and
creating a
offerings when you get your
Rob,
shorts or whatever those
if
things
you were
are.
creating a religion and you didn't want anyone to question the religion, is that not exactly what you would put in the book?
What's that?
That the wisdom of this world is foolishness in the eyes of God, or
You know
do
what?
not put test the Lord your God. Do not put the Lord your God to the test. These are
If I
exactly the kind of things I would write if
as
I
a
did not want people to question.
The
and that's
Quran
fair.
says the
That's
same
fair.
nonsense too.
Yeah, that's fair. But I will tell you this, as a practicing Christian, if I was going to make a cult, I would make the religion a lot easier to follow. And
Yeah,
like
like
a lot of
getting
the
Why?
rid of
stuff
all
that
the
you guys
rules.
put out,
Yeah,
yeah,
Paul got rid of
definitely.
circumcision.
That would
He
just be
made it easier.
constructionism. That would
Yeah,
be
that's exactly what
atheism
they
or
did.
moral relativity.
That's what
Yeah,
your
Moral
book
Paul
is.
did.
relativism.
Rob,
Your book
Paul
is
did
morally
exactly
relative.
what it is you're suggesting. Paul got rid of the dietary restrictions. He got rid of circumcision, even though Jesus never got rid of any of these things. He did exactly what you're suggesting he would do if he wanted to make Christianity a very attractive. Get rid of all the things that would be very difficult for a Gentile to do.
But see, I would disagree with that. I would disagree
Well,
with
you'd
that
be wrong then.
because
You just haven't read the
Christ said
book.
that.
It's fine.
I mean, that well, I've read the book multiple times, but that's fair enough. I mean, it's fair. I would say that Christ said all the law and the prophets hinge upon two laws: love your neighbors, you love yourself, and love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and
No,
soul.
That doesn't negate the necessity to observe the rest of the commandments, because even in the Talmud, we have a potential convert that comes to Rabbi Hillel and says, I will become a convert if you teach me the entirety of the Torah while standing on one foot. And Hillel stands on one foot and says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. This is and he says the rest is commentary. Now go and learn. Saying that those two commandments, that the rest of the Torah hinges on them, does not negate the necessity to observe those commandments.
Okay.
yeah, and keep in
I
mind,
know.
Rob,
I mean,
there's
I
categories.
respect
He
your
didn't
viewpoint.
he didn't say that these are the only two laws. He said all of the other laws fall into these two categories, which means Jesus believes that owning slaves falls under the category of loving your neighbor.
Right. I mean, I would say that Christ fulfilled the law, and I would say the New
And
Testament does not.
What does that
that's a
mean?
The New
nonsensical
Testament
thing. What does that even mean, Rob?
to
In
fulfill
Ju-
something. I mean, that means it's
to
no
do it.
longer required.
No, that's not
No,
even close to what that means.
If you fulfill an obligation, that obligation is
means
no
you
longer
do it.
required.
It means you
No.
do it and then you do it again. Laws aren't singular obligation. Laws are repetitive, eternal obligations. That's why Jesus followed this statement by saying, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus said, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you follow the laws.
This
Justin,
is quite
that's
this kind of
your
language is very
interpretation.
common. This kind of language is extremely. I mean, both me and Justin have both read the Talmud, for example, and he can probably attest to this as well as I can, that the Talmud speaks often of observe or fulfilling the commandment. And every Jew is required to fulfill the commandment. And if a Jew fulfills the commandment, it doesn't negate the necessity to further observe it.
But
Yeah,
Dalton,
it'd be crazy.
Dalton,
Do you think laws go away when you obey them, Rob? Do you only buckle your
yes,
seatbelt once?
yes, because I'm under
So
the
you
New
don't buckle your
Testament. It
seatbelt
says,
anymore?
Justin,
You don't,
Galatians
Rob. You
5:18.
don't want to use the new. You
The
don't want
Spirit,
to use the new covenant.
those who walk by the Spirit are no longer under the law. I mean, I
Well,
just can't. I'm
no,
a dumb
Ezekiel.
carpenter.
That's a
Those
contradiction.
who
Thank you
Ezekiel
walk
said,
for
by the Spirit
pointing that out. You
are
just
no
gave
longer
us
under
a
the law.
contradiction.
Well, I would say
Ezekiel
it is a
36.
spiritual man to the natural man, and
No,
the
Rob.
Spirit would
Ezekiel
tell you that you
36
are no
actually
longer under the law.
says, Ezekiel 36 prophesies that when God gives you a new heart, a new spirit, that he will cause you to observe his laws and commandments. That's what Ezekiel said.
And I would say that that points to love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul. And
So
that's
thou
the
shalt not
new
commit
law.
adultery. Out the window.
No, because Christ spoke of 9 of the 10 commandments. I believe that we are to be the law that we are under, the law of Christ. I would say goes hand in hand with 9 of the 10 commandments. That's what the ones that he mentioned. He
Did
never
Jesus
mentioned
ever
keeping the Sabbath.
Did Jesus ever command anyone to observe a sacrificial law?
Yeah, he told somebody to go and
Offer
take
the
their
offering
tithe or
for the.
yes, yes, yes.
So Jesus said we should observe the sacrificial law for like after you are cleansed of your leprosy.
Yeah, yes, Dalton, that's before he died for our sins. The final
Where
sacrifice had not happened yet.
after he resurrects from the dead, he tells his disciples, "Go ye therefore, baptize all nations in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you." That includes everything prior to his death.
I wouldn't say he's speaking directly to his
Rob, why
disciples.
do you
He's
hate
not
Jesus'
speaking
own
to that
words?
one. He's not speaking to that one guy that
Rob,
while he was
why do you hate
before.
Jesus' words? Jesus says to follow the law.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate Jesus' words, and I believe we're under the new covenant, which we're no longer under the law. If we have
I'm
the Holy
asking
Spirit,
you
He's
to
not
Listen,
making
address
the law
Jesus'
Jeremiah.
words.
law.
You keep wanting to pivot away to Paul. Address Jesus' words.
You
Jesus
have to read
says,
the
after he
entire
resurrected,
scripture,
I've read
Justin.
every word, Rob. I don't know why you
The
keep
entire
insinuating
scripture.
that I haven't read it. I've read every last word. I've read most of the Old Testament in Hebrew, and I've read a bulk of the New Testament in Greek. I know what it
So,
says. You clearly
um,
don't know what it says, which is why we keep having to bring you to these passages, because you clearly haven't read the book. Jesus said
again,
on every occasion addressing the law, he said to follow the law. He instructed people to follow the law. And then, as Dalton already stated, after he already died and resurrected, he said to teach them to obey all of the things that he said prior, which includes Matthew chapter 5, which includes following the law. Why would Jesus say that you're great in the kingdom of heaven by following the law if he didn't want you to follow the law?
Justin, I hear you. You could take it right to Acts
No,
where it says Gentiles only have to do
stop
this. They only
talking to
have
me.
to
Stop
come.
talking about Paul.
Okay.
Address now the words of Jesus. Stop
Actually, that's
pivoting
Luke.
to Paul.
Luke would be.
Address the words of Jesus in Matthew 5:19. Why did
All it
Jesus
has to
say
do,
this?
he says that he fulfilled the law.
Why did
We've already
Jesus
addressed that.
say the words in verse 19? Why did he say that?
It's circular because you can make a case for
We'll
either
try this
one.
again.
And I would say,
Why did Jesus say the words?
which ones? Which words?
The
I'll play your
ones
game.
on
Which
the
ones?
screen.
Oh, one of the least of these commandments? I believe the commandments are the 2 commandments that all the law and the prophets hinge upon.
No, you're off by like 15 chapters. That happens in Matthew 22. We're in Matthew 5 now. He didn't say shit about the 2 most important commands. He's talking about the law of Moses right now. He's referring to the
Let me
law
ask you
and the
something.
prophets. He says, of the law and the prophets, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Why would he say that if he didn't want you to follow the law?
Because maybe because Jesus grew in wisdom and stature with God and man.
So
And
Jesus'
by the
words
time
were
he went to the
wrong?
cross, no, by the
Jesus
time
gave
he went to
bad
the
instructions
cross,
in chapter 5? The Sermon on the Mount, the greatest dialogue of Jesus ever, monologue of Jesus ever, was wrong. Is it
I'm not saying it's
is it still
wrong.
true that not a sparrow falls to the ground without the acknowledgement of
I'm
God, and that
saying
we shouldn't worry
I'm
about
saying that
tomorrow? Do we need to worry about tomorrow?
no. I'm saying he had an evolving ministry up into the point of going to the cross for the sins of
Can God
everybody.
be
Except for
wrong? Go ahead, Dalton. Sorry.
Hold on. Jesus
I
told,
mean,
oh, what? Jesus told a
Jesus has
Samaritan woman, I didn't
explicit.
come for the dogs.
Look,
And then,
in Matthew 23, Jesus explicitly tells his disciples, his apostles, whatever the Pharisees tell you to do, do it. And that after he resurrects, he says, observe all I have told you. What does the word all mean? Does it just mean some?
we're coming to you guys don't accept. I accept the New Testament. You guys don't accept it. I accept
We're
that
talking about the words
the
of
Bible
Jesus.
gets
Pay
more and more
attention.
clear.
You don't accept Jesus, you
Right.
accept Paul. That's what we're demonstrating
Well,
right now.
hold on.
We're
Hold
talking
on. A
about the
lot of
words of
Jesus.
Jesus, so I need you,
Right.
Rob, I need you to focus on Jesus right now. Stop trying to pivot to Paul said. We're not talking about
Justin,
Paul. We're talking
I
about the
believe what
words
Paul
of
said.
Jesus right now. I know you do, but we're talking about Jesus right now. You need to lock
You know,
in
there's-
and focus on the
Yeah.
topic. We can talk about Paul next. We're talking about Jesus right now.
But we're not
Did
going to
Jesus
just
speak?
assume. We're not just going to
Right.
assume univocality without any evidence for it. So just let's focus on Jesus.
So
Did Jesus
so we'll try this
speak in
again, Rob.
parables?
Not in
Was
this
this a
sense.
parable?
No, this was
How do you
not. This is
know?
not a parable, because a parable
Oh,
is a
okay.
story that's fictional and it has a
But that's
meaning that you have to
convenient for you.
ascertain. It's not
No.
convenient. It's an instruction.
That's what
So
you
is
keep
it
saying to me. Everything I say is
a
convenient. I'm
parable
telling you,
is a
it's
story,
convenient.
Rob? Parables are stories. I don't know
Okay.
if you knew this. This is not a story. This is a
He
command.
says, I speak in parables that some may not understand.
Not
So
every
you know,
word
we
is a
have-
parable,
that you
Rob.
don't understand.
Yeah, we have
But
plenty of examples of Jesus' parables. You know, we have the Abraham and the Abraham's bosom, Lazarus and the rich ruler. We have the parable of the sower. We have the parable of the virgins and the lampstands. I mean, we have plenty of parables, but they're always parables. They are stories told by Jesus with symbolism to teach lessons. But when Jesus gives a direct command, that's not a parable. That's a command. It's a different category.
okay, but what I'm saying is I'm willing to say I don't know that if
I
if
don't
it
need
doesn't
the
make
I don't
sense,
know.
it
I
could
need you
be.
to give me the interpretation of verse 19. Why would Jesus say to follow the law if he didn't want you to follow the law? I'm still waiting for it.
How but I've already addressed, and you're rejecting
No,
my
you
answer.
didn't. You went to Paul. Don't go to Paul. Go to
No.
Jesus. When
No,
Jesus
I would
says that
say,
you're great in the kingdom of heaven for following the law, why would he say that if he didn't want you to follow it?
Justin, I would say the commandments that he was referring to are probably the two commandments that all the law and
Okay,
But he's
prophets
not.
how about
are
this?
He
saying.
says the law and the
But
How about
prophets.
that's what
this?
you say.
You can't.
But
How
that's
about
what you
this?
say.
Jesus
I
said,
reject
here, can
that.
you open up
That's what
Matthew
Jesus
23?
said. To be
Right, but
clear,
I reject your
Rob,
interpretation.
no, I didn't interpret it. It's just the words, the law and the prophets. It means the law and the prophets, Rob. You're the one trying to
And
say
there's
that the
many
law and the
laws.
prophets
There's many,
don't mean, no, there's not many laws. There's only one law of Moses. That's it. Just one.
yeah, there's the
Rob,
Ten
you
Commandments, there's
you
the
need to,
ceremonial law, there's the
no,
law
there's
of liberty,
not.
there's the law of
Bullshit.
Christ.
That's not true. None of that's in the Old
There's so
Testament.
many laws.
None of that's
There's
in the Old Testament, and Jesus didn't say any of that. You
two
keep running away
commands.
to
I'm not in the Old
Paul.
Testament.
Rob, stop lying to me. You keep running away
And
to
that's why
what
God
Paul
sent us
says.
Paul.
Paul, stop.
That's why God sent us Paul.
Rob,
because
stop.
You can't.
Paul clarified.
We don't. Okay,
You
Rob,
hate.
I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. We don't give a fuck about Paul. We're still talking about Jesus. Nobody gives a shit about what Paul said. We're only concerned right now with what God said and with what Jesus said. That's the topic. No one cares about Paul. We're demonstrating that Paul was a heretic that didn't know about Jesus's words. So pay attention. Stop skipping to Paul. No one cares. Okay? The question at hand is, why does Jesus instruct them to follow the law of Moses? That's what the law and the prophets are. The law are the first 5 books, the Torah. The prophets are the writings of the prophets, and then there's the other books. Those are included right now in what we're talking about. We're just talking about the prophets and the law. We know what the law is. The law is the law of Moses. So when Jesus says to follow the law, why would Jesus tell them to follow the law if in fact he didn't want them to follow it? He's still yapping. He has no idea he's muted.
Yeah, I didn't know you muted me. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you going to answer the question?
Jesus never said follow the law of Moses.
He just
He said
did.
Moses keep you in the endeavor.
The law is the law and the prophets are the law of Moses and the prophets.
But you're
Okay.
interjecting. You see how
Rob.
you're adding to the text. You're
Here.
putting
No,
Moses.
you are.
Hey, Rob, did the Pharisees follow the law of Moses?
Yes.
All right. Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the scribes and the Pharisees sit on Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it. But do not do as they do, for they do not practice what they teach. Did the Pharisees only follow those 2 commandments, or did they follow the whole law of Moses?
Again, I believe that this comes down to Jesus teaching different groups of people different things at different times during the course
He's
of his
speaking
ministry.
to his. Is he not? Okay, it says Jesus said this to the crowds and to his disciples. Are these the same disciples that he would later go on to say, "Observe all that I've commanded you"?
Dalton, he said that. Okay. He also said it is finished. So when he said it is
That's
He's
a
finished,
meaning-less
he made
statement,
it
Paul.
very
Pay
well-
attention.
What is it?
I
What
get
is
it. I get
it?
Right.
What is it?
What, it is
When he
finished.
said it
What,
is
the
finished.
keeping of the law, because the final sacrifice.
Where
had
does it
happened.
say that? Where does it say that?
Dalton, that's my interpretation, just like that. Your
I
interpretation.
know
is that he's
you have
talking
to
about the
add
law of
that into it.
Moses.
I know.
Yeah, your interpretation
Well, you
goes
don't know
against
what
everything
you
else
don't know what he
Jesus
was saying
said.
when he said it
The
is
more
finished.
the more
You don't
natural
know.
reading of that is that his suffering on the cross is finished, because literally he dies after that.
Right, and I believe
because
that
your
you
interpretation goes
have
against
the right
everything else
to.
Jesus taught.
I mean, you have a right to interpret that. Again, I believe that the law is love the Lord your God, all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your
Sure,
neighbor as you love yourself.
and
That's my
Rabbi
interpretation.
Hillel would have said, and Rabbi Hillel would have said the same exact thing, but Rabbi Hillel did not make obsolete the rest of the law.
Yeah,
Jesus'
also-
Right,
teaching
and-
on the most important commandments is
Right.
literally the same teaching that Rabbi Hillel gave.
And neither
Right,
one of
and
those
then-
commandments are from the 10 Commandments, by the way. Neither one of them.
And I know that, and that's
They're from the
why,
law
like,
of
when you're always
Moses.
trying to take people into right, and
Okay.
and Rabbi Gamaliel said that don't get in the Christians' way, because if they're of God, they will continue to thrive, and then that happened.
Rabbi
Yeah,
Gamaliel
Gamaliel.
never said. Rabbi Gamaliel never actually said that. That's just something that the author of the book of Acts has him say. We have no evidence that Rabbi Gamaliel
Well,
ever
that's what
actually
you
made
say.
that statement.
Well, I reject that, and I would say that you don't have any necessarily evidence to say that. I mean, you guys.
No,
Well,
have,
we
do.
would
We
reject it
have-
based
we
on
have
that the book of
one.
Acts tells lies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the book of Acts
Well-
disagrees with Paul on his own testimony.
Well,
Also,
I mean, I-
keep in mind that if you believe in the God of the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament said that during the Messianic age, you will follow the law. You want to read that verse?
right. I think we've been through that one before. I mean,
I don't
if
think
you
we
want to
have.
take there, like I don't get it.
Because it obviously didn't. You obviously didn't
I don't get
listen.
into the
So
Old Testament.
in Deuteronomy chapter 30, God says, "Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants." When does that happen in your worldview? When does the circumcision of the heart happen?
All right, which one is this? This is in Jeremiah.
Deuteronomy 36.
Deuteronomy 36. All right, let me read the text. More. What version? Why are you always in the NRSV? Like, what is
Because
your
it's
thing with
good.
NRSV?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just wondering,
the most accurate translation out there.
What, from
Well,
Hebrew?
no, it's from the original Hebrew and Greek. It is what's the word? It's a
Isn't it? It's a Catholic Bible, isn't it?
No, it's
no,
not.
it's not a Catholic.
NRSV?
It
No.
is what we call a ecclesiast. Oh, what's the actual
So-
phrase I'm looking for?
The way I like to explain
gonna
it
read
is this. The NRSV started as a Bible translation that was meant to be unbiased. It was done by academics. It was done for the purpose of academia. They had no actual political or religious viewpoints. The translation
So
committee.
secular.
No, they were all
That's what I'm looking for.
Christians. Ecumenical, yes.
Okay.
They're all Christians. They're all from different faiths. They're all from different backgrounds. Not a single one of them was selected because they were part of a particular denomination. It is purely an academic translation. Nobody in that translation committee is attempting to preserve their own dogma. They're attempting to do the best translation possible because it's an academic translation. Whereas, like in the NIV purposely tries to make things sound more Christological because they have a translation
An
committee
agenda.
that sets
Yeah.
point rules. Yeah, and they have an agenda saying here are the borders for the agenda. And I know the people doing these translations. I know, for example, when I was in Bible college, I was taking New Testament with Linda Belleville, and she was doing a translation of the New Testament. I forget which translation, and she was lamenting the burdens that they placed on her for her translation. She's like, I know there's stuff that needs to be changed, but we can't change it because of the publishers, right? The NRSV doesn't have that problem. There's no publisher burden being placed on the translators. There's no
Okay.
denominational funding that's being placed on the translators. It's just a bunch of academics saying, here's what it should read. We can let everybody else figure out the theology later. Okay, so
Okay. Fair
in
enough.
Deuteronomy 30 it says, and does it, by the way, this will be in your King James too. It says, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants. Now you believe that the circumcision of the heart happens when the Messiah comes, don't you?
Yes. I believe that circumcision, all circumcision is a spiritual thing, that it was, I believe from the beginning it was never meant to be physical. Like that's
Great.
Ugh.
pretty much my
So the
belief with that.
circumcision of the heart is a spiritual thing that happens during the Messianic age, right?
You're saying that's what the text says.
I'm asking you about your worldview, and your worldview is the circumcision of the heart when the Messiah comes.
No.
Keep in mind, if no,
I thought you liked Paul.
No, I would say that the circumcision of the heart is when you become born again and you become sanctified, you embrace sanctification.
So that's in the Christian era, right?
that's the Messianic age.
Yes.
Okay,
Is
so we're
that
talking
what
about the
do you
Messianic
guys call
age.
this? You guys call this the Messianic age?
It's called the Messianic age. Is when the Messiah shows up.
I've always been told, and this is probably incorrect from a textual standpoint, but like I believe that because of the gospel, we're in the era of grace. Like that's what I always
You can
looked
call
as
it
like
whatever you want
Yes.
to. It's the
That's a
Messianic age.
dispensational.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
So-
dispensational. Yeah.
The circumcision of the heart doesn't occur until the Messiah shows up, correct?
I would say I agree with that.
Okay. Which is why it's important that he follows that up with, says, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Sounds a lot like Jesus, right? Love the Lord God with all your heart and soul, right? That's really important.
Okay.
Okay. Then it says, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I am commanding you today. Which means at a minimum, every command in the book of Deuteronomy needs to be applied during the Messianic age. God's
it's
goal.
tough, Justin. We have been through this.
I know it's
before.
tough.
Deuteronomy 28 is very tough. It is tough.
We're in 30.
You know. Okay, 30. Yeah. The curses are in 28 though, aren't they?
We're not talking about the
It goes
curses.
on
We're
for a few
talking about
chapters.
Yeah.
the fact that God said that when
he
he circumcises the heart of the people, he's going to do it so that they follow the laws. He wants you to follow the laws. He tells you to follow them forever. Deuteronomy 12:28 says, follow them forever and your children forever so that it will go well with you.
I mean, I get it, Justin, but I mean, I would say that in my Christian worldview, I would say that was very likely hyperbole, and that changed after the gospel.
It didn't
So
change.
forever doesn't mean
That's what I would say.
forever.
So God would be a liar.
No, I'm not saying
Are
God
we
would
going to
be
be
a liar.
celebrating the Feast of Tabernacles in the Messianic age?
In the Messianic age, are we going to be? I don't know. That's beyond me. You guys are tell me. You guys are the biblical scholars. Tell me. I don't know. Okay. I don't purport that I know the scripture better than you guys. I don't. I do purport that I'm a believer, so I have a different worldview, and that doesn't mean
You
my
have a-
worldview
you
is
have a-
wrong because you guys know the Bible better than me. I don't think I reject that notion.
You have to because of your dogma.
Right.
We go with the data. You go with the dogma.
Agreed. All right.
You
Listen,
have
Fair
Rob.
to
enough.
read
I
the
walk
Bible
by
through
faith.
Jesus-colored glasses.
I walk
Exactly.
by faith and not by sight.
Yeah, we walk by logic and reason and evidence. But Rob, we've been up for almost 2 hours now. I promised a long time ago that I would get Love QOD into the queue next.
I got
And
you.
it's
Hey,
already 11:30, so we've got time
yeah,
for at least one more good guest.
yeah. It's been real. I appreciate it, Dalton, Justin. Well, have a good night.
All right. Cheers, buddy.
You do.
Later.
Doug the Rock, thank you for the rose. I really appreciate that. And Dunzo, thank you for the gifts on TikTok as well. And Lem, thank you so much for the kitty on TikTok. I love kitty cats, by the way. And Denise, thank you so much for, is that a crab? What is that? What's going on? Let's see. I can't see what it is. Well, thank you so much, Denise. Great to see you. Let me grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Fierce Interaction says, muting Herv got me rolling. Not sure I'll make it through the night. I'll call you if I meet Jesus. Please, Fierce Interaction, be okay. We love and appreciate you here. Don't croak on the account of Herv. Yahweh Scrotum says, the ego and arrogance of Christians who confidently know their God other than by divine words in their book, in the book their belief is founded is endlessly astounding. It's actually quite wild, actually, that they have such a complex view of their God that is not rooted in the book. You know what I mean? It's weird. At least Rob tries to root his in the book, but he just affirms a complete contradiction. Bryce Aroni, great to see your friend, says creation needs a creator. No kidding, but you can't call it a creation until you demonstrate a creator. Creation is the thing you're trying to prove, so it's begging the question. Couldn't agree more. And Charissa, good to see you tonight. Thank you for gifting out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I totally appreciate that, friend. And Guitar Dog, beautiful dog, says caller mentioned symmetry. No other theorem states that symmetry is from conservation laws, the most fundamental laws in physics. I know. The symmetry argument was wild. I got to give him credit, though. It's the first time I've heard it. I'm not familiar with the symmetry argument. So, at least he was original. Brielle, thank you for the super chat, says, I've been watching the VODs of the unapologetic streams all week. Thanks for promoting critical thinking. That's the real Lord's work. Well, thank you so much, Brielle. I appreciate that. And I love the unapologetic stream. I love the fact that I can farm out the science to Blitz and farm out the philosophy to Ian. It makes my job way, way easier. And Laya says, man, this puddle Rob is living in must be comfortable. I know. Rob has definitely constructed a house for himself, that's for sure. And it's the foundation makes me concerned. Bluebird, thank you for the $20 super chat. That's huge, friend. Says, thank you for all you're doing. Your patience with callers is unmatched. Keep toasting for Doug and reminding us to be sinfully wet for Sharon. And I will not let you forget about Sharon. Sharon is obviously the co-redemptrix of our matrix. And Guts says, Occam Razors is entia, non-sunt. I don't know what that means. Multiplicanda praeter necessitatem, which means or translates it to entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. It's not the simplest, but the least amount of assumptions. I think we kind of arrived at that conclusion at some point during the conversation. But thank you for that. I appreciate that, Guts. And Design says, how do we know? Because of the evidence. But what if we're wrong? Then there would be evidence. Yes, if we were wrong, we'd have evidence that we were wrong and we'd follow that new evidence. That's the case. And last one for now. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $19.99 super chat. Big W says, hey, how about a shout out for the landlord that let Joseph and Mary stay over in the barn and have a baby. Nobody ever remembers how cool he was. How come we don't know his name? He's a hero within the legend. So I agree.
Obviously, his name was Barnabas.
Clearly. I don't know if you know this. There is a legend about the birth of Jesus that describes the founding of the holy prepuce, the circumcision flesh of Jesus.
I'm ex-Catholic. I remember the little sliver of skin.
So like they do have a narrative about this that's a little bit different than the standard narrative. It's really good. All right, let's get Fuck,
Have
Love.
you
What's going on
seen
with your
Life
audio?
of Brian?
Hold on. All right, let's try that. Love, are you with us? What are you saying, Dalton?
Hello?
I said, have you seen The Life of Brian?
I love it.
Of course. Yeah.
It's a great movie. Love, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 20
Uh-huh.
and I believe in God. I'm Catholic.
You believe in what?
I believe in God. I'm a Catholic.
Okay, you're Catholic. Okay. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Catholic God being real?
Um, because of prophecy in the New Testament.
I'd love to hear about
Hell
it.
yeah.
What prophecy do you think got fulfilled?
Like in Romans 3 about atheism and in the Psalms 22.
Well, I didn't hear that last one, but I heard Romans 3. What about Romans 3?
It's about atheism and the people who turn away to God.
Yeah, tell me about it. That's what I'm asking.
It says here in Romans 3 verse
Mhm.
10, "As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one.
Well, that's
There
not
is none
true.
who understands. There is none who
Also, that's not a,
understands. There is none who seeks after God. They
Well,
all
that's
that's
just
not a
not true.
prophecy, bud. It's not true. Not only is it not true, but it's not a prophecy. It's just an observation from the psalmist.
But I don't know. It is written
This is
here
not going to
in
turn out well for
Romans.
you. You started out with not only not a prophecy, it's just a proposition that's false. Because the proposition fails in Luke chapter 1. It says, in the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah. His wife was descendant from the daughters of Aaron. Her name was Elizabeth. Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the law. So, I mean, Romans 3 is just flat wrong.
But I believe in ego death though.
I don't know what ego does have to do with this.
Because
We're talking about the proposition
after
being
the
true or
death of
false.
Jesus, God's evil nature is, no more.
Yeah, we're talking about the
God's evil
proposition.
nature?
Wait, yeah, I know, right? Now we're gonna get derailed on God's evil nature.
Yeah, let's not get derailed. Let's just that's
I
a whole other
reject
conversation.
the Old Testament because of evil.
Well,
The God there
first,
is evil, but
first of all,
after
Love,
the
I
death of
really
Jesus,
want to dig into God's evil nature, but let's finish this talking point first. Is Romans 3 actually true when it says that none is righteous, when Luke says that Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous?
but I think they're talking about the personality though.
The personality? Does it say personality or does it say Zachariah and Elizabeth?
But being righteous is a personality.
It's not. It's a statement of
status.
being. Yeah.
It is not what I don't. What is your name, sir?
Well, I'm Justin, and Dalton is in the corner.
I'm 20 and I'm going to study for priest for become a priest
Oh,
in
don't do that.
church. And I'm currently, I just began studying the Bible last year.
Oh boy.
And when I read the Old Testament for the first time, I don't like it personally because
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really like
How are you supposed to be a priest in the Catholic Church and reject the Old Testament? That's heretical.
I don't, because God there is really evil. I don't like that. I like the Old
Yeah,
Testament God.
I mean, I agree. God in the Old Testament is evil, but that is in Catholicism a heretical statement. Put on my Catholic cap real quick. According to Catholic theology, God is omnibenevolent. He's all good. So you cannot hold to the idea that God is evil and be Catholic. Now, if you want to be just someone who's not Catholic, but just authentic to what the scripture says, then yeah, sometimes God is good, sometimes he is evil, just like any other deity.
But that's why when I found out about ego death, I stick with it because really I can't, because I'm Asian. I comes from Philippines, and there's slavery there in the Bible. And you may not know this, but Philippines has been enslaved by the Spain for 300 years, and I don't really like that topic when I
Well,
speak to my
if,
friends.
if I agree with you that the Old Testament supports slavery and that's not a good thing, but here's the problem, bud. So does the New Testament. The New Testament tells slaves to obey their masters, even the cruel ones.
Where did it say that?
What is the passage? It's First Peter.
Yeah, it's in Peter.
Let's see. Let me see.
It's going to be 1 Peter 2:18, I believe.
I think you're right. Let me see. Yep. 1 Peter 2:18. Servants, be subject to your masters with all respect, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the unjust.
I think the problem we have
That's
with the slavery topic, sorry to interrupt you there if you're about to speak, but the problem with the slavery topic is God explicitly tells you that you can do slavery. It's part of the God's perfect law. God says to follow the law forever. New Testament rolls around. He never says don't do slavery. He never says you can't do slavery. And I know Christians might say, well, the law was done away with. Well, that's a contradiction. But even if it was, that just means we can do as much slavery as we want now. There's nothing stopping us.
but Peter is the one speaks that, right? Not Jesus.
What are you talking about? Jesus
The
didn't mention it.
obey your masters.
Jesus never said
It's
anything
only
about freeing
Peter.
slaves.
But he said, what did he say? I, to be told you the truth, I don't really like the studying of this
I get that.
Bible. But I don't want to be atheist, or rather, I'm conflicted if I want to be atheist or not believe
Well,
in this
I mean, you don't
belief.
have to be an atheist to leave Christianity. You know that, right?
But I don't know how do I solve my problems. I have many problems that
I understand
I
that.
really can face alone.
I get that. I really do. And first of all, you don't have to face them alone. To be quite frank, like there are a lot of people who are just like you, who we used to be Christian. We grew up Christian, some of us, and we've kind of discovered that it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not true. We even have a Discord. We got a huge Discord. If you go to the link tree in my profile for people who are currently or already deconstructed. But the reality is, like, you don't have to get rid of God to get rid of this religion. This religion doesn't seem to be doing anything for you.
My friends, um, uh, I don't know. Thank you, sir.
Do you know what deism is?
Yeah, believe in God, but not specifically. Just
Yeah,
I just
you
believe
could
there's a
you
God, but there's no name that like that. There's no religion. Just believing in God exists somewhere.
Yeah, I mean exactly. I mean, a deist can believe in God and not have to worry about defending either the Old or New Testament.
Yeah, but I don't really buy that, because if God is real, there has to be a name, or he will be um no.
Here, I'll put on a
I'm you
deist
see,
hat
I'm
now.
studying.
Um,
And
it
really
what
when I
why
see
does there
when
why does God have to have a name in order for him to exist? If there was a God, he would certainly have existed before any language ever existed. Therefore, he would have existed before names were ever a thing. Names are created by humans. God could very well exist, and he just simply doesn't have a name. He
okay,
could be called whatever you want to call him.
how can he speaks to his creation?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm sorry?
How can his creation address him if he doesn't have a name?
In any way they choose. You could call him Bob. You could call him Doug.
Fuck yeah, praise Doug.
Maybe I'm really conflicted in this book. I don't really like the Old Testament when my teacher speaks with it, and he obviously skips the Exodus and Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like. Even I think even they know when they read it, it's not his students not gonna like it. I do not like it
Yeah,
when
so
I
like
read it.
I'll tell you a short story. Like, so I was in ministry for a long time. I was over a decade. And when I was in seminary, I used to teach a Sunday morning junior high class. And it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. But at one point, we were going through the story of David. And I mean, obviously, you can find some inspirational material in the story of David. We got to the part where David received the punishment for Bathsheba and the incident with Uriah the Hittite. And I
Mm.
remember as I was reading the text to them, I had to purposely stop myself and not read the part where David's wives were taken and raped for his sin. And it was at that point I realized that, like, as I was reading this is not something that I can actually read to this class, because 13-year-old students are smart enough to know that you cannot punish a man by having his wives raped. That's horrendous, right? But the Old
Yeah,
Testament's
when
full
I
of this
read
kind
that,
of
I
stuff.
really don't.
What's that?
Oh, when I read that part, I don't really like it either. I don't think women can be, shall be raped. I don't think
Right. So at some point we have to kind of come to the table and ask ourselves, like, what's more likely, that there is a God out there who thought it was okay to have women raped for the crimes of their husband, or that there was a God out that there was no God out there, and that a bunch of people from the Bronze Age kind of invented a deity that like aligned with their Bronze Age beliefs about the world.
but my aunt already paid for the money from to the school, and I don't
I get
really.
that. Well, I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with completing the schooling. I went through Bible college, I went through seminary, and I'm not in ministry. It was, to me, it was still money well spent. I loved every minute of it. I got to learn. I got to listen. Even like the different ministries I participated in, I think I had a good time doing it. Like, I don't regret being a Christian. But so like you could, if the money's already allocated for you to go to school and to learn all this material, make the most of it. Go to school, learn the material, learn everything you can. Learn Latin because you're Catholic, learn some Greek, learn some Hebrew, and then when you're done, be your own person. You don't have to live for somebody else. But it's fun to learn, by the way. Like, even if you don't believe it, this is one of the most interesting topics ever to me. Like, Dalton and I both are don't believe this stuff anymore. But I don't want to speak for Dalton, but I still think this is the most interesting thing we can talk about. And I mean,
Oh, I love the Bible.
like right now there are almost 3,000 people watching this live stream, depending on which platform we're on. And like they think it's interesting, but these people don't believe this stuff either, right? So like it's super interesting, and it's great to hear. It's great to learn about it, right? But just because you go to school and you learn about it, it doesn't mean you have to believe it. It doesn't mean you have to accept it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't wait to learn Hebrew and Greek.
It's fun,
Yeah,
actually.
Hebrew's
It's a lot of fun.
badass.
It really is.
Thank you, sir.
All right, come back and share with us as you get into your studies. Let us know what you're learning, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, cheers, friend.
Thanks.
Well, I'm glad we waited for him. I know his battery was dying like half the time he was waiting for us, so I wanted to get him into the conversation before we ended. Typically, I end at like 11 or 11:30, so I can read some super chats and get to bed before like 12:30. We stayed up a little bit late because he waited so long to get in. I was like, God, this guy's waited like 3 or 4 hours to get in on low battery. And so I really wanted to get him in, and now
What a
I'm glad I
trooper.
got him in, because what a good palate cleanser, right?
Yeah, it's a good way to end it for sure.
Yeah. Once you start really getting into the text, I think you have one of two options. You could be honest and say there's some horrific stuff in here, or you can contort yourself into pretzels and make excuses for the horrific stuff.
One of my favorite things about studying the Bible as a non-religious secular person is uncovering like the truth behind it. Like what were the Israelites really like? What did they really believe? What does the text really say? And how did that become what it is today? It's fascinating.
Yeah, I love it. I love the rabbit trail of the historical Israel. I know a lot of people love the historical Jesus. I love, like, if there was one topic ever that I would do nothing but study, it's the historical Israel. And I firmly believe that the historical Israel, like the original Israel, were just Canaanites. They were Canaanites from the northern
Yeah,
tribes that worshipped the Ugaritic pantheon. And I just, like, the more archaeology we discover, the more I'm like, they're just fucking Canaanites, man.
they worshiped the same God. Their language was exactly. In fact,
Yeah,
the book of Isaiah explicitly refers to Hebrew in Isaiah 19 as quote the language of Canaan.
right. Yeah. And so you probably know Cyrus Gordon. Cyrus Gordon was an amazing Assyriologist. He and a couple others put together like this really interesting, I don't know if I want to call it a dictionary or like a database of all the words that are shared between Ugaritic and Hebrew. There's
Oh, fascinating.
so many of them. Like it just becomes clear at some point that the Israelite culture was the culture of the people at Ugarit and the rest of the northern Palestinian region.
Yeah, it seems like there was like some sort of Canaanite group that sort of split off and adopted this random strange god from probably south east Edom area, the Yahoo individual,
Yes.
and eventually that god sort of climbs the totem pole until he's either in competition with El or he basically almost like Kirby consumes El and takes on his attributes and and then you get and then what's really fascinating is the Samaritans that basically they are also the Israelites, like they
Mm-hmm.
are that northern tribe. And yeah, it's so fascinating. I think Joel Baden talks a little bit about it in some of his work, and it's super fascinating.
He does. I'm hoping to get Joel on the channel soon. So maybe here in
Oh,
the like next couple, maybe the next couple months, we'll get Joel on the channel. I really want to dig in with some Old Testament scholars on some stuff in the Old Testament. So I'm trying to get more of that material on my main channel because I started the second channel just for debates. But on the main channel, like if you want discussions with like real biblical scholars on these topics, you got to follow the main channel, Deconstruction Zone, because I'm going to be bringing in more and more scholars to discuss these particular topics. If you just want the debate content, you're like, listen, I don't care about these interviews. I don't care about these scholars. I don't care about response videos. I just want debates. Hey, DZ debates all day. But if you really want to get the interviews with the scholars and the other fun stuff, you got to follow the main channel, Deconstruction Zone. But so I'm starting to get some segregation between my two channels. I slowly started to morph the second channel into debates only, because I noticed there's a lot of people in the deconstruction space that were doing one channel for like, here's my personal content, and another channel for like, here's just my debate content. And like the big inspiration
That's
was
smart.
Paulogia or Paulogia.
Yeah.
So Paulogia
He
had a
does that,
channel
yeah.
where this is just my channel. And then he has another channel of here's just my debates. And I was like, I like that. Because a lot of people that don't care about listening to interviews, a lot of people don't care about me bringing guests on. They just want to hear me debate somebody. So I'm like, we need a channel literally just for that. And so that's what we're doing on
The
the
same
DZ
thing
debate channel.
that the same spirit that inspired the Romans to sit around the Colosseum is exactly what inspires everyone to sit here and watch these debates. But I have Baden's book, Composition of the Pentateuch, and it's like it's fire. It's so good.
Yeah, it really is. I like on the documentary hypothesis, obviously there's classics. You can get like the original Julian Wellhausen, Cassuto, and then you can go modern with like Richard Elliott Freeman and then Joel Baden. And
If you had to pick, I was curious. I've been curious about this for a while. If you had to pick, what's your favorite book from the Bible? I wonder if it's the same as mine.
My favorite book in terms of like which book is my spirit animal, it's Ecclesiastes. So like I'm reading Ecclesiastes, and it's this really interesting like nihilistic idea of like the end is the end. What the fuck do we do while we're here? What am I doing,
Yeah.
right? And so I'm reading this narrative from a guy, presumably King Solomon, not obviously not the case, who's like,
Yeah.
listen, I've got everything. What am I supposed? What do I find pleasure in, right? And at the end of the day, I love the conclusion. The conclusion is basically, listen, our days are numbered. We're no longer going to exist at some point. We're going to be just as the animals. He says, eat, drink, and be merry, because tomorrow we could die. And like, that's the truth of the matter. Like, we're here. Fucking enjoy it.
One of my favorite quotes is actually from Ecclesiastes. It's the line at the very beginning: "The rivers flow into the sea, yet the sea is never full." Like that insatiableness from humanity.
Yes.
Love that. My favorite book is Isaiah, just because it's just I love the messianic prophecy debate, and that one's just chock full of them. So it's like my favorite book.
I agree with you. Of the prophets, I think I prefer Isaiah. But I think the reason why I like Isaiah is a little different from some others. I love Isaiah, and I've gone through and made notes in my Bible. I love Isaiah because he's actually quite familiar with the literature of the ancient Near East. And I found quite a few situations where I can see him quoting or referencing other ancient Near Eastern literature. So there's a really famous example in the Baal cycle. This is another reason why I think that Isaiah 14
Rider
is
on the
riffing
Clouds?
on the Baal cycle. No, not that one. So he references the Baal cycle, I think, when he refers to Athtar the Terrible in Isaiah 14. But there's another where he references to the insatiable appetite of death. And this is actually a really prominent feature in the Baal cycle in Ugarit, where death is pictured as this hungry entity that is completely insatiable. And it says that death sits at the table and eats anything it wants with both hands, and nobody can tell it not to. And it's just really interesting how I feel like Isaiah is aware of this characterization of death from the Baal cycle, and it shows up in Isaiah. I forget exactly which chapter. It's in first Isaiah, not second or third Isaiah. But like,
is it 28?
Maybe, let me see.
Is that where he talked about you made when you made a covenant with death?
I don't think that's it, but there's a bunch of passages in Isaiah that when I read it, I'm like, wow, that really sounds like he's riffing on other ancient Near Eastern literature.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that, because he mentions Leviathan in his text, which is obviously a cognate for Lotan. So he's obviously very familiar with the mythology of the surrounding nations.
I'm thinking Isaiah 5. In Isaiah 5, in verse 14, it says, "Therefore Sheol has enlarged its appetite and opened its mouth beyond measure. The nobility of Jerusalem and her multitude go down, her throng and all who exult in her." It was funny because the way death is described in the Baal cycle is Ma'at opens its wide mouth and swallows Baal up. And when Baal goes into the underworld and it goes into Sheol.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is like, I don't know how you can read Isaiah 5 and not think about the Baal cycle when the insatiable appetite of Ma'at opens up and eats Baal. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I love that. I think, although in all of Isaiah, Deutero-Isaiah is probably my favorite portion, but it seems like Proto-Isaiah is yours.
Yeah, I love Proto-Isaiah. I got to be honest. Yeah. All right,
You
friends.
probably get to the.
Let me get some super chats. We can geek out another time on the Bible. Vaughn says, "Don't you moo, Mr. Cliff." Sure thing. Sure thing. Also, Mello says, "Before you deconstructed, what reasoning did you or your peers have for God's purpose of other planets relative to Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, etc.?" So, like, I would have believed that like the Bible was true, and it says that the planetary bodies were given for telling like the seasons and the times and whatnot. So I would have said, yeah, well, God gave us these things to track as part of like I don't know our system of clocks, as you might say, or our system of telling things. You know, that's how I would have put it. I don't know. What about you, Don?
Yeah, actually, mine's kind of similar to that because when I was an evangelical Christian, I got really into the Mo'adim, the feast days. So, like, the celestial bodies are also used for keeping track of the feast days. So I had a very similar, like, sort of idea. Also, my group also got into the idea of the some of the constellations and the way that the ancient Israelites would have interpreted them.
Indeed. Space Lord, great to see you tonight, says, "If we lived in a world that was incompatible with our survival, that might make a powerful creator more likely." Oh, such a good point. If we lived in a world that was where we were entirely unique, where it looked like we were completely separate and distinct from everything around us, and we survived against all of the odds, then you'd be like, oh, wow, that's really interesting that happened, right? But the fact that we developed within our environment and we evolved, all the signs we have show that we evolved to survive within this environment, I think tells you all you need to know. And like something really interesting that people don't think about, like we only exist to breathe air. Like we could never go to another environment. We can't even climb to the highest. Like there's a point in our atmosphere we'll get where we can't breathe. That's why like airplanes have to be pressurized. Like the cabins are pressurized and we have air piped in, right? Is because like even the planet we're designed to live on, we're really only designed to live on a particular altitude of the planet. Logan says, NASA has discovered what is most likely past microbial life on Mars. I feel like Christians will have to say it's fake news. Yes. So I know exactly the study you're referring to. I'm still waiting for new information, but it does seem like there is past microbial life that was on Mars. And there are other planets. There are other planets where it looks like there is current microbial activity based on the gases present in the atmosphere. There's a number of gases that it seems like, from what we know, they're almost exclusively produced by bacterial processes, similar to like alcohol. Alcohol is produced by yeast and the fermentation process, or like sulfur. Sulfur is typically produced by bacterial activity feeding on salt crystals, and they produce sulfur as a byproduct. Well, there's a number of gases that only appear to be byproduct of bacterial activity, and there are at least 2 different planets that we've detected that have this gas that we only know to occur from bacterial activity, which leads us to the conclusion that, well, maybe it's possible that there's bacterial life on this planet. David Burke, great to see you. Thank you for the 499. Says, it's possible New Testament is just anti-Semitism. Jewish were the favored for millennia. Is interpreting the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament anti-Semitic? Kind of. So there's a really good book by Dr. Donaldson, if I remember correctly, about anti-Jewish rhetoric within the New Testament. Let me see if I can find this real quick. It's a really good book. Yes, Terrence Donaldson. Let me put it on the screen. I think when we're talking about the anti-Jewish bias of the New Testament, I know there are lots of books on the topic. I still think this is my favorite because it's concise, and it's an easy read. But it's called Jews and Anti-Judaism in the New Testament by Terrence L. Donaldson. It's a really good book. I think if you read this, it's hard to read the New Testament and not feel like there's anti-Jewish polemics being involved, especially when you get to the book of John. John is so openly discussing, here's what the Jews did. Well, motherfucker, you're
Yeah, it's
supposed to be
always
one of them.
strange. Yeah, when Jesus refers to the Torah as, quote, your law to the Pharisees, it's like, where is this coming from, Jesus?
It's the craziest thing. I'll never understand why somebody can read the Gospel of John and think that there's anything Jewish in there. The whole thing is, it appears to be written from a foreigner who thinks that they understand Judaism somehow, but they don't. They fuck it up.
At least they're obviously super Hellenistic.
Oh yeah, that's fair. It could be that they're a Hellenized Jew. That's a possibility.
Logos talk and all that whatnot.
Agreed. David says, is IT possible? Well, I don't know what IT or it is possible. I think you're referring to that conversation we had where the guest was saying, well, we don't know. It is possible, therefore it's true. And therefore it's possible is not the same as therefore it's true. There's a huge problem with that. It is possible that there's the other half of Sharon, the other half of this petrified wood is circling Jupiter. That is a possibility. Is it likely? I don't think it's likely. Shady says Christian cult cope recipe. First they scramble like an egg, then they get folded like an omelet, cook until well done. Indeed. Indeed, I couldn't agree more, Shady. Thank you so much. And it's just me. Thank you for the super chat. It says, do you any truth about JC having a twin brother? Rock hard for Doug. I don't think there's any truth in Jesus having a twin brother. I understand this comes from Thomas because his name seems to indicate, I think Dudamus, that he was a twin or he had a counterpart. I don't know if this is the great argument. I think this argument only comes up in people who propose like the swoon theory, or like the replacement on the cross theory. But I don't know if it's a solid argument. What do you think, Dalton?
Oh, sorry, I was reading a message. You talking about the swoon theory?
Well, as it relates to Jesus having a twin brother.
Oh, yeah, the Thomas. I mean, it's more realistic than an actual resuscitated corpse, to be sure. Although I think just the simplest explanation is always just going to be that Peter and the 12 had some post-bereavement hallucinations. After that would be the twin.
Indeed.
I mean, if that's how a magician does it, the same.
Yes. And I'll take this opportunity to say it, and I've said it a few times, but I don't bring it up enough, which is, if in fact there was somebody else that looked like Jesus, I think the New Testament is indicating that there will be a Jesus imposter. I think that's how the resurrection narrative started. I think there was a Jesus imposter that pretended to be the resurrected Jesus, which is why the Gospels, even in the earliest Gospel of Mark, in Mark 13, Jesus says that there will come some after me, claiming to be me, but they're not me. Don't be deceived. And so I can only read this and think to myself, this is written at a time period where people were already doing this, and they're trying to like stem off the problem of people pretending to be Jesus. Let me find it real quick. It's in 13, right?
Yeah, it's funny because even this happens today. There's actually a guy in Australia, funnily enough, who claims to be Jesus himself, and he's got a lot of followers who claim to be like Mary Magdalene and Peter. Um, it's just the craziest thing. He's a self help guru.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those. Check this out, Mark 13. He says, "Many will come in my name and say, I am he, and they will lead many astray." How funny would it be if the historical Jesus said these words, knowing he wasn't going to return for thousands of years, and that the return after the crucifixion wasn't really Jesus, and he was trying to tell them that I'm not going to do that. That's not me. I'm coming back thousands of years later. What you see after the crucifixion is not real. I don't know.
Oh man, that would be a crazy twist. Although when it comes to the Gospels, when it comes to like the historical Jesus, I'm very reluctant to place any of the words in the Gospels to Jesus.
I agree. That's the problem I have is like I do believe in a historical Jesus, but like when it comes to what did he say, fuck, I don't know if anything in the New Testament is something he actually said. It's so hard to know. I align a
Yeah,
lot with the
I
Jesus
take a
seminar.
Yeah, I take what's called, I don't know if it has a proper, I call it super minimal historicity. So the only things I will say about the historical Jesus was probably from Nazareth, was a teacher and was probably known as a miracle worker, according to Josephus, and was executed under Pontius Pilate at the behest of the Jewish leaders. And that's it. That's literally all I will say about Jesus. Pretty much anything in the Gospels I take as later mythology surrounding him.
I can agree with that. Nipnut says, I had to listen to my mega coworkers and managers talk about recent events all day, detoxing with a good Friday cookout. Also, who is Sharon? Well, listen, this is Sharon. Sharon is the consort of Doug and the co-redemptrix. So remember, be rock hard for Doug and sinfully wet for Sharon, friends. And Michael says, my name isn't Michael. Oh, okay. It's pronounced, Michelle. I would
Michelle.
not have guessed that. Are you allowed to say my last name on YouTube? Love your content, man. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Michelle Cock. I can say it and I will say it if the live stream gets taken down. So be it. I'm willing to take that risk for you, my friend. And Douglas says, Doug is the all-powerful master of the universe. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that. Unashamed Apostate, great to see you tonight. It says, a blessing for all. May you always find the remote, the Wi-Fi, and the courage to think for yourself. And that last one especially, that's what we want. We want people to use critical thinking, not to be like Rob, not to use your mind and say, this must be true. All evidence will be pigeonholed into it must be true.
By the way, Justin, if you don't make a T-shirt that says Sharon is caring, I'm gonna be mad. Just saying.
Actually, that's one of my favorite sayings too, actually. I need to make that.
Oh, okay.
I'll put that down. Sharon is caring. I like that. Stateful says, if the adversary was a serpent and the serpent was cursed to have no legs, why does the adversary say he's walked on the earth in Job chapter 1? Justice for snake. I actually used this last time we talked about this. And I agree. If God cursed the serpent when the serpent didn't do anything wrong, it was actually Satan. That's some backwards bullshit. Also, Satan doesn't crawl on his belly. It's weird. If the person in Job 1 is walking, I assume it uses the verb halach, then I'm presumed to think that they're at least traveling. But, I mean, walking is a fair interpretation. Abraham the Chaldean, great to see you, says, Justin, did you know the universe is constantly trying to be illogical? Good thing we have those laws to keep it in line. Rock hard for Doug. I know, isn't that crazy? Like, they really want the laws of logic to be some transcendental law that the universe can't break, and it's just not the case. It's not. The Phil Bros will cry in my box all night long. Adam says logic is universal, ontological, and transcendent. Also, the Trinity. Yeah, that's the
Those
funny
are words.
I know. Well, check this out. I think I see what Adam's saying. Adam's suggesting that The laws of logic are universal, they're ontological, and they're transcendent, meaning they're completely objective. Everything must adhere to them. But they will throw them out the window the minute you talk about the Trinity, because the Trinity obviously is going to break the law of identity. Jesus cannot be Yahweh and then be distinct from Yahweh. You can't be 100% God and then have distinction from God. It's not possible, right? So they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to claim that the laws of logic are somehow fundamental and transcendental to the universe, and then they'll completely discard it the minute you touch your Trinity. Jesus tap dancing fucking Christ. Great name. I love it every time I see it. I didn't come from no egg, you godless atheist. I'm a champion swimmer and got there first. Hell yeah, you are. You deserve a gold medal. Thank you for swimming here to this live stream. Kevin says, thank you for your donation. Kevin, thank you for your donation, my friend. And Herbie, thank you for your donation. Herbie says, please, can you send me Herv's number? I'd love to have him scream at me for several hours while not answering one single question. I know. The funny thing is, Herb was insane, but I found it entertaining. I apologize if it wasn't entertaining for everyone else. Santa Barker to see it says, Herb misread the scriptures and thought he was supposed to be a witless for Christ.
No. Oh, that's so good.
Buddy, that's cold, and I love it. That's good. And Herbie says, wait, can you ask Herb to go back to the beginning? I'm not sure if he believes in a God or not, and if that God has a name. No one minds, do they? Do they? I can't tell you.
I'm gonna start keeping a freaking like little stopwatch to see how long it takes them to admit that they're a Christian.
Dude, I'll never understand people who do that. I get it that Christians do horrible things and you are ashamed of them, but like, just own up to it. Tell us you're a Christian, you know? Dr. Fudge says someone needs to start a recovery org for some of these people called Yapaholics Anonymous. I know. I'll never understand why people think many words are better than a simple, concise explanation. They're not. TTV Atheist Gamer says, serious question, why do you waste time on Herb when you could have better conversations? Easy, because the numbers go up. I don't know if you know this. I watch the numbers as I'm live streaming, and I typically take calls on one or two scenarios. One, the numbers go up, meaning people want to tune in and watch it. Number two, the guest is sincere and wants to have an honest, good dialogue, and we might make some actual progress. Those are the two things I'm looking for. Number one, do people like it? Number two, will this dialogue produce something beneficial? And so if it falls into one of those two categories, I'm likely to keep them up. HP Lovecat says, I haven't read the Bible since my deconstruction 23 years ago, but you've inspired me to try again, and not with the KJV. I love to hear it, HP. We love it. We love it here. Read the Bible. Study the Bible. It's the best tool for making atheists. Like, it's the boss. And Salt says, based on guest behavior, I accused Justin of making baby paste marinade for the barbecue. You know what? We didn't do baby paste all night, and that's my fault. I apologize for not doing baby paste tonight. Lee says, I listened to the whole conversation with Herb. I did not once hear them laugh at his accent. Herb was just irritating as fuck. He was. Listen, if you're in the audience, I get it. He was tough to listen to. And loud.
I was laughing, but it wasn't because of his accent, just because he was a silly Billy.
He was a silly Billy, wasn't he? GH, my friend, great to see you. Says, Doug told me that a chiropractor wanted 30 seconds to preach. I have it under cold, hard stone authority that he would have maybe made a point by then. 30 seconds? I think it depends on which doctor we're referring to, but I've never heard a Christian make a concise point in 30 seconds. I don't know if it's possible. Bryce Aroni, my friend, great to see you, says, if your worldview entails that all things are created, whether symmetrical or not, then you can't use symmetry as evidence for a creator. That's a fair point. Like, if all things are symmetrical, you have no idea whether or not symmetrical things come from a creator or not. You just believe that all things are symmetrical, and therefore you're begging the question. BK says argument from personal incredulity strikes again. That's all Rob has. We've had Rob on like 3 or 4 times. That's his only basis. Design says, so did Martian bacteria do something to deserve their fall, or is God just into side projects? Listen, I've been saying it for a long time. Once we validate that there's life on other planets, Christians will invent new theology on the spot. They will literally invent it in the middle of the news being broken.
They'll start baptizing Martians as soon as they get the opportunity. It's very similar to the, what was the point of all of the 99% of species that have gone extinct to this point?
Right. Indeed, I got the hiccups now. Luke says, the Iberian harvester ant queen lays eggs that hatch into different species from the queen. What?
That's obviously God's design, and God is the alien queen from Alien. You good? You drank it a bit too fast.
Yeah, I got the hiccups. Fucking hiccups. I hate the hiccups. God damn it. The rest of my night's gonna be like this. In like 3 hours, I'm not gonna fucking sleep. I'm gonna get hiccups. God damn it. Okay. Let's do it. Design says, can a god of the Gapper endure any sport where they just can't see their team winning? Go Browns. And listen, if there was a god, the Browns wouldn't be that bad. The Browns and the fans of the Browns suffering is proof that there's no God. That's all there is to it. Vox says, I've always wondered when I was a Christian, if we are the bride of Christ and I am a male, will it be consummated? So that's a very good point. Because if we're the bride of Christ and the marriage must be consummated, first, how is it going to be consummated? And second of all, who's keeping the sheet? Because as far as I can tell, there needs to be a fucking sheet. That's going to happen. Chip says, your simple, dumb carpenter mind is indeed simple and dumb. Rob, you didn't learn a thing from any of the books and were never an atheist. I agree. You were never a true atheist. An atheist wouldn't make these bad arguments. You were never an atheist, Rob. Tim says, Darwin didn't understand genes at the time they were trousers. Indeed. Today they're both. Everyone keep asking me to gulp water. It doesn't work, friends. I've been alive for over 40 years. I can tell you, none of your suggestions work. Not one of them will work. This is just my life now. Arvin says, it's so hard to tell if Rob is genuinely that misled and confused if he argues in bad faith and misunderstands every simple argument on purpose. So that's the thing is, I think it's, with Rob, it's difficult. I think it's a combination of being disingenuous and not being up to speed, you know? Flanker says, I wish to hammer the point that God is an explanation. Fuck, I gotta start over. I wish to hammer the point that God as an explanation does nothing to actually explain anything. You say magic did it is not equal to evidence. So we tried that with Rob. Listen, claiming God did it is the end point. It's not there's no proof, there's no evidence. That's the conclusion. You got to support your conclusion. The conclusion, Bluebird, drinking water won't fix it. Please trust me when I tell you, after 41 years of being alive, I have tried every fucking cure to hiccups there is. There's no amount of water chugging that will ever cure my hiccups. This is what's going to happen. This is my life for the next 2 hours. This is what's happening, friends. PFOF says, skeptics believe in magic now? I mean, Rob does, but he's no skeptic. He's a liar. Janice says, guy is so equivocating. He's about, fuck me. He is a boo, not a skeptic. Matt Sky Daddy is not a simpler solution, and most of planet inhabitable, not designed for us. Actually, we didn't bring that point up, but we usually do. The fact that most of the planet is, I love it. Priority, take a deep breath and
Uninhabitable.
hold it. It doesn't work. I don't know why you keep thinking these suggestions work. Holding my breath doesn't work. Drinking water doesn't work. Fucking scaring me doesn't work. None of these things will work. If they worked, I would have done them 100 times a Sunday, and I wouldn't have hiccups right now. They don't work. I've
This
tried
is a trial
them.
from Doug. You just got to ride it out.
This is just a fucking trial from Doug. You just have to ride it out. Nothing works. Nothing you say is going to work. Everything you put into the comments suggesting to get rid of hiccups is going to fix this problem. You're wasting all of your time. Just a ranter says, you said this, but LATT fails. I don't know what LATT means because the universe is needlessly complex. A Boeing 747 is complex, but it's as simple as it can be. What's LATT? Oh, look at the trees.
Oh, okay, yeah. The Boeing 747 thing never really clicked for me because it's kind of obvious that you shouldn't be comparing biological organisms to non-biological things.
Indeed. And Janet says, I'm amazed every time when the hosts counter the argument and then the caller says, like, exactly. Are they even listening? Just hear what they want to hear. That's the frustrating thing about Rob is like he'll listen to the argument, then rather than addressing the argument, he pivots. Or he'll just say, yeah, but what about, it's like he's not even in the same conversation with us. Indian Glory says, the odds of life occurring naturally, with life at least forming here on Earth, the odds must be 1 in something. There goes fine-tuning. Yeah, if the odds anything but 0 and there's an infinitely long time duration, it's going to happen no matter what. The odds are 100%. Ranter, again, says, I didn't watch the Bible get written. Maybe it was written by Charlie Sheen in between benders before I was born. This is actually a good point. If we can't prove evolution because nobody witnessed it happen, then fuck, the Bible wasn't written. Nobody witnessed it happen. Very good point. And Max says, Rob, how can you believe anything in the Bible is real if you weren't there? Exactly. That's what we were saying. And Rancher, again, I've dropped $15 on Rob as a peer reviewer. It's not perfect, but reviewers are way less biased than sunk cost pastors and Christian scholars. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I always make sure that if I'm going to be reading from a Bible scholar, it's someone who's got no neck in the game.
Fuck, I'm gonna hiccup forever. Janice says, special pleading, watchmaker, personal testimony, and now God of the gaps. Bingo. Now I am hungry and can be wrong. So hold on. What is happening with this super chat? Special pleading, comma, watchmaker, comma, personal testimony, and now God of the gaps. Period. Bingo. Now I'm human and can be wrong. So God, what the fuck? I gotta be honest, I love you, Janice. I have no idea what you just said, but thank you so much. Phil says, if atheism is a worldview, then so it is chupacabrism.
Chupacabrism.
Oh, chupacabria. Gotcha. That's a good South Park reference.
I guess that's the disbelief in the chupacabra.
I think you're right. A chupacabra. I think you mean a chupacabra, not al chupacabra. Phil says, if atheism is a worldview, then so is... Oh, that's duplicated. Darth says, love your content.
You sound drunk as hell right now. It's so
God damn it, I hate hiccups. I fucking hate them. They'll last for like 3 goddamn hours. I can never get rid of them. Last time this happened at the end of a live stream, I was up until 3 in the fucking morning hiccuping. They don't... Listen, I know. I really know that you think I can fix this by doing one of your magic tricks, chat. I can't. Nothing you tell me is going to fix this. This is my life now. I'm going to bed at 3 in the morning. I'm going to wake up at fucking noon. That's my life. Darth says, love your content. Random question in Leviticus 19:28. Is it forbidden tattoos in general or tattoos of the deceased? It's not tattoos in general. It's clearly Fleur. Pickle juice isn't going to help anything. I don't know why you keep saying pickle juice. It's not going to do shit. Not only is it not going to do shit, I don't even like pickles.
Let me help you out here. It seems that these quote unquote tattoos are cutting yourself for some sort of necromantic ritual of some sort within the context of the passage. Both before and after, it is connected to either speaking to the dead or cutting your hair in a very specific way for the dead.
Indeed, this is not a prohibition against tattoos. It's a prohibition against foreign worship, pagan worship. Mela says, funny, being forced to attend early Sunday church as a teen was the start of my deconstruction. Facing guilt for simply wanting to sleep in felt wrong. This is a good point. Like, why is God so mad if you just get fucking rest? First of all, why did the church have to be early in the first place? Because of kickoff. I get that. Yeah. But, like, I agree. It's silly. God shouldn't be mad that you want to get some sleep. In fact, the whole point of the Sabbath is to get sleep. Jenna says, everyone in this chat is smarter than your God, Rob. I agree. Rob's God is dumb. Semicolon says, saw the grit and grease under your fingernails. I care about nothing else. Sorry, Semicolon. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I was helping my friend out with a car today. And we got through most of it, but not all of it. We had some brake calipers and rotors and brake pads and other things to work on. And then we got everything done, and we discovered that there's some rusted brake line as well. And we're like, fuck, there's more to do. So, it is what it is. What are you going to do? Everything else was rusted. Why not the brake lines? I will never understand why the USA doesn't mandate all cars come with copper brake lines so they don't rust. I will never. It's a safety issue. It's a safety issue. Stop putting steel brake lines on cars. Steel brake lines do not belong on cars. They rust, brakes go out, people die. I'll never understand it. Jenna says, Rob, your kitchen went through an evolution. It's not one and done, designed from all-knowing being. I know that if an all-knowing being designs something, it shouldn't be copying, pasting bullshit from other species. And David says, Rob is exceptionally frustrating, but at least you can have a conversation. Also, the remodeled kitchen is bad. God built the kitchen from scratch. I agree. That's the point, right? Because if God was just remodeling bullshit, why would he keep the bullshit? Design says, Rob, shit logic is testament to God's design. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Space Lord said, Rob, we wouldn't make fun of your beliefs if they weren't so damn funny. I can agree there, actually. And Prince says, hey, Justine, how are you? Have you debated Vor? Yeah, we've debated a couple times. We're actually on really good terms. Like, Vor and I appreciate each other. Obviously, we fucking disagree on everything. But no, I don't have any problem with Vor. Design says, quote, the guy bringing us spiritual interpretation, but the science could be wrong. That's a very good point. Like, when you read the Bible, you just assume that it's true. You don't distrust the asshole who wrote it, but you will distrust literally all of science. Philo says, why are some people born with or without wisdom teeth? Rob? Well, because obviously evolution. Dr. Pizza says, I can't believe he literally said words don't mean words. I know. They have to. They don't have a choice. You guys know this. If you're a Christian and you think this book is true, your only option out is words don't mean words. And Design says contradictions now make sense. I think just become 10% more atheister. Rob is in denial. When you show him a contradiction,
a lot of Christians are actually evangelists for atheism. They just don't realize it.
Indeed. And Janice says, well, hello, covenant is fulfilled, so now you can have other gods before me? Yes. If the old covenant's done away with, there's a lot of laws back there that they want to keep. They love a lot of laws back there. They just hate some. But if that Old Testament law is done away with, then fuck. I can have many gods as I want
Why
to.
are you slurring your words out of nowhere? Come on.
I've had some Kraken. I have a lisp too.
Yeah, it's like it's adding to it for sure.
Yeah. Panda said Rob is always saying, I hear you, but bro needs to listen. He doesn't listen. We know this about Rob. And Designed Again says, ladies and gentlemen, the very first Jesus don't mean words?
It's talking about Rob when he his words don't mean words. But from God. It's
Indeed.
designed that way.
Gretchen says, Rob is what happens when you make the libel. I think you mean Bible. Make the Bible your whole personality. Also, he keeps saying, I hear you, but he's 100% not listening. I agree.
I didn't listen to damn code for yeah, but ...
It's yeah, but. Sturgis says, I finished the Bible today for the first time. Congratulations. It's a big read. I found the New Testament boring compared to the Old Testament. Crazy that Christians base their belief from the New Testament, but I have no clue how out of left field it is compared to the Old Testament. So this is one of the things I talk about endlessly on my live stream, which is the Old Testament and the New Testament have fuck all to do with each other. Not a damn thing. They're completely unrelated. There's nothing in the Old Testament that would lead you to believe the New Testament is true. They're completely different books of mythology. Christians only believe it because they haven't read it. They have no idea what's in the Old Testament. Jarek, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone membership. And Janice again says, hosts know the Bible better and they don't believe. Hint number 1. Rob's interpretation is so subjective and transient, he may as well follow the zodiac. Actually, it's a very good point. Because it doesn't matter what the Bible says. His conclusion is that Christianity is true. And he'll use or do anything to get him to that conclusion. Ehud the leftist sent out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Ehud also says, fantastic live to end the long week. Dalton is an excellent sous chef. Truly helps bring out that pleasing aroma. Thanks, gents. And I agree. Dolphin, fuck my ass.
That's what they call me in elementary school. Don't give me PTSD.
Dalton is amazing at what he does. So like I'm pleased as punch to have him up here. Vara says Christians say they aren't. I mean, law. Christians say they aren't needed to follow. I mean, they don't need to. Christians say they don't need to follow the ceremonial civil laws, but only follow the moral laws. Any reference where Jesus said exclude these, how to counter it? Well, he didn't say that shit at all. The minute somebody tells you that there are 3 divisions in the law code and you don't have to follow the divisions other than the moral law, ask them where in the Bible does it say that. The best they'll do is take you.
I was going to say Thomas Aquinas and his Summa Theologica, the verse that he tries to use for citation for the threefold division of the law is Romans 7:12, where Paul says that the law is holy, just, and good. And he says that those are the 3 categories. A little bit of a stretch, but all right.
They got nothing. I think the best you can do is Matthew chapter 7, where Mark chapter 7, where Mark makes a comment on the food laws, and also in Acts chapter 10, where there's the vision of the clean sheets, which culminates in Acts chapter 15, where it talks about the law. That being said, it doesn't really make a division in the law. The only division they ever make is between the dietary laws and the other laws. Also, if we set to follow the moral laws, it means you can do slavery. It means that the daughter of a priest needs to be burned in fire. It's such an arbitrary distinction that doesn't exist in the Bible. They make that up. Make them prove that claim. Silver says, I love your content. Your deep knowledge of the Bible has been insightful and helpful for combating biblical disinformation. That is all too common. Well, thank you, Silver. And trust me, when it comes to the Bible, like, Christians aren't reading this thing. They're just saying it says things, having not read the damn thing and hoping you haven't read it either. The more you read this, the more Christians just embarrass themselves. Ashura's oldest daughter. What are you gonna say, Dalton?
What? I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the 1999 Ashura's oldest daughter. Says, hi, Justin. I love the Satan stream. He is doing what God said to do, just like Christians, meaning he is good. I like Dalton too. Can you explain Jeremiah 7:22? Because the NIV corrects it. Thank you for all you do. My notes I take are great. I appreciate that. So in Jeremiah 7:22, it talks about, I did not command you concerning sacrifices and offerings in the desert, which is clearly just not true. We'll pull it up in like an actual good translation. All right, let's lay it out. So, for in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings. Fucking bullshit. Not true. They absolutely did. Now, you might ask yourself, oh, okay, well, like, I don't know, maybe if I read it in a different translation, it'll mean something else. But it
Let's
doesn't.
see,
If you
the
go,
Hebrew.
yeah,
Yeah.
in Hebrew, kilo just means for not, or I did not speak. So speak is first person. I did not speak. Et is spurious. You don't need to. I don't know why they added two in there, but basically, I did not speak your fathers, of your fathers, to your
Velo
fathers.
velo zevitim bayom hotzia ota me'eret Mitzrayim al divrei ola zevach. Yeah, I mean, I did not command in the day that I took them from the land of Egypt, speak unto them concerning ola zevach, the sacrifices and offerings.
Right. Yep. In fact, it refers to a word of burnt offering and or sacrifices. So it's really funny because the exact opposite was true. Not only did they refer to Olah, just look up the root word Olah in the Exodus, it's all over the place. Same thing with Zavach. Zavach literally refers to the altar sacrifices. In fact, this is how we get the word for altar. So, like, this is just flatly untrue. God did consult them and speak a word to them concerning the offerings and the sacrifices for the altar. It's just preposterous to think otherwise.
Obviously, it's because Jeremiah is probably older than the Pentateuch and is drawing upon an earlier tradition that didn't involve the multiplicity of laws.
Absolutely. Yep. Yep. Simple Programmer said, I missed it. You mentioned symmetry, WRT, first law of thermodynamics. Time symmetry implies conservation of energy. Noether's theorem, Veritasium, biggest misconception. Simple Programmer, thank you for the super chat. I have no idea what you just said, though. None of that registered with me. I don't know what WRT means. Time. I don't know. You know, time symmetry means. I understand the conservation of energy. I know what that is. I don't know who Noether is. There's a lot of stuff happening here. Listen, Simple, thank you so much for being here. W666.
That was a message for Blitz.
W knowing things that I don't know. I don't know any of that stuff. Carnage, thank you for the 1999 Big W Carnage. Carnage says deconstruction. Deconstruction! I have a question. Smash, marry, or unalive? Old Testament Heroes Edition. I love this. Samson, David, or Joseph? Okay. I'm absolutely going to... This is a tough one. Smash Samson. Marry Joseph.
He's got like nice long hair to grab onto, so that's good.
He's just a stud, right? Obviously, I'm going to marry Joseph, and I'm going to unalive David. David's a prick. He's an asshole that killed babies. I'm not interested in that. No infanticide for me. Good question. Carlos back again. Thank you so much. It says, get some Kraken and enjoy the hiccups. Salute. Well, I mean, I've got some Kraken left. The hiccups drives me fucking insane. Jack says the best cure for hiccups is to tell yourself you aren't a fish 1 or 2 times. I swear to Doug, it works. It doesn't, Jack. I can tell you right now, telling myself doesn't do anything. Thank you for super chat though. And Duke says scaring yourself does work. No, the fuck it doesn't. You've just never been scared enough. Same with you and religion, I guess. Listen, I can tell you, well, first of all, you're partially right. I don't really get scared. That being said, I can tell you, I've been living my life for 41 years. None of these hiccup tricks work. None of them work. Not a single one of them work for me. I understand that it might work for you. Does not work for me. Everyone's different, friends. Ehud says, this donation is strictly for powering through these hiccups. Bane of existence and potential proof that God doesn't exist or is a POS. Fucking true. Why? Why the fuck would God create hiccups? There is not a single good reason for this. Hiccups do not need to exist. Good question. Think of it in that word says, I want to discuss or debate your choice with you about objective morality. I say there is objective morality, and you'd be wrong. You're welcome to come through anytime and discuss it. Keep in mind, if you're a theist, you don't have objective moral. You only think you do. And L-Teen, great to see you, says, when I have hiccups, it sometimes works to take and hold a really, really deep breath for 5 seconds or so to get rid of them. I feel it, bro. Listen, I would love to do it. I can hold my breath for 5 seconds. It does nothing. I'll show you.
Everyone on here's got a medical opinion.
Okay. See how that works out. Fucking A, there it is. Bluebird says, for being you, hiccups and all. Also, for continually sharing the etymology of passages that demonstrate various contradictions. Big W. I really appreciate that. Bluebird, we're doing the best we can. We really are. And fuck hiccups. Also, Kelly, last one. Thank you for the 1999, Kelly. Big W. I appreciate that. Says, I will be the one to call in and prove your hiccups to you. I mean, I don't think you need to, Kelly. We know they're here. The hiccups are here. They won't fucking go away. Oh, good question on the moral debate, says they're an atheist. Well, good luck. I don't know what to tell you. Good question. Until you can demonstrate that transcendentals exist, you're never going to prove that morals are objective. Who's live right now?
Let's see.
We're gonna go raid somebody.
Yeah. I wish I would have went to seminary to learn Hebrew. I started learning Hebrew when I was 16 years old, and it took me 10 years just to get where I am today.
Well, I don't know if you're missing too much. I think the difference is when you learn it in seminary, you learn the grammar, which is really kind of important, but you miss a lot too, because you don't learn it in the spoken everyday use of it. And so I don't know, there's a lot of phrases that would be helpful to be able to, there's a lot of Hebrew idioms and a lot of ways that words show up in Hebrew just because it's the default method that they use it. Whereas if you've only learned the grammar, it can be easy to put too much into it, make too much of the grammar, if that makes sense.
Mm. What does God mean? He's got a long nose.
Right. Yes. All right. Listen, Mezzo's live on TikTok and on YouTube. His YouTube channel is Mezzo_WS. And got probably a couple hundred people watching.
And it's Mezzo's birthday.
Fuck, it's Mezzo's birthday? That's fantastic. Yep, you're right. There's 91 people watching. Let's get this thing over 150. Let's get everybody over at Mezzo's live stream, Mezzo_WS on TikTok and on YouTube. Go wish Mezzo a happy birthday. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Thank you so much for liking, sharing, and supporting and super chatting the live stream. Make sure you're following Dalton, the Bible guy, on TikTok. Click on his profile, follow him. And today's Friday, so we'll see you again on tomorrow. We'll see you again tomorrow, friends.
Shalom.